Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
After leaving the Golden Palace, Luo Ji returned to the shoreline. The demonic form dissolved, yet he couldn't shake the feeling. His body seemed larger, heavier, stronger than before. In his hands rested a strange bloom, its petals glowing in hues of blue and crimson. The flower of immortality, he muttered. The flower was precious, yes, but Luo Ji's eyes lingered more on the evolution gems and enhancement materials he carried. Those mattered far more to his path forward. He turned toward the broken figure of Delia, the jungle queen, once proud ruler of the Awada tribe, now the only survivor of the Lizardmen's massacre. She was bleeding out, life already fading. If left like this, she's finished, Luo Ji whispered. With a heavy breath, the crocodile titan within him stirred. He laid an immortal flower before her lips. Whether she lived or died now would be her struggle alone. Without waiting for the outcome, Luo Ji's towering crocodile form strode toward the river. His next destination was clear: the Pacific Ocean. He had 3 purposes there: find Karina and recover the little black crow robot holding the crucial disc. Crush Somli and company, starting with Neon, exposing and dismantling the monopoly giant from within. Cleanse his body, eliminating the unstable, self-replicating mutant alligator clone cells within him. Human weapons could destroy them, yes, but eradication would not be easy. Given his current speed, it would take only a day or 2 to swim from South America to the Pacific. That left just enough time to endure the enforced non-transformation cooldown and scout the region freely. Thinking of this, Luo Ji summoned the System Store. System Store, updated list. Precognition card, 100,000 points, reveals the next transformation. Transformation synthesis card, 990,000 points, allows fusion of transformations. Delay card, 500,000 points, extends transformation or cooldown by 1 day. Master Precognition card, 1 million points, reveals detailed next form. God Level Synthesis card, 10 million points, guarantees God Tier fusion. God Level Transformation card, 10 million points, guarantees God Tier form. Magic Deck, 200,000 points, ensures a Magic World monster. Mystery Deck, 300,000 points, ensures a mysterious world monster. Monster Deck, 500,000 points, guarantees monster world creature. Current points, 7.77 million. Luo Ji skimmed over the junk deck items. The real temptations were clear: Master Precognition card and God-level Transformation card. He could buy the God Tier card outright, but it only granted 7 days of power. Even with extensions, it wasn't practical. System: redeem Master Precognition card. Redemption successful. Revealing next transformation. Host next form, Digimon. Silence. That's it. Luo Ji's face twitched. Digimon? There are hundreds. Which one? What stage? Don't tell me it's some useless baby form. He cursed at the void. R&M refund. Still, his wealth consoled him. With Golden City's location known only to him, tens of billions were pocket change if he ever needed them. Shaking his head, he swallowed a glowing red evolution gem. Strengthening effect acquired. His colossal crocodile body groaned, bones cracking as he expanded, 6 meters, 8, 10, until his bulk stabilized at 15 meters. A true prehistoric behemoth. Now, then, he opened the evolution list. Angry Demon God, 5, requires standard gems. Star Dragon King, 6, requires rare star core. The Demon God was cost-effective, but the dragon, no one had yet seen a dragon transformation. And dragons were always overwhelmingly powerful. Just don't let me trash. He pushed forward, swimming east toward the Pacific. Meanwhile, Neon Country. Inside a pharmaceutical company's secret base, silence reigned. Researchers in white coats slumped over instruments and chairs, their lips pale, pupils drained of color. Their hearts had long since stopped. A man in an octopus-shaped gas mask stood at the center. A half-empty syringe glinted in his hand, the remnants of a viridian toxin inside. For ordinary humans, this poison was instant death. Confirmed. All targets neutralized, a subordinate reported. Good. Burn the materials. Erase the tapes. The masked captain's voice was cold. Behind him, explosions already consumed the facility's archives. On a nearby screen, encrypted files were being ripped apart as a digital virus spread like wildfire. The captain watched, eyes gleaming. Almost complete, my ultimate plan. The Shadow Crocodile project begins now. Neon Country, coastal forest, evening. The forest was draped in black shadow, the canopy so thick that even moonlight struggled to seep through. Only the crunch of footsteps and the occasional hoarse bird call broke the silence, each sound making the air colder, heavier. I don't like this, Aegean. Let's just go back. This place is creepy, a petite girl in a high school uniform whispered, hugging her arms. Her over-the-knee stockings were already damp with dew. It's fine, Nanako. Don't be scared. Look at the camera. Aegean, the boy with slicked-back hair, grinned and lifted his camcorder. The girl forced a smile, waved, and began her introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Miki Nanako, 19 years old. Cut. Don't say 19. Aegean scolded. You're supposed to act like a high school girl, not a 19-year-old Annie. Nanako pouted. Ugh, such a pain. Still, she turned back to the lens and tried again. Moshi, my name is Nanazimiao, and today Jianjun and I came to a really interesting place. Look, she stepped aside, revealing towering trees, their crowns blotting out the night sky. The forest looked ancient, untouched, alive. Recently, monster videos have gone viral, right? We're here to see if we can capture one ourselves, Nanako explained with mock bravery, pushing through a barbed wire fence into the off-limits area. Mr. Monster, are you there? Her voice trailed off when a branch snapped behind her. She spun around, glaring at Aegean. Stop scaring me on purpose. Sorry. Keep going, he chuckled nervously, continuing to film. Nanako sighed dramatically and turned back toward the deeper woods. Anyway, there's nothing weird here, Seth. Her scream cut through the forest. The camera jerked upward, capturing the horrific sight. Nanako dangling in midair, her body clamped in the jaws of a monstrous creature. Its serpentine neck stretched 6 meters long, its massive bulk blotting out the canopy, its head dinosaur-like and dripping blood. With a wet crunch, the monster bit down, swallowing half her body whole. Aegean froze, the camera trembling in his grip. Nanako! His legs refused to move, his mind screaming only one word. Run. The monster's cold eyes locked onto him. Then the ground shook. Despite its size, it lunged with terrifying speed. Aegean's scream was cut short, blood raining across the lens. The camera tumbled to the forest floor, its view smeared with red leaves. Silence. Minutes passed. The faint vibration faded. Finally, the battery died, and the footage ended. 3 days later, police station. Detectives huddled around a recovered camcorder, the grotesque video playing in silence. Monsters? Come on. It looks fake, like some cheap prank. One officer scoffed, though sweat clung to his temple. Fake? Then where are Aegean and Miki Nanako? Their social accounts haven't updated in days. And what about the footprints? The blood? If it's fake, someone went to insane lengths. Still, disbelief lingered. Young people do stupid things for fame. Maybe it's all staged. Do you think there could really be a Godzilla out there? One rookie whispered. Idiot, another snapped. Godzilla doesn't have a neck that long. Enough. The sheriff slammed his hand on the table, silencing them. His face was grim as he studied the forest map pinned on the wall. This reserve borders the sea. If that thing exists, it can swim. The room went still. Then how do we stop it? Someone asked. We set a net barrier along the coast. Attach sirens. If anything big breaks through, we'll know immediately, another suggested. The sheriff nodded. Do it. Cameras, traps, everything. If this monster is real, we'll catch it. Soon, the coastline bristled with barbed wire, nets, hidden cameras, and alarms. For days, nothing appeared. Until one night, an alarm blared. The cameras caught a colossal figure rising from the sea. A massive crocodile beast, walking upright, shredded the barbed wire with ease. Its roar shook the ground. Who the hell set traps and fences on my beach? Dark night. Surveillance cameras facing the sea is in normal operation. Rumble. Suddenly, the room began to feel the earth tremble. Gradually, the air was quiet. What happened? Police officers on duty at night, at this time lying asleep at the table, but with a burst of flashes on the monitor screen, he slowly wake up. There are circumstances you. He looked to the shore of the monitoring camera screen. Do not know when the water washed ashore, a layer of ocean waves toward the shore as the winds that blow from overwhelming. Screen in shock, more intense. As if all the trees around the shore in a strong shock like countless birds were startled, shooting camera, the lower endless sea level. There's a large group of dark shadow is moving. It should be even bigger than fishing and quickly close towards the shore. When it's close, the waves suddenly rising up. Next is the huge shadow underwater to break open the surface of the water, exposing the casting of bronze-like scale skin. Finally, has a monster 06 bars of a huge crocodile-like tail coming out. Boom! That monstrous burly body is full of energy, muscles bulge, eyes exudes a crimson light. Huge master's tail struck the seabed, set off earthquakes. The pace every step sounded extremely heavy, oppressive boom, boom, comma boom. Roar on. Forceful roar sounded on the shore, with the crocodile monster slowly stand up, walk around the same time like a human. The police control room in a small frightened, and stood up. His voice was strangling fear, stuck in his throat, unable to pay. Quick to inform you that. Police officers on duty panicked, grabbed the intercom, and pressed the call button, but at this time the monster crocodile monitor screen suddenly twisted head to sea to the side, blood-red eyes at night, is extremely camera frightening, as if the whole body in dark blend, vaguely saw a huge lantern-like silhouette and a great eye pupil. It is as if the monster crocodile discovered surveillance camera-like cold look here, then no longer continue to stay and walk toward the shore with a leisurely boom sound of footsteps, and then use that thick, strong wrist crocodile claws tearing away towards the barbed wire. Iron mesh will easily break open. At this moment, the alarm rang crazy. Seems to have realized alerted people nearby that speed up the pace of some monster crocodile and soon disappeared in the forest no man's land. 10 minutes later, forest no man's land of barbed wire perimeter was heavily stopped. It has been forcibly torn a hole in some horrible things one. At this time, here surrounded by police, stood a stern, lean, and capable man. He was this close to Sergeant Police Agency, now squat on the ground, and several other police officers photographed the huge footprints on the beach has not been eliminated. Not surprisingly, this should just get out of the crocodile monster masterpiece. Monitoring tune out of it. That monster disappear in what direction? The sheriff looked carefully torn hole in the barbed wire. The above is also close to the off-limits marked, so most people definitely not easy to break in, but impossible to produce such a destructive effect oppressive. Sergeant, it seems that monster before seen in video recorder with not the same. What do you mean? Footprints? Profile? Body? It's all. Really, the sheriff took a deep breath and said, You mean there seems to be more than one such monster, right? I'm afraid it is. The police officer lowered his head and said, his shoulders trembling slightly. Don't worry, we will find it. The sheriff patted him on the shoulder, motioned him not to be afraid, and said, Before confirming the monster's real existence, don't disturb anyone and evacuate nearby residents as much as possible. Don't you inform the self-defense force? Not for the time being. There is no evidence. The self-defense forces will probably not go into battle easily based on the outlines of the monsters in the videotape. The sheriff seems to be very clear about the current situation of the city. If the people above do more, it won't be reduced to the current situation. Of course, no more can be said. He can only complain inwardly and try to search for the trace of the monster. You take 2 people to search in the forest. Pay attention to safety. Yes, Sheriff. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. I'm Fuji, what's the matter? He pressed the answer button, and he asked calmly, Dad, where did you go again? On the other end of the phone, a complaining female voice rang. Isn't it what is investigating the prank monster incident today? Chiaki, I'm sorry. There is something to deal with now. You'll call me later. Sheriff Fuji said embarrassedly at this time. I see. You can go to your work. The female voice complained, and then hung up the phone. Chiaki. Sergeant Fuji heard this, looked at the hung-up phone, and fell silent. But at this moment, 2 people exploring from the forest came over and asked him to look up again and look forward. How is the situation? Inspector Fuji asked, 877 in doubt. Did not find. The 2 police officers shook their heads at this time. It seems that the forest no man's land has been searched, and there are no monsters. Let's go check it out. Sheriff Fuji seemed unsure. He looked at the side of the barbed wire again and walked towards that side. Good. Other police officers also followed at this time, and the 2 police officers who had explored before began to lead the way. That's it. You'll be on the road soon from here. They hurriedly walked to the gap of the barbed wire, then shuttled through the forest without man's land, continued through the nearby gap, and found a way to the road. Seeing this scene, Chief Fuji asked others to continue the search, while he walked towards the road by himself. What's the matter, Sergeant? A police officer followed. Look at this. This is a water trail. There are some traces of water left on the road that have not yet dried. It smells like seawater. There are also some messy branches nearby and the slightly sunken ground, which looks like the footprints of reptiles. Oops, it's heading to town. Looking along the end of the road, it was a dimly lit town area in the distance, if the monster had already entered the town at this time. The consequences are unimaginable. On the town streets, the giant crocodile, Luo Ji, walked alone in the darkness, looking left and right looking for something, sniffing the smell in the air from time to time. It's weird, he said, puzzled. How could it disappear? The target Luo Ji is looking for is a huge monster that looks like a dinosaur. It looks like a brontosaurus and is also called driving a horse. That guy was an abnormal creature that mutated after infecting cloned crocodile cells. It is not shorter than itself. Only its neck is more than 6 meters long, which is taller than some of the houses here. And even if he stood up completely, he was only about 8 meters away. Of course, body size does not represent combat effectiveness. What's more, it's easy to be spotted when behemoths like yourself appear on the streets of towns and cities. Luo Ji still knew a little about this, so when he walked around, he didn't deliberately rampage, but was quite quiet. Anyway, after 0 o'clock in the morning tonight, it is the period of non-compulsory transformation. It doesn't matter if it is discovered. Luo Ji will have his own way to leave here. No matter how the damage is caused, it is only necessary to use the power of the King of Nightmare to brainwash everyone and make them think that a car accident has occurred. At this time, Luo Ji heard a sound from the road ahead, and a police car approached. Upon seeing this, he went to hide behind a nearby building, and then out of his eyes saw a sergeant-like man hurriedly getting out of the car and watching nearby. Then in front of the building where Luo Ji was hiding, the door of the yard opened, and a young girl walked out and talked with a man who looked like a sheriff. They seemed to be talking about something, and then they quarreled. Then the vigorous and capable middle-aged police chief yelled, "Shut up," very angrily, and then slapped the young girl. Then in a short cry, the girl ran back to her home. The sheriff seemed to be annoyed and hammered the police car, then got in the car and started the car to continue patrolling towards the next place. It seems that human life is also quite complicated. After everyone had left, Luo Ji emerged from the shadows, dragging his huge body towards the front. As he passed the yard, he saw the girl hugging her knees and crying, glanced at it, and left. Just at this time, he smelled the non-human odor which permeated a nearby fish pond. The monster driving a horse appeared. Ah, A miserable scream sounded from near the fish pond, and then the lights of the neighbors in the neighborhood came on, and a person was bitten in the air by an electric motor. Help! Who will help me? The owner of the fish pond was suspended in the air at this time. His legs and half of his body were suddenly pulled out of the house by the behemoth's 6-meter-long neck, a pair of wash basins. Those big eyes stared straight ahead. Monster! There is a monster! The man struggled in horror, covered in blood. Ah! His wife also ran out of the house at this time and instantly slumped on the ground. She looked extremely small in front of the giant beast. Her intense fear awakened the genetic memory of human beings in the ape period, and her body could not move. Compared with the monster in front of her, she seemed to exist like an ant. As long as the opponent moved gently, she would die. At first, the husband heard the movement in the fish pond, then picked up the flashlight to find out, and found that the strange giant creature resembling a dinosaur appeared nearby and ate all the fish. Then he was attacked. At this critical juncture, the wife exploded with human survival instinct, and she tried her best to shout, "Help! The monster is eating people! Help!" That's right, calling for help is the fastest way to ask for help, because there was already a police car on patrol nearby. When the call for help was heard, there was a sound of wiping tires on the road, and a police car came quickly. Call all members and find a target. Come in support. Sergeant Fuji turned on the walkie-talkie and finished speaking. He rushed up first, stomped to death on the accelerator, and slammed in the direction of the Thunder Dragon crossbow. Thunder Dragon, who was slammed into the leg by the car, drove his horse and let out an angry roar. But it was not injured. Instead, it stretched out its neck without hesitation, leaving the injured fish pond owner still aside, opening a mouth full of fangs to the police chief in the car. Damn, this guy is too dangerous. Sergeant Fuji hurriedly drove the door and rolled to the ground. He was bitten by a monster following the police car and threw it onto the highway tens of meters away. Boom! The violent explosion was endless, and the police car burned violently in the flames. ****. Sergeant Fuji shouted at the Thunder Dragon crossbow angrily, but apparently his voice was not loud enough. The next moment, a roar resembling a dragon's roar sounded, shaking the entire night sky. In the field of vision, the huge mouth full of teeth struck again in the direction of Chief Fuji, and he immediately drew his gun and fired. Bang! Bang! The bullet hit the monster's teeth and mouth. Even so, Thunder Dragon rode a horse with a neck, knocked Chief Fuji into the air more than 10 meters away, and fell heavily to the ground. This is not a movie. The human body is thrown like this, and it must be destroyed if it is not dead. In an instant, Chief Fuji lay on the ground and wailed in pain. It's over, this time is true. The wife looked at this scene with a pale face at this time and shouted whether there is anyone else to rescue them. Run! The man gave up resistance and waited for his imminent death. At this moment, Lei, Qin Zhao Zhaolong, is driving towards this side step by step. His eyes are cold and ferocious. In the distance, Luo Ji, who had witnessed this scene, did not make any movements because he had already seen more police cars nearby turning around. He is not an existence that specializes in punishing evil and promoting good. It's not Ultraman either. It's just that Thunder Dragon's horse is derived from his monster cell clone derivatives. In the final analysis, Luo Ji himself is the source of the proliferation of monsters. When we waited to observe and observe, let these policemen and Leilong both lose and lose. It's not too late to appear again. But just as Luo Ji was thinking about it, a scream came from behind him. Mom, there's a crocodile monster here. As a result, he was discovered by humans. F***K. Who's Bear Boy? At this moment, even Luo Ji, who was watching the excitement, had to be exposed to the sight of everyone running out of the house. The roar of the Thunder Dragon monster resounded across the night sky. The sound of the violent running is endless, and the houses are crashed and collapsed one after another. It seems to have discovered some meaning, and the reaction becomes weird. Has it been discovered? The behemoth crocodile appeared from the other side of the street and walked forward relentlessly. It was 8 meters tall and looked extremely burly and huge, and looked at each other with Thunder Dragon while riding a horse. Another monster has appeared. Run, run, it's a monster! At this time, the crowd fleeing in a hurry was surrounded by two giant beasts, nearly 10 meters high, facing each other on the street. Boom! As the Leilong horse ran, the corpse bit in his mouth moved, red blood spattered everywhere, splashed on the fragmented glass curtain wall, and the huge soles of the feet stomped the asphalt road torn apart. The town is crumbling. The exploding car let the flames burst through the sky. Roar! Suddenly, when Leilong was driving close to Luo Ji with dozens of meters left, it suddenly stopped and looked at the behemoth crocodile in front of him vigilantly. The familiar and unfamiliar breath made Thunder Dragon Ballista dare not act rashly. From Luo Ji's body, there was a momentum similar to the protobody. This kind of oppression instinctively made Thunder Dragon Crossbow feel uneasy. But soon, the eyes of the giant beast Wushin suddenly became fierce, and the sharp and dense teeth flowed a lot of water. It seemed that the cells of the original body attracted it, as if eating the giant crocodile in front of it could get more. 877 huge energy, direct evolution in general. It's so stupid. But Luo Ji has already taken the first step. The majestic crocodile's giant arm pulled out a long knife and axe from behind and slashed out at the speed of sound. At this moment, it was fully revealed that the neck of Thor's horse was also cut open in an instant and fell neatly toward the ground. At the same time, a jet of dark liquid spouted crazily from the fracture. It should be its blood. But the weird thing is, the dark, viscous blood quickly turned into the appearance of countless tiny tentacles and began to look for the broken heads, and then splice them together to complete the restoration. Proud! Thunder Dragon screamed as if there was a delay, and then his body shook a few times before moving back, looking at the behemoth crocodile ahead in anger. The monster in front of him is not a cloned crocodile, but a derivative of the crocodile. Only the cloned shadow crocodile will surrender to the supreme protist shadow crocodile. As for the low-level mutant creatures, such as derivatives, although they have a certain degree of wisdom, they may be evolutionary entities that merge with humans, but they are far from the real alligators in terms of completeness. This kind of monster has a characteristic of high regenerative power, will blindly attack others, and has a mysterious perseverance in pursuit of the original crocodile. The reason is that their cells are incomplete and they have serious defects, so they will look for protists to perfect themselves. Keep your eyes open and take a good look. Laozi is a crocodile butcher, not a shadow cleaver. As soon as the voice fell, accompanied by the terrifying pressure, the long sword and axe swayed again, but this time it was accompanied by an anger effect, a surge of dark energy surged from the long sword and axe, and instantly rushed into the body of the giant beast. Roar! The dark energy is like a terrifying storm, with its destructive power shattering and destroying the cells of the Thunder Dragon riding a horse, rampaging through the body of the giant beast and quickly filling every corner of its body. The giant beast rammed everywhere in pain, torn its chest cavity by the dark energy, moved its neck frantically, and struggled violently. Boom! Looking at the behemoth eroded by dark energy, it's struggling to hit several residential buildings, screaming at the sky, and running towards the place surrounded by police cars. Hurry up and shoot. Monsters ah! At this time, more than a dozen police officers shot desperately around the other side of the giant beast. Boom! 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 At this time, the crocodile behemoth swayed at the end of the street with a long-bladed axe, and its electric tail approached. With a derivative like you, the real shadow crocodile is here. I am afraid I will feel ashamed. Finally, the giant beast could no longer persist, a jeb, anymore, and crashed to the ground. All the cells in his body were destroyed by the dark energy. Just when Luo Ji was thinking like this. System, the period of non-mandatory transformation has come, and the host is free to change its form. In addition, the host can choose the shape of the transformation next time. A reminder sounded in my mind, but it seemed that some important news flashed past, and Luo Ji didn't think much about it. He was facing the sky at this time, holding the long blade axe high, and then, as if performing some kind of ritual under the gaze of the rushing crowd, the moon in the sky was gradually covered by dark clouds, and then the figure of the crocodile monster began to become, it was as thin as paper, then disappeared, and what reappeared on the ground was the shape of a 40-meter-long giant crocodile. Shadow, liberation, a feast of violence. As the protagonist shadow crocodile gradually opened its huge, terrifying mouth, dozens of shadow tentacles suddenly appeared near the entire scissor-shaped crocodile mouth and began to look for and catch prey, and then together with the giant beast in front of it. Long Moray's bones were included, and as the blood basin was swallowed together, everything in the nearby area of several tens of meters was instantly wiped out. To be precise, they are all swallowed to another dimension, like being hit by a two-way foil and then being cut by a scissors, and it is so easy to complete a partial dimensionality reduction attack. System: Shadow evolves Shadow Devil. Progress: 29.8%. After Luo Ji processed the traces left by these monsters, Chief Fuji on the side was completely shocked. The other police officers were also scared and stupid. They thought that seeing the legendary monster was scary enough. Yes, but then the performance of this crocodile original body is even more shocking. Destroy all objects by devouring shadows. This is completely the monster ability that can only be found in animation and movies, and it is completely beyond the scope of human understanding. What kind of monster is that? Mom! Hearing someone yelling at his mother with a crying voice, the shadow crocodile slowly moved his eyes and looked at the police officer, saying that he would be scared to cry even though he was such a big person. Don't kill me. Help! They thought that the alligator was going to prey on people in the entire town, but this time they lost their will to survive. Run away. Chinchio, leave this town. Dad! The girl named Fuji Chiaki also looked at this side in horror. It seemed that everyone on the streets around this place was plunged into great fear. Everyone gave up the things at home and fled. Their expressions were full of horror. What's the situation? Is the end of the world? A certain fat house was awakened by the movement outside from the bedroom. He hurriedly woke up and looked at the cartoon posters and figures in the room. He hurried to the window and looked outside. At that time, he was so scared that he slumped on the ground. No, I have to run with my wives. Feijai hurried to grab the figure of the anime girl in the glass cabinet. But at this moment, there was no movement outside. At this moment, the world fell into a dead silence. When the fat house turned his head in horror to look out the window, I don't know when it started, and the huge darkness and nameless fog began to engulf the entire town. Nightmare Realm. I saw a huge misty figure with a crown floating above the center of the city and town. He is like the Ash Lord in a magic movie. At this time, he has a huge body of hundreds of meters. The fog suddenly plunged the sword into the ground, and the entire town's time and space in the world were distorted in an instant. Sink into the eternal nightmare. I am a monster in your most lucid dreams, and the only god here. A strange voice faintly sounded in his ears. Then the rest of the fat house fainted on the ground like the people in the town, and the whole town fell into absolute silence, including birds and animals wandering in dreams. 7 hours later, early morning, with the first rays of sunlight shone from the sky, Feijai rubbed his eyes dimly. He looked at the surrounding environment and seemed to be taken aback. Why would I sleep on the floor? And I still have my wife's figure in my hand. The fat house feels inexplicable, but it's great that the wife is not broken. Hey, XX Sauce is so cute. Outside, near the police car, a group of police officers all woke up from their nightmares. They looked at the mess around, and there were many car accident scenes. They scratched their heads and couldn't remember what happened yesterday. What are we doing? Do not know. It seems that there's been a car accident, an explosion in some place, and we came and we were notified. Is that right? Sergeant Fuji also frowned and scratched his head at this time, but when he wanted to stand up, he found that his whole body was in terrible pain, and he suddenly wailed. Sergeant Fuji, you are injured. Call the ambulance. The sheriff must have been injured during the rescue last night. Among the various voices, everyone seemed to have forgotten what happened last night, but in their subconscious, it seemed that they had just had a terrible nightmare. I seemed to dream of a monster yesterday. What monster? Isn't that a lie to the child? You are in your 40s, so how come you still believe this? That said, why are we in the car? Is this moving? I don't know. I seem to have forgotten something important. The people in the vehicles on the street also became sober and complained. Dad, hold on. I'll be at the hospital soon. The sheriff's daughter, Fuji Chiaki, had tears on her face at this time and trot all the way to watch his father being taken into an ambulance and taken to the hospital. Only, in the period before the final was taken, Chief Fuji stretched out a hand and handed something to his daughter. What is this? Chiaki Fuji asked, wiping away tears. I don't know, but it always feels like a very important thing. As he said, the sheriff took a deep breath, and his whole body was aching again. I know, I will keep it. With that, Fuji Chiaki took the memory card, which was the evidence of the monster stored in the camera that the sheriff had previously kept. Don't cry, go back. Yeah. Fuji Chiaki nodded and walked outside. There was a car parked there. She should have been waiting for her. Let's go. I will take you back. Without hesitation, the driver sent Fuji Chiaki back to his original home. After answering the original home, Fuji Chiaki looked at the memory card in his hand, hesitated for a moment, still curiously inserted it into the computer, and read the video inside. Soon, a giant beast resembling a thunder dragon appeared on the screen, and her huge body with sharp and fangs still shocked her. I think that monster is extremely powerful. Then the terrible shadow, crocodile, appeared, and the shadow covered the earth, swallowing everything and causing massive destruction. But then there was no picture. The strong magnetic interference caused the camera to fall into a state of chaos, which seemed to be a nightmare. Arrive. What the hell is this? Fuji Chiaki looked at the video on the screen with a trembling shoulder. She didn't believe that this was what really happened. But why don't you have any relevant memories? Could it be said that the nightmare of the collapse of the world that she dreamed of yesterday was fake, and the real situation was that her memory was tampered with? Is there a look for flowers? I have to say that Chiaki Fuji's imagination is still very rich, and he almost guessed it right. Now, this memory card should be the only evidence that there is not much evidence about the appearance of the monster. But if it is announced to the public in this way, maybe it is not the monster that was arrested in the first time, but she herself. At that time, it will be more than just charges of spreading rumors and panic. People who really know the truth will never allow such things to leak out. But even so, Chiaki Fuji still tremblingly opened a forum website about discussing monsters that he had heard of before and began to search for some related posts. At this time, outside the town on the highway, the Nightmare King Luo Ji is floating in the air like a cloud, closing his eyes tightly, seeming to meditate on something. System, what do you mean by choosing the form of transformation that you said before? The Nightmare King questioned at this time. Answer the host. The current system version has been upgraded to 2.0, and you can choose one of the 3 random transformations. Is it okay now? Certainly. Good, said the King of Dreams. Show me the shape of the next transformation. Let me choose. System. The host needs to pay 300,000 points. The Nightmare King is at a loss. Why? Because there are 3 monster forms, the host needs to use 3 prediction cards to predict the next form of the screen. Of course, the host can also not pay. The sound of the system fell, and 3 tarot-like things appeared in front of the Nightmare King, slowly shining and spinning. Then, 3 cards with only fuzzy silhouettes appeared in front of Luo Ji. If you don't pay for the predictive card, then please choose one of these 3 monster cards. Absolutely. Luo Ji secretly said in his heart that the content of the card is completely unclear. What is the difference between this follower? One is for the system to help you open the blind box, and the other is for you to open the blind box yourself. Think about it carefully. There are not many 300,000 points, so I think it is pitted by the system. Reveal it to me. With that, Luo Ji, the King of Nightmare, opened the first monster card. Mountain. Come out, Golden Legend. With a flash of dazzling light, Luo Ji appeared in front of a dreamlike light and shadow, and a fairy-type Digimon in the form of a rose appeared in the screen with the figure of a beautiful adult female, and it was still an ultimate body. Grass. Puwei beast. Luo Ji was scared to death. After a few seconds of pause in the non-static picture, Luo Ji blinked and fell silent. Fortunately, this time he paid 300,000 points to clear minds. Otherwise, he would really become a female monster, and he probably couldn't sleep. Next one. Then came the second monster card. As a ray of light lit up, a fast-running metallized steel figure appeared in the screen. It was a wolf-shaped Digimon with beam-like wings extending from its back instantly, allowing it to fly freely at super high speed. At the same time, it spit out the absolute 0-degree air conditioning, ice hell, freezing gas that made everything freeze, freezing the life activities of all objects in the 893. This is Steel Garuru Beast. Oh ha! Luo Ji exclaimed on the spot. Isn't this one of his favorite Digimon in his childhood? What about the last one? Luo Ji excitedly revealed the last monster card. In an instant, the golden light shines, the strongest dragon warrior wearing the super metal dig alloy of time armor, the ultimate form of the Tyrannosaurus coefficient code beast. The handsome and powerful fighting Tyrannosaurus appeared in front of him. Vaccine species draconian type. Fighting Tyrannosaurus beast. Ultimate body. When he saw this, Luo Ji knew that his 300,000 had no white flowers. It's just you. I want to transform into a fighting Tyrannosaurus beast. System. Host, calm down. It's not yet time to transform. I don't care, I want. Wait, isn't this a Digimon? Can it appear in reality? System, yes. Digimon has two forms. It can be loaded into reality, or it can invade the network. Hearing this, Luo Ji gradually calmed down. It was just an expression of excitement. Now that I think about it carefully, now that he knows what his next transformation will be, he has to reorganize the next plan. First, think of a way to connect to the internet in reality and invade cyberspace. Then look for Karina, the Black Crow robot. Finally, we investigated Sanlian's headquarters in Tokyo and exposed the black material, which aroused public protests. At that time, it was time to declare war on Sanlian. Neon, frozen Beijing city. Dark clouds shrouded the sky, and the corner of the setting sun had disappeared on the other end of the horizon. The entire sky is rendered by Bodhisattva, and the orange sunlight is covered by a layer of mist, like a layer of tulle. At dusk, the King of Nightmare was flying in the sky. He disguised his appearance as a cloud and acted wantonly during periods that were neither day nor night. If someone looked up at the sky during this period, he might be able to find inhuman things in the dark clouds. Wandering at the end. With the ability of nightmares, although people in the entire city can be pulled into the dimension of dreams, when they wake up from the dream, nothing can be changed. Luo Ji glanced across the bustling crowd casually and looked at this strange city street carelessly. Under normal circumstances, after a person wakes up, the dreams he has had will gradually become blurred or even completely forgotten. Nightmares are just monsters that feed on human fears. Luo Ji thought to himself, it was almost time. At this moment, the minute hand of the street clock in the city flicked, and the hour hand pointed to 7 o'clock in the evening. Immediately afterwards, it was as if some kind of switch to pause the world was pressed, and the whole world in Luo Ji's field of vision changed at this moment. Pedestrians passing on a crosswalk move extremely slowly, as if they have entered into a static state of time, until they completely stop and pause in place. Even the TV commercial of the shopping mall building in the distance was stuck on a certain cutscene, and there was no sound coming from it. Time is suspended. One of the abilities of the Nightmare King. In addition to that, he can freely fast forward, delete time, and even rewind time. Of course, the premise of all this is that the Nightmare Realm must be launched. It was the gray mist all over the city. People who didn't observe it thought it was a sudden fog, but it actually entered another world. It's like inside the world. And in this inside world, a cloud of unknown mist in the incarnation of Luo Ji fell on the ground, transformed into the image of a black-clothed mist demon, and drifted towards the front. He shuttled between the crowd. The group of people stood still, seeming to have no idea what was going on. Of course, Luo Ji can do anything to them, including what you imagine. It's just that it's too funny. Luo Ji is not so degenerate yet. He doesn't do anything to these ordinary people. He is just observing and looking for his target and prey. Before Luo Ji could react, he was about 30 meters in front of him, and among the motionless pedestrians, he suddenly found the figure of a programmer wearing glasses. Zero. Yes, it's you, game development programmer. Luo Ji, in a foggy state, flew to the vicinity of this male programmer who seemed to be about 27 years old, then turned into a cloud of mist and plunged into his body, completing the seizure. The next moment, the whole world resumed its flow, as if the pause button was canceled and the playback restarted. No one noticed the strangeness. The only difference was that the programmer with glasses in the crowd suddenly shook his head and lowered it for a few seconds. Then when he stood up again, his eyes had turned into the golden nightmare king. It was completely different from his real person's face and waist image. At this time, the young programmer had a slightly hideous smile on his face, as well as those pale golden eyes with a little madness. He opened his mouth and said something word by word, but his voice was not noticed by anyone. I'm a nightmare. I am Luo Ji. As for why Luo Ji should temporarily possess this game development programmer, the main purpose is for his professional computer equipment, because Luo Ji wants to develop a digital virus called Project Tyrannosaurus that maliciously spreads on mobile phones via Bluetooth. This software will be inserted into this virus software through the Bluetooth mutual transmission between mobile phones when people are in contact with each other. It looks like an ordinary app, but you can't easily delete and uninstall it. At the same time, it will steal your address book and emit a submarine sound similar to bad ultrasound and detect, identify and monitor the surrounding things. 4.1. Identify and monitor it, and then transmit it to Luo Ji's backend server via the network. In this way, Luo Ji can monitor the entire city of Tokyo in just a few days. Such a huge power, concentrated on one person. This is the so-called Tyrannosaurus project. As for what the content of the app is spread, what is Neon most famous for? The video game industry. Therefore, the Tyrannosaurus project app developed by Luo Ji also has a small game that looks like a Digimon to attract more people to play, and then can extract fingerprints, take pictures, record sounds, etc. Then, after completing the development of this rogue program, Luo Ji will transform into a new form at midnight tonight. It's 11:30 in the night. In an apartment in Neon City, there is a computer with a bright screen in a dim room, dim light, and cramped space. There was a man sitting in front of the screen, his fingers tapping on the keyboard, staring at the content on the computer. For the former deputy director of an IT company, after possessing the various high-tech civilization technologies unlocked by the energy matrix, it is not difficult to develop a program that uses a sonar system to monitor the entire city. As for the so-called computer-based stations, hardware, and computing capabilities, these are not problems. In the realm of nightmares, everything is possible. Just copy the originally made program into the real world, and then spread it in the form of a network virus. Finally got it done. As the keyboard presses enter to move, Luo Ji opens the mobile homepage of the programmer who is possessed. As predicted, an application that looked like an orange Tyrannosaurus avatar has appeared on the mobile app. As the finger clicked in, a pixel-style ball beast appeared on the screen, jumping around 06, and then following a beam of light, it evolved into a Digimon like a small dinosaur. Ding dong, welcome to play Tyrannosaurus Project. Then please enter your name and perform anti-addiction verification. Optional, confirm, skip. At this moment, a caller display suddenly popped up on the phone screen. Luo Ji glanced at it, and the note was the name of Sister. Hang up. But in less than 3 seconds, the call rang again. Hang up. The phone rang again. Maximosi. Luo Ji couldn't bear to dial the phone. But before he could ask a question, an angry female voice came over. "Brother, I promised to accompany me on my birthday, but you have not been seen? You're still in the off state. If you don't want to come, just say it. Why do you want to do?" Luo Ji hung up the phone without thinking about it. What the hell? At this time, the phone rang again. Luo Ji sighed. It was almost time to leave here. As for this hapless programmer, because of being possessed by himself, and developing programs consume a lot of energy, it is estimated that he will soon enter a deep sleep state. What? You said his sister might come to the door? It doesn't matter. Anyway, the tool man has no use value. After clearing the traces of historical use of the computer, Luo Ji turned into a black wind and disappeared outside the window. Just as Luo Ji walked on his front foot, he saw a lovely girl below the apartment, aggrieved and angrily walked into the building. As for whether this hapless guy can survive tomorrow, it doesn't matter to him. Incidentally, Luo Ji has deleted all 7 small videos in the computer hard disk of the glasses programmer. There's also a sentence left. "No thanks. Net. The net starts with you and me." A certain hacker. At night, in the park, the Nightmare King was wandering nearby. Looking at the clock on the distant building, it was only a few minutes before 0 o'clock in the morning. The park was quiet, except for a few homeless people squatting in the tent. Only occasional passers-by walked by the nearby road. Time up. System. Random transformation has started. Since the host chose the battle Tyrannosaurus form before, it will be transformed directly into this form next. Please be prepared. The voice fell. A sacred light shone on Luo Ji's body. Suddenly, a 50-meter huge light and shadow appeared in the park. As the light particles condensed, a strongest dragon warrior covered with a super metal digital alloy of time armor appeared, and the ultimate Digimon with a human form appeared. NS. So big. At this time, the fighting Tyrannosaurus raised the claws equipped with both arms, Dragon Beast Nemesis, and found that the surrounding trees and houses had become extremely small, and he was as huge as Ultraman. Suddenly, the light began to shrink, and the 50-meter large ultimate dragon-shaped Digimon turned into a 3-meter long dragon-shaped Digimon in the gradually shrinking light. System. The host can use data compression to liberate and reduce its size. The maximum size is 50M, and the compressed size is 3M. Because it is a Digimon, it can be decompressed and compressed like a file compression package. The combat effectiveness is of course the strongest form after fully decompression, but now is not the time to fight. Naturally, the smaller the better, so that it is easy to hide the identity. Not bad. Although it is a reduced Metal Dragon Man form, its speed and strength have been greatly improved. Today's fighting Tyrannosaurus, Luo Ji, can fly freely and move at high speed, just like a Superman. The damage range is far beyond the crocodile, and the speed is faster than the werewolf. The nirvana is to concentrate all the energy in the atmosphere at one point and release the Gaia energy cannon, an energy bomb with ultra-high density and high heat. And the skill Combat Tornado that spins the body at a high speed to form a tornado for piercing and piercing. As for other aspects, there is no need to go into details. At this time, Luo Ji heard the sound of footsteps coming from the park one after another. It seemed that the light just now caught the attention of other people. Fortunately, the speed of his transformation was too fast to be noticed immediately. It's time to leave here. The ground shook at the feet of the fighting Tyrannosaurus, and the whole body seemed to have broken through the sound barrier and disappeared in place at a high speed in an instant. When his figure appeared again, it had already come hundreds of meters away. Next, just waiting for the rogue program Tyrannosaurus Project to spread at an extremely terrifying speed. Thought of this. The fighting Tyrannosaurus began to fly towards the big screen on the nearby shopping mall. In the middle of the night, the unsupervised high place turned into a completely digital light and flew into the huge TV screen. Yes, just flew in. At that moment, the battle Tyrannosaurus beast turned into a mass of data and began to move around along the internet. And he also entered a completely independent world, the so-called cyberspace. Moan. When Luo Ji entered the cyberspace 893, all the pictures in front of him changed. This is not the real world, nor is it a dream dimension. Countless densely packed network ports, large and small like honeycombs, make up the entire world, which is as complex and dense as a multiverse, and the end of each port leads to a different network world. The only thing in common is that they all have a server with a fixed IP. In these huge servers, end spaces, folders often appear, and they often disappear with destruction. The server terminates operation. If you just bump into it to find it, it is exactly as difficult as finding a target planet in the universe. But soon, the Tyrannosaurus fighting beast floated on the edge of cyberspace, overlooking the numerous floating network of light balls, and somewhere in the field of vision, several red dots appeared. Seeing this scene, the corners of its mouth under the metal armor rose slightly. Project Tyrannosaurus started to be infected. As long as these red dots infect the entire cyberspace will be his. Digital Tyrannosaurus. Add crazy value. In cyberspace, Luo Ji, who transformed into a fighting Tyrannosaurus, was flying and shuttled at this time. There is no sky, no earth, no water and air and other material bodies. There's only a pure white infinite space, just like a blank folder. But those large and small ports are places that lead to different worlds. Ah ha ha! Luo Ji laughed and just got into a port at this moment. So he began to travel through the internet, and with a flash of light, he came to a strange world. At the same time, in an office building in Tokyo, an office worker sighed and spit out coffee on the table. He looked at the display screen in shock. F***K. 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 After a few swear words burst out in a row, he was stupid. What happened? I saw on his computer screen, I don't know, when a metallized dragon-human monster appeared, probably only slap-sized. At this time, it seemed to search for something in the folder. No, neither here. The dragon-shaped Digimon on the screen seemed to be saying something, then lifted its claws to tear a folder into pieces, and then jumped onto the document that the staff was designing. It frowned and glanced at it before launching. A huge cannonball suddenly destroyed the entire document and said, "It's too eye-catching. What's the writing?" Then this dragon-human virus program broke into the system backstage privately, and after a while searching to no avail, it turned into a pile of mosaic-like things and disappeared completely, seeming to have traversed to another network port. What the hell is this? The office clerk picked up the mouse in a panic and started to check his files, only to find that all the files damaged by the dragon-human virus program were damaged, including the running files were also damaged, and the program crashed. There is a virus in my computer. At this time, similar exclamations came from other places. I'll go, me too. What kind of program is this metal monster that looks like a dragon man? Supervisor, my system has crashed. Don't make a noise, me too. It seems that everyone in the entire work area was scared to death. Their computers were infected with the same digital virus, but the system soon returned to normal, but the virus also mysteriously disappeared. The other side, in cyberspace, the fighting Tyrannosaurus beast that was shuttled across the internet suddenly stopped, and he raised his head to look forward. Huh, what is this? An enchantment-like barrier stood in front of him. There are a few big characters written on it. Network security firewall. Interesting. Dragon beast nemesis. Luo Ji flew towards the front suddenly, and at the same time used huge claws to tear it toward the front. Following the flickering light of the enchantment barrier, it instantly shattered. System, you broke the level 1 firewall. It seems not as simple as imagined, although the firewall was broken. But Luo Ji saw that in this person's online world, a huge metal knight-like guardian suddenly appeared. What is that? System, you have encountered an antivirus guard, security guard. I see. A cyber guardian who appeared in the form of a Digimon was intercepted in front of Luo Ji. Won't let you go one step further. The virus, what about it? Before he could finish his words, he was torn apart by a huge battle tornado, swept into the sky, and turned into fragments. At the same time, a person who is using a computer in the real world looks at the pop-up system in the lower right corner with a narrow pupil to intercept the virus. Quickly shut down. The man shouted and hurriedly cut off the power. Then Luo Ji's cyberspace suddenly went black. He was kicked out of the subspace and then fell into a larger server. He shook his head, and the fighting Tyrannosaurus flew towards other places. Here, he met many administrators who guarded network security. There are also various firewalls of different levels to prevent viruses from illegally entering the network world from the internet. In the huge network world city, Luo Ji saw other virus-like products disguised as various files and programs in order to invade this huge internet city. Those Trojan horse viruses are very cleverly integrated in a short video. I inadvertently deceived the network security guards and entered this huge internet city. Pretend? Luo Ji looked up at a giant internet system like a planet. Hundreds of millions of commands were transmitted from those crisscross cables. It seemed that each cable was connected to a user's PC network. The giant planet of the internet city is the main network server for the entire city of Tokyo. It seems that it just won't work. Luo Ji looked at the heavily guarded cybersecurity area. There were all kinds of cyber guardians everywhere. Except for those administrators who exuded a powerful atmosphere, there were burning walls of fire everywhere, overlapping and densely packed. As well as countless security guards and mercenaries, they wear various appearances and armors, representing the antivirus software, system protection programs, and so on of major companies. Of course, the most difficult thing to deal with is those giant guardians who are dozens of meters tall. They are all real-life cyber policemen, belonging to security network administrators who specialize in dealing with hackers and digital viruses. There are many guardians of these network administrators, and there is one in almost every urban area. So after some consideration, Luo Ji had an idea. He did not immediately invade this internet city, but began to release his own programs on the computers of ordinary users, such as Subspace. As a result, among the more and more infected network terminals that access and enter the internet planet, like a shadow clone, there are many Digimon, similar to the Black Subgamen, attacking in group's firewall intrusion system. Of course, the first wave was completely wiped out. The other party represents the network security of the entire city, so just a few Digimon can't fight it all. Luo Ji thought for a while, and made those Digimon duplications begin to pretend to be similar to Trojan horse viruses, mixed with those files, pictures, videos, and short messages, and smuggled into the internet city. It turned out to be halfway through. The good times did not last long, and the viruses that were detected were quickly wiped out. I don't believe it. Luo Ji started copying and pasting Digimon in a frenzy at this time and began mass production of these things. In the end, it succeeded. When the Black Agumen army appeared on the internet planet one after another, Luo Ji smiled. It seems that as long as there are enough viruses, these security guards may not be able to scan them all. There will always be a few slippery fish invading the city. At this point, it can almost be confirmed that it is mostly successful, because then those viruses will multiply crazily in the city as fast as copy and paste. Overnight, those hundreds of millions of commands to access the internet will more or less come into contact with these Tyrannosaurus viruses, and then they will not be careful to be targeted and transferred to your mobile phone, computer, and all devices that can be connected to the internet. At that time, the entire city's internet will be reduced to the trophies of the Tyrannosaurus army. Next, the ultimate Tyrannosaurus plan start. Gu. Neon. Somewhere in Chiyoku, Tokyo City. This is the private villa of the chairman of the Hyuga Group. It covers a large area. The total assets of the Hyuga Group can reach 300 trillion yen. It has thousands of subsidiaries and is one of the 4 major Neon consortia. In Neon, the consortium is the master who really controls the economy, and it is so powerful that it can even influence the campaign and those in power. Crunch. A limousine parked in the shadow of the villa. Beside the car stood a burly man in a suit and sunglasses. Then he knocked on the car window and said, "Miss Hyuga, you are home." Afterwards, the car window slowly fell, revealing a delicate face. "Yeah," Hyuga Kiko nodded. Snapped. Subsequently, the bodyguard who belonged to the Hyuga's family, the young man, opened the door of the car. Hyuga Kiko stretched out his hand and got out of the car. The girl has long, straight black hair, bright, beautiful eyes, a cute face, beige skin, moving beauty, and noble temperament, just like a slim lady who comes out of a comic. She's called Hyuga Kiko. The eldest lady of the Hyuga Collective is also the next heir to this huge group. 893. It's just that recently, her father's group has suffered an unprecedented blow. Of course, it does not mean that the Tyrannosaurus Project, malicious breeding of rogue software, has caused the group to be affected. This is just one of them. In the Hyuga group, one of the important subsidiaries is called Shiye Pharmaceutical Company. The group invests a lot of funds and research funds into it every year. But not long ago, the base of Yuanye Pharmaceutical Company was horribly attacked. More than 200 researchers died, and all research data disappeared. For this reason, Tianming Hyuga, as the chairman of the board, has not returned home for several days and has been dealing with this matter all the time. As the eldest girl of the group, Kiko Hyuga is only 17 years old this year, but she is more sensible than the average person. She knew that she would be questioned and investigated by various people in the future and instinctively told her that there would be a big change in the Japanese group in the near future. But now she is powerless and can only wait quietly for the result. Miss Hyuga. As soon as she entered the door, she saw a maid with long blonde hair, blue crystal eyes, a slender waist, and a black and white dress saluting her respectfully. It's hard work. Ajeb. Hyuga Kiko nodded innocently, walked straight toward the room, then shut herself in the room, slammed the door shut, and blocked the maid outside. Woo. Kiko Hyuga lay directly on the velvet bed in a large font. Immediately, she put her hand on her forehead to block the light. So tired. She feels so tired now. I don't want to do anything. I don't want to listen to anything. I don't want to eat. I just want to lie down quietly. But she can't stay silent like this because she is the eldest lady of the Hyuga family, and there are many things to deal with. Ugh. Sighed. Then her cell phone rang. Who? Kiko Hyuga raised her eyelids and glanced at the illuminated mobile phone screen. But after that, she was shocked, seeming to be a little surprised. I don't know when it started, but a Digimon app appeared on her mobile phone. When? Hinata Kiko looked at her mobile phone in disbelief, clearly not showing up when she returned from the car. Anyway, Hinata Kiko was taken aback. She sat up immediately. At this moment, the icon also became very clear. As if it was magical, it attracted people to click in. That's it. Is this the viral rogue software that has been raging recently? Kiko Hyuga suddenly chuckled. She dragged the application icon onto the uninstall, and then the Tyrannosaurus icon was quickly cleaned up. That's it. The next second, like a face slap, the icon reappeared in her application list strangely. Okay, in that case, as if she was venting some pressure, she frantically clicked to uninstall, but once uninstalled, the icon appeared again. Finally, when I tried to uninstall for the 10th time, the Tyrannosaurus icon seems angry. It means you uninstall me, right? Okay, then I will assimilate all your apps. As a result, all the application software in Kiko Hyuga's phone, and even the avatars of contacts in the address book were replaced with the avatars of Tyrannosaurus pixels. Then, as if taunting her, the app opened on its own and entered the game page weirdly. Wow, you. Welcome to play Tyrannosaurus Project. Please enter your name. Seeing this, Hinata Kiko was taken aback for a while. She seemed to be frightened stupid. Wow, this kind of thing's scary. She threw the phone aside, then curled up, watching a pixel dinosaur on the game interface warily. It's not spying on me. It seems that she is very vigilant about this kind of rogue software. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside the room. Miss, are you okay? No, I'm fine. Go ahead and work. Although a little afraid of the weird rogue software on the phone, Kiko Hyuga chose not to tell the maid about it for the time being. Besides, she has a lot of mobile phones, and this is just one of the backup phones. The only thing to worry about is what address book contains her father's phone number, as well as the numbers of the maid and several bodyguards. I hope it will not be stolen. As for the other important content, there is nothing except her selfie. Retaliation? Still taunting me? Damn, it's rogue software. You make me completely angry. Hinata Kiko pouted, and a trace of anger could not help appearing on her delicate face. She stared at the phone screen, wanting to see what this rogue software was. Please enter the name. Zyko. She thought for a while and decided to use her real name, but not her last name. Then she entered a game space. First appeared a cute pet like a ball beast, and suddenly reached her cute point. So cute. She tapped the ball beast a few times with her finger, but she didn't know that the thing was collecting her fingerprints. At the same time, as the phone vibrated, the ball beast evolved into an argument. Wow, it suddenly became so simple. Before she knew it, Kiko Hyuga had been addicted to the game, looking at the appearance of Agumen, which reminded her of the digital animation she saw when she was a child. But obviously the developer of this rogue software was not from the digital company, because when the rogue software began to spread, the company was thoroughly investigated and it was discovered that no one was secretly controlling everything. So this rogue software has become a mystery, just embezzling the image of Digimon. At this point, the internet city in cyberspace. Data Yukiko, Battle Tyrannosaurus Beast shape of Luo Ji are curious about facing a new username. This man unloaded 10 times in a row, although very common. But why this name a bit familiar? So Luo Ji a little bit of attention to this new username, and then began to open her address book, folders, and will enlarge some of the private photos in front of their own. Does that mean that that is the day the eldest daughter of the group's right? Luo Ji suddenly recovered. He was stunned. Hyuga grew greatly. As early as in the past, Luo Ji, still human, I heard that name in the consortium of Fame Neon. Not only that, he even told Japanese IT company, worked to a group. At that time, Japanese investors to the identity of the group is invited Luo Ji, where IT companies to their subsidiaries to shoot a promotional ad. That is, at that time, Luo Ji heard some things to Day Group and know a man named Hyuga Yukiko's eldest daughter when she was only 15 years old. Today, 2 years later, I did not expect was that the eldest daughter looks more beautiful. Touches himself, the ashes are completely cool. Incidentally, that day to the Greek mother of the child, as early as 3 years ago, died. He said the cause of death is an accident. There is no specific reason for her father anymore. But later date to the Greek child, his father's office secretly found a badge bearing the double Ouroboros folder. Then today, Yukiko father, he was caught up and severely reprimanded the meal, since that her father could not allow her to enter the office. Of course, with the current Tyrannosaurus plan, rogue software does not matter. Luo Ji cannot know these things. But I do not know that goal he was looking for, in fact, to date Yukiko. Precisely, it is the day the group had possession of information about the ape industry pharmaceutical companies, as well as on the list of persons involved Serpent Plan, as well as an important gateway to key repository. But anyway, if you want to invade Japan within the group, the fastest way is to use the day to the Greek identity of this child of the eldest daughter. So Luo Ji decided to contact the child Hope this day to invite her to join the Tyrannosaurus plan. Search filter, date to the Greek child. The phone sends out sonar scan. Luo Ji probably see through the feedback sonar to map the Japanese Yukiko this time was lying in bed playing mobile phone. Look, they're arranged around the room. The maid on the corridor outside. Up and down a few villas bodyguards patrol the case of layers and so on. I invited her to join the chat room. Drops. Congratulations, Yukiko. User, you become this lucky user. Then you have 10 minutes can communicate in game developers and added Tyrannosaurus plan. Tyrannosaurus plan? Hyuga Yukiko micro-roasted for a while, then opened the cabinet next to the desk laptop into a forum search for the name. But then found that there are already tens of thousands like her. Mobile phones have emerged this rogue software, and some people find it very interesting. Bug also found a fan of is in the game Digimon evolve into study time polar body. We'll have a chance to trigger luck is on, allows gamers and game developers for a brief conversation. Rogue game developers do. Yukiko Day to hold incense according to Imagine. Rao is not she like to play games, this time also curious who the owner of this rogue software behind what it is. Hello. Phone screen suddenly flashes up to date. Yukiko looked back and saw that jumped out a new chat window, a black silhouette of dragon type, head open road. I am Tyrannosaurus Plan, the developer. You can call me ex-hacker. Who are you? After the breakout of this word, the child immediately to the Greek daily added, "Why develop this rogue software?" Smiley face. I'm afraid I do not answer. That's another question. What is your purpose? Kiko Hyuga typed a few words quickly and then waited for a reply from the ex-hacker in the chat room. Do you want to know? The other party replied, but there was another one afterwards. Are you willing to join the Tyrannosaurus project? So, Kiko Hyuga typed in the chat room. What is the Tyrannosaurus project? #CarrotO. Feel sorry. I can't tell you the specific content, but if you're willing to join the Tyrannosaurus project, I can realize your wish. Liar. Hinata Kiko sighed and said, It seems that this person is a liar. Do you know who I am? Do you think I can have any wishes? You are Kiko Hyuga, the daughter of the Hyuga group. So that's it. You really stole my address book. You are breaking the law. Do you know? With the ability of the Hyuga group, it is enough to keep you in prison for a lifetime. After speaking, Hyuga Kiko continued, If you are really that great, you should be able to guess what my wish is. Let me explain in advance that I'm not interested in money and material. If it's Haruka Hyuga, if it's your mother, come back from the dead. After this sentence appeared on the phone screen, there was no movement. It seems that Hinata Kiko was shocked. Her mother's name was not on her mobile phone, but when you think about it, it should be easy to find out with the ability of the other party. Don't look for flowers. What do you know? 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Take your cell phone to your father's office. Why should I help you? Do whatever you want, but you have to remember, once you miss this opportunity, you will never be able to meet your mother again. Finished. When Hinata Kiko's message was about to reply, it was discovered that the chat room had disappeared and the ex-hacker had long since disappeared. The phone screen gradually returned to normal, reflecting the flushed face of Hina Kiko. I am very angry. Kiko Hyuga was very angry at this time. The inexplicable guy said a bunch of inexplicable things. However, the more angry she is, the more impact the last sentence will bring to her. Human nature is complicated. When I know that my mother 3 years after my death will still appear in front of me, any normal person knows that this is impossible. But what if, knowing that this is false in my heart, I still can't help but fantasize? Luo Ji's words evoked painful memories of Hyuga Kiko. Especially the last few words are very heartbreaking, piercing into the heart of Hyuga Kiko. You will never see your mother again. In fact, she was not there when Kiko Hyuga's mother died, so she naturally didn't know what happened. I'm not that stupid. Kiko Hyuga took a deep breath to calm her emotions. If she brought her mobile phone to his father's office, the ghost knew what would happen. What if this is a digital virus, and it invades the computer in my father's room? This is not a major threat to the Hyuga group. Hyuga Kiko knew this in her heart, so she told her rationally not to do what the hacker said. Now is the battle between reason and sensibility. For a 17-year-old girl, this choice undoubtedly brought her great pain. But just when Kiko Hyuga made up her mind that she would not bring any threats or negative effects to her father and the Hyuga group, suddenly, the phone screen flickered, and it seemed that the ex-hacker appeared again and transferred a photo to her, then disappeared. In that photo, there is a beautiful woman wearing sunglasses and a very outstanding temperament. It is Hinata Haru, the mother of Kiko Hyuga. But the woman in the photo is shaking hands with a European, and that person has a weird tattoo on her hand, which is exactly the Ouroboros she had accidentally seen in her father's computer folder. Mountain. What is this? Kiko Hyuga looked at the photo in shock. Tears welled up in her eyes. Why mother would be with such a guy? What are they doing? Kiko Hyuga is naturally not aware of this matter. But this photo is obviously different from what her father described, and the ex-hacker seems to be saying something. Hyuga Kiko subconsciously began to doubt that her mother's death might have something to do with her father. Fake, it must be fake. It gradually entered the night. Hinata Kiko, who had been staring at the phone, couldn't fall asleep tossing in a room, and her whole person became extremely confused. The person in that phone is a demon. It tempted her to find out the truth and aroused her curiosity. Promise him or reject him? Hyuga Kiko thought about it all night, and finally she stretched out her hand tremblingly and picked up the phone in 893 and stiffly walked outside the house. What Luo Ji didn't know was Kiko Hyuga actually knows some small parts of the Ouroboros project. The purpose of sending the photo was to let Hyuga Kiko know that her mother's death was not as simple as an accidental car accident. But I didn't expect the power of this photo to be so powerful, enough to make Hyuga Kiko's strong heart be hit hard, broke the defense on the spot, and even had doubts about her father. In fact, at the beginning, Luo Ji felt unlikely to succeed. But perhaps the rebellious period came a little later. The more Kiko Hyuga's father didn't let her see things, the more she wanted to know the truth. So Luo Ji was right. Kiko Hyuga is starting to act as he expected. Then next, it's the woman Karina. As early as when the Tyrannosaurus project began to spread wildly, Luo Ji had already found the identity of Karina disguised after the neon landing. But her current situation is a bit special. The phone is turned off. But Luo Ji still found her whereabouts through the huge internet. For more, Luo Ji looked at a promotional image of a virtual reality, massively multiplayer online role-playing game, and he had a question mark on his face. It was a virtual game called Fantasy Mainland Online. The operation of the game is similar to Sword Art Online. Obviously, Karina, who sneaked into Neon to avoid search, had been addicted to this game for several days in order to kill time. Luo Ji was speechless. What do you think she can do? She can only eat, play, and sell cute. Although she is a bold personality, good figure, and beautiful European and beautiful journalist, she has no other purpose. At most, she knows more about TV stations, so she is suitable for showing up as a commentary when exposing Sonley and Company. All right. However, fortunately, Karina was not arrested, and the Black Crow robot was also in the same place with her at this time, but was in a dormant state. Fantasy continent, right? It seems I have to attack this server. By the way, enter the game and find out the internet-addicted girls who are addicted to the game. Start network traversal. Target FMO. The link begins. At the next moment, Luo Ji turned into a light, disappeared into the original space in an instant, and went to a large game server. Loading map data. Loading initial template. Character data. Loading error. System failure. Then an ID appeared garbled, and a character like the mosaic of the puzzle appeared on a continent of Otherworld. A blood moon hung high in the sky, and it looked like a strange continent. Luo Ji came to the edge of the cliff and looked down, staring at a European town that resembles a medieval fantasy style. Many players similar to the orcs and beast ears walk around, and there are many other players of different races. It seems to be here, the initial main city in the game. Data absorption. Luo Ji walked around in the form of mosaics, swept away nearby vegetation and even stones, and crushed them into data to reorganize his body. Then the form of a fighting Tyrannosaurus appeared on this server, and the image belonging to it was loaded. Obviously, he became a BUG. The next thing to do is to find Karina before the game's GM administrator discovers this bug. When Luo Ji was about to walk, the system prompt sounded. System, you have entered an unknown game world. In this world, you can do whatever you want, and you can find a boss called Nine Yao World Tree Devourer. Defeat the boss. You can get a mysterious, unknown, ultimate X antibody. Wait, where's the X antibody? Such a rare, evolutionary material did not expect to be in a virtual game zero. Luo Ji was speechless again for a while. It seems that I not only need to find the female reporter with internet addiction, but also have to clear the world-class boss here. I hope the difficulty of the game is not too high. After all, I am a humanoid plugin. If it doesn't work, just invade the headquarters building of the game developer, beat the programmers, and let them modify the difficulty of the world-class boss. Yes, Luo Ji doesn't intend to play fair, because he is a bug himself, so it can't be too much to open a little plugin. When the GM administrator discovers and starts to fix the BUG, maybe he has accomplished the goal. System, Here I kill the player. There is no problem in reality, right? Virtual games do not affect reality. If the host kills the player will only be forced off the line and will not be affected. That's okay. After speaking, Luo Ji raised the giant claws of the dragon beast Nemesis high and began to gather the power of Gaia. The battle Tyrannosaurus began to fly high and flew towards the main city where the player is located. Under the eyes of everyone, as a player shouted on the public screen, more and more people raised their heads. Look at the sky. There is a dragon-shaped mechanical life form flying. It looks like a wild boss. What is it doing? It seems to be preparing some big trick, and it's flying towards us. WC, isn't it? Seriously, countless players raised their heads in a panic, and then watched the huge hot sun rise and emerge from the claws of the dragon. Internet addiction, right? I will cure you of internet addiction today. The fighting Tyrannosaurus, with a smirk, began to raise his hands at this moment. Super Gaia Energy Cannon. At this time, Luo Ji concentrated all the energy in the atmosphere at one point and condensed it into an ultra-high density bomb with high thermal energy, and then used the plug-in ability to modify the memory code to make a huge into a sun. Then he hurled away in the direction of the player's main city. It seems to be saying what to look at. Hurry off the line. As a huge nuclear explosion erupted in the main city, about tens of thousands of game players disconnected from the server on the spot. Their health was returned to zero, and then the system crashed and was forced to be kicked offline. It seems that Luo Ji intends to use this method to wake up Karina, who is confused among the players, and then check the contents of the phone. The huge sun crashed down, causing a violent riot among the crowd. Run! Are there any bugs? The world chat window of the server seemed to be swiped, scrolling crazily hundreds of thousands in 1 second. Then, under the gaze of a large number of server players, their main city was blown up. In an instant, it is as if the strong light generated by the nuclear explosion covers the entire initial main city, producing strong light, and all the illuminated objects within the attack range are instantly turned into fragments. And then, because the building model in the game is deleted and destroyed, so many people's eyes became pure white. Then came a shockwave. Based on the most realistic game engine physical collision described in the game promotion. Thanks to this, the destructive power of the explosion is doubled. The surface of the giant town was blown flying, the buildings melted, the player turned into countless light particle fragments in the white light and disappeared, the forest burned in the distance, and the lake evaporated. Is this game so real? The culprit of all this, the fighting Tyrannosaurus beast, flew high in the sky at this time. Watching a huge hollow continent appeared after the 06 strong light ended. That's it. Don't say it's him. Other players outside the main city were also shocked. They spawned monsters in the wild and downloaded dungeons. And when they came back to their senses, they found that the home was gone. What the hell? Where's the main city? My home system is blown up together. Bug. What is that? Why is the map suddenly missing a large piece, and the model is broken? GM, come out to wash the floor. On the map of entire fantasy continent, the main city of human players disappeared out of thin air. Although it still exists on the mini-map, when it is actually guided to the vicinity, there is only a bunch of bomb model groups, which are gradually disappearing in the wind like a mosaic. The reason is that the soil and underground modules are not filled, so it looks like it has come to the world. This game player who has been stuck in the scene bug should be able to understand that Luo Ji's move just now is to delete the main city directly. For the players, this is completely a dimensionality reduction blow. As for the real world, the operators of game companies are busy at this time, but just when they want to urgently shut down the server to fix the bug. A Digimon icon appeared on all computer screens, and a small object resembling a black Agumon snickered on the screen, which seemed to indicate that they had begun to invade the server of this game company. And he also left a message. If we dare to shut down the server, we will destroy all players' data. After being threatened The operators did not dare to shut down the game server easily. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to make up for the loss to the players, and even the word of mouth plummeted, and the game has since plummeted. Boss, some players who dropped the connection have called and complained. Those players seem to be very angry. They're all asking why the connection to the network is suddenly interrupted. Boss, the ladies and sisters of the customer service are all being scolded and crying. The scolding is terrible. Damn it, what the hell is wrong? What to do? There's still many players remaining on the server. Do we have to do something? Just when everyone was in a panic, the ghost planner of the game operator suddenly had an idea. He shouted to everyone, "Quickly, make a game announcement immediately. Just say this is a big event. Change to an event. Great idea. What about the reward? All dropped players will be compensated with 10 resurrection coins, 2 wine-stuffed chickens, and 100,000 gold coins. But is this too cold? It's not terrible. Give them another event commemorative costume. Tell them that they can get random rewards for participating in the event so that they don't know what is good or bad. Understood, as long as there is compensation. Even if the players have complaints, they will not do too much." In this way, Guikai planned to take a group of people to operate in the background quickly. At this time, VR massively multiplayer online game, Fantasy Mainland OL. All the surviving players, including the main city wild, snow-capped mountains, deserts, barren areas, and players exploring near the underground maze world tree. All of them received an email notification. Huh, what is this? Hey, have you noticed any prompts? Look, it's an official statement issued by the game. Upon being reminded like this, all players found that there was an announcement about an event in their emails. Limited time. Emergency crisis from the World Tree Guardian War. Activity starts, that is from now to the next update of the server. Activity description, urgent. Emergency. The final dragon boss hidden in the fantasy continent is born and will destroy the world tree in the next world. Please, players and warriors, gather a large crusade team. Activity rules. Players are invited to participate in the World Tree Guardian battle in the form of a team. During the event, there is no penalty for the death of the player. All attributes are doubled, and you can use the items you already own without any restrictions. Event rewards. Any player participating in the event will receive a commemorative set. Players who successfully participated in the crusade and repelled the enemy will permanently receive the title World Tree Champion, with a 100% increase in all attributes. In addition, there are a large number of limited Cthulhu-level sets, weapon drops, and server transfer qualifications. Activity description. All rights to interpret the activity are owned by Fantasyland Game Company. What's the situation? This reward crazy. A permanent title with 100% of all attributes. It turns out so. That guy's the world boss. Come on. As long as the blood bar is brightened, the gods will kill them for you. At the same time, the battle Tyrannosaurus beast standing high in the sky, overlooking the ground. Luo Ji seems to have also heard the announcement of the game's activities. World-class boss? Whose ghost planned this? I actually thought of using this method to cover up myself as a game bug. But is it useful? He has no health bars. Even if the game official uses the GM authority to forcibly add a health bar as a decoration, it is only for players to see, because the value above is O. No, it doesn't really matter even if it has a value. Because Luo Ji is bloodlocked, although he used the data here to create minus 893 images for himself. But Luo Ji's authority itself is the authority of the server, and the only way to repel Luo Ji is to close the server. If the server is shut down, he will naturally have to quit the game world. But doing so is equivalent to destroying the world directly. The data loss of a large number of players is not a price that game operators can afford. But since they set themselves as the ultimate boss, then they simply accept this setting. Nothingness collapses. Luo Ji snapped his fingers in the sky, and the sky began to crumble into countless fragments. A terrifying sense of oppression enveloped the sky above the game, like a heavy cloud covering the hearts of all players. In fact, this is not a big move at all. It simply deletes the data of the Sky module, so those blue sky textures will become pitch black after being deleted. But for players who don't know anything, this is a terrifying move that makes them almost forget to breathe, as if the blood is frozen, the heart is pinched by an invisible hand, and they feel huge. Shocked. Too frightening. The sky is all broken. Sure enough, it's the final boss. This sense of oppression is too strong. Immediately afterwards, collapse came. The light of the world gradually faded away, and the world tree at the end of the sky was gradually swallowed by the deep darkness. In the end, the whole world was shrouded in darkness. There's only a strange and unknown existence called a bug, standing on the other side of the sky, overlooking this land. Almost forgot my business here. Luo Ji, who overlooked the earth, suddenly remembered that he was going to destroy the world tree. In this world, there's a huge tree that carries the entire world, and its roots are spread all over the game world inside and out. The guardian of the world tree is called Nine Yao World Tree Devouring Demon. It is a super boss that can absorb all attribute magic, has extremely high physical resistance, and has an exaggerated life value that is terrifying. It is the final boss set in the background story of the original game. The scariest thing about this Nine Yao World Tree Devouring Demon is that it can lock blood. There are a total of 10 stages. The first 9 stages have different attributes, such as wind, fire, ice, water, thunder, light, dark, etc., and the 10th attribute is nothingness, which can swallow all matter, including the player's blood back and forth, and it will be full in an instant. Blood. Different forms are immune to different attribute attacks. For example, if you hit it when it is immune to physics, it will return blood. It can be said that the mechanism is extremely complicated and difficult to master. It's just, in Luo Ji's eyes, the Nine Yao World Tree Devouring Demon is the same as the chicken in the town. There is no difference, chicken. Who do you look down on? The reason is simple. When you open the modifier to play the game, why can't it be seconds? What's more, Luo Ji's permission can even delete the game building, not to mention a large monster in a small area. Just treat it as a building destruction. It's just that Luo Ji is not in a hurry to solve this Nine Yao World Tree Devouring Demon. He is now creating a large-scale collapse while looking for another goal of his own, which is the player role played by Karina. This female reporter with internet addiction really doesn't learn well. Standing on the top of the sky, Luo Ji looked down through the thin clouds in the sky. While patrolling around, he found a team of players running on the wilderness continent. Some of them ride motorcycles, some ride on chocobos, velociraptors, dragons, tumbling beetles, and other mounts, and some ride on flying mounts such as flying dragons, airboats, and whales. But compared to the mounts, their appearance is even more monster than monsters. Excuse me, players, can you dress like a person in the final battle? Is the light bulb on the head of that bald, dark-skinned man serious? Be serious. There are also those black, goblin-like creatures that don't know what demi-human races are mixed and matched, and they're armed with a weapon that looks like an inflatable doll. It's simply too grass. Brothers charge. I've seen that boss. The first kill is mine. Look at my Krypton gold item. The ultimate magic with unlimited firepower. The players rub their fists and grind their palms, and their eyes were full of tension and excitement. But then a light that destroyed the world, and the earth flickered on the fighting Tyrannosaurus, turning into a shock wave and bursting out. The first group of players who approached him instantly disappeared, turning into countless particle special effects and disappeared. F***K. This boss's attack ignores the defense. It's all seconds. Brothers, things are not right. You rush first. I will hide behind and observe. Run. Seeing the shock wave spread outward, the players who were still advancing immediately turned around 180 degrees and returned. The game should be played with a smile. What to run? That being said, but when he saw the overbearing ignorance of the defense and the infinite range of shock waves spreading, the dragon boss in the sky raised his claws, like holding up the sun, condensing a light ball, and then countless laser beams. The ground swept across, densely intertwined, destroying everything. Isn't it Zoom in at the beginning. Old player killer. This boss is simply a nightmare. No, invincible difficulty. Professional players such as demon hunters, abyss knights, priests, great magicians, shadow assassins, etc., no matter how they use their defensive skills, they are instantly killed, and the moment they are touched by the light, the health bar will return to 0. But suddenly, several players resisted the shockwave. Quickly use the gas gold item, God's Blessing. That thing can make you into a transparent state where you can't be selected and can avoid the spike attack. Some smart players reacted instantly. The shockwave is a full-screen spike skill, but it only causes damage to objects that have a target and physical collision effect. Understood, this is the official pressing. It's really angry and invincible. Civilians suffer. Don't talk nonsense. During the event, any props are non-consumable. You are not angry now, but when will you wait? But I can't even open the recharge page of the official website's server. Me too. Did the server crash? It is hard to imagine that at this time, the players surrounding the world tree within tens of kilometers are actually a group of players with excitement and excitement. They use race as a team, divided into countless groups and surrounded together. In the sky and on the ground, a series of offensive teams were formed, and they moved closer to Luo Ji's direction. What happened? Luo Ji frowned. How could it be fun for this group of players? It seems that they were ecstatic when they had just escaped from a small skill that they released freely, and thus obtained a lot of happiness points. A sense of excitement and excitement arises spontaneously. All right, since you like being abused so much, I'm going to increase the difficulty. The battle Tyrannosaurus wielded the claws of the dragon beast Nemesis, and then staggered in midair, creating a huge blow, and then threw the plug-in to modify the numerical increase. It suddenly turned into a huge force tearing the ground. Then the earth began to shake, splitting into countless pieces like a 9-square grid. As pieces of the ground collapse and collapse, the players standing on it are like betting, jumping to another grid for a while, running back and forth for a while, and falling into the abyss if they accidentally fall into the abyss in an instant. Died. As for why not fly? Because everywhere in the sky, there are laser lines pushing sideways, forming obstacles like giant lightning nets, and they will die at the first touch. Is it fun? At the top of the sky, Luo Ji smiled coldly when he watched the group of players dancing and avoiding traps. Later, his vision saw a demi-human player of the cat ear race running in the crowd. Upon closer inspection, the ID was lost in English. The character image is a cat girl with white hair and red eyes. When she saw her, Luo Ji read the player's information. Then I found out that she used real data when entering the facial model. So not surprisingly, this cat ear girl player is Karina. Vientian Tianin. Luo Ji's mind moved slightly, like a god, and used the modification authority to make the land where Karina was floating and flying in her direction. What? The shining crystals around the cat-eared girl, good for money, shined brightly. It seemed to be the skill of the nursery priest profession. When she flew over her head, she saw the figure of the fighting Tyrannosaurus beast. The dragon-shaped monster, covered in metal, stared at him with a cold gaze at this time. But there was a familiar feeling inexplicably, as if it knew itself. But the next moment, the dragon claws tearing the air came oncoming, as the players around them turned into pieces one by one. The cat-eared girl also felt the death of her character. But at the same time, a voice rang in his ear. It seems to be an instruction from the ultimate boss dash, don't forget that black crow. After speaking, the cat-eared girl seemed to suddenly realize something. You are. Without saying anything, the cat-human player was lost and died, turning into fragments. Then she was forcibly kicked offline by the server. The other side. After dealing with Karina, Luo Ji looked at this dilapidated world, and the next step was to snatch the X-antibody carried by the 9-Yao world tree devourer, and then left here. Tool. Dead. In a dim room. In a fully automatic virtual cabin with the latest technology. A beautiful blonde woman was lying on it like a deep sleep. What? With an exclamation, The 3 LED indicators on the VR holographic virtual helmet stopped flashing, indicating that she had finished logging out. A large number of brilliant blonde hairs were scattered beside the virtual cabin, and the woman's white skin, which could be said to be mutton jade, had a trace of blush remaining, and she seemed a little excited. Crow. What does he know the crow? Wait, is it the Black Crow robot? Karina, who was forcibly kicked off the assembly line, quickly recovered from her dizziness and maladjustment. She opened her eyes under her slender eyelashes, opened her red lips, and gently took off the dark gray helmet on her head. Only then did she realize that she had been addicted to the game for a long time. In the real world, looking at the golden light swaying outside through the white curtains, it turned vermilion after a while. It seemed that it was gradually a new morning. Oh, God, he is here. Kalina realized the true identity of the ultimate boss, turned on the phone at this time, and found that there was an extra Digimon program. There are some messages sent to her above. Before 10 o'clock on the 893th today, take the Black Crow robot to the headquarter building of the Hyuga Group. 10 o'clock. She checked the time. It was 8 o'clock now. It's over. I can't make it. In a hurry, Karina took off her pure white shirt and changed into a sloppy coat, then put on her sunglasses and looked in the mirror. Ran out with the bag. As soon as she left the house, she returned to the room. Then he looked for a hidden corner in the cabinet, activated the small Black Crow robot disguised as a radio, and carried it in his bag. Hyuga Group, company building. As early as 8 o'clock in the morning, the sun was already arbitrarily dissipating heat, baking the whole earth. Looking through the window, there was a hint of tension and worry in Hyuga Kiko's eyes. Fortunately, she had already placed the mobile phone in her father's office in advance, and she ran into a lot of trouble along the way. After all, as the leading consortium in Dacia, Hyuga's family is located in a huge mansion in the city center. The guards here are also tight. If it weren't for her status as a young lady, ordinary people would have been stopped by bodyguards a long time ago. Zyko, why are you here? Suddenly, a deep and thick voice made Hyuga Kiko subconsciously look back and saw a burly man in his 50s walking up in a three-piece suit. He is Hinata Tenmei, the father of Hinata Kiko. He is also the chairman of the entire Hyuga consortium, a man who holds a quarter of the world in Neon. The tall appearance and Kong Wu's powerful body make Hyuga Tianming not look like a chairman, but a professional boxer. Who asked you to come? Go home for me, the chairman said sternly. As he was about to say something, he heard the movement of some reporters surrounded by the building outside, and changed his words. Forget it. You should stay here and wait. You don't have to go to school these days. Now, remember, don't get involved with those guys and don't talk nonsense. I just stunned Hyuga Kiko and seemed to lower her head in fear and said with her lips, Yes, father. Immediately after the chairman walked in, several subordinates following him also bowed to Hyuga Kiko and entered the meeting room. At this moment, outside the building, the female reporter Karina also returned to her old career, squeezing in the crowd, approaching in the direction of the Hyuga Group, and then saw many bodyguards surrounded outside. It seemed that she wanted to go in. Difficult. By the way, Black Crow robot. She probably understood the meaning of that sentence. She wanted the Black Crow robot to invade this building. So, in no one's corner, Karina liberated the Ajeb person, made it quickly complete its transformation, and then intruded in the vent. Crunch. After the Black Crow small robot completed its transformation, it unscrewed the screws on the vents and ran inside in the form of a humanoid robot. The rest is up to you. The female reporter Karina prayed secretly in her heart, hoping that the Black Crow robot went smoothly. Mention it here. The Black Crow robot is a mechanical part split from Luo Ji's body. Although Luo Ji's body has changed into other forms, the derivatives on the body will still be retained. Just like the alligator cell, the mechanical splitter also has its own artificial intelligence. Immediately after the small Black Crow robot changed into a spider form, 8 metal feet like sharp knives hooked on the wall and sneaked into the air vents quietly. It used remote electronic eyes to scan and invade the monitoring room. then through the surveillance camera in the system to analyze and judge, and finally locked in the chairman's office, which constantly emits signal sources. This is one of the foreshadowings of the mobile phone that Hinata Kiko placed in advance, and now it is in contact with the small black crow robot. If there is no foreshadowing of this mobile phone, in fact, the black crow robot can also invade, but it is more time-consuming and riskier. So, after knowing where the chairman's office is, and now the chairman holds a meeting in the conference room, so it has become the best time for the black crow small robot to act. The target location is locked, and the network is being connected. At this time, the small black crow robot stopped in a hidden corner, motionless, and seemed to be linking with the internet. System link is complete. Then the small black crow robot was remotely controlled, and the person controlling it was Luo Ji. Through the internet, Luo Ji established a link with the small black crow robot. Now this black crow, transformed into a spider robot, is completely equivalent to Luo Ji's stand-in. After controlling it remotely, Luo Ji opened the door of the chairman's office without hesitation. After all, this kind of combination lock is too easy to crack. By directly hacking into the repair hole, you can extract thousands of password input records and find a most frequently used string of characters. The password is entered correctly. As the door of the chairman's office creaked open, the black crow robot in the form of a mechanical spider sneaked into it unconsciously. Then the next step is scanning through the black crow's electronic eyes. Luo Ji saw the cell phone emitting the signal under the sofa, the layout of the entire room, and the laptop tightly closed in the metal box with the double password. Password obtained successfully. Optical fingerprint collection completed. Connecting to the computer. With this advanced mechanical technology, the black crow robot cracked the double code lock in less than a few seconds. Begin the invasion. Luo Ji's remote command was issued, and the black crow robot ripped off a USB port from its body, then connected it to the laptop and began to insert the contents of the virus scan. An encrypted file is found during the scan-yang. But at this time, the black crow robot is not so easy to invade because the encryption of the software is different from the hardware, and even hackers have to spend time to crack the encryption of the software. It's time for me to play it this time. If the black crow robot is an expert hacker in hardware, then in cyberspace, Digimon is an expert in this area. Implanting a digital virus, 74% progress. Following the network port, Luo Ji in Digimon form entered the computer system. Then, he saw the fiercely burning wall of fire and the two giant guardians behind the firewall. These anthropomorphic data were actually encrypted folder locks. The battle begins. Swinging the dragon and beast nemesis, Luo Ji, who was invincible in cyberspace, defeated these two guardians without any effort. No way. The level difference between the two sides is too large. The Guardian of Giants can't match the ultimate Tyrannosaurus Digimon. Not to mention that the current Luo Ji has obtained the X antibody and evolved into the fighting Tyrannosaurus X form, which is obtained in terms of weapons and firepower. All have been greatly improved. As for the rare evolutionary material X antibody, it was obtained from the Nine Yao World Tree devouring demon. After completing the task of destroying the World Tree, Luo Ji left the game world, letting go of the player's data that was hijacked. Perhaps for most players, those few hours of experience are regarded as a spoof activity by game operators. After all, the image of that Digimon is quite popular recently. The times have changed. After leaving this sentence, Luo Ji completed the invasion and opened the deepest encrypted folder. He seemed to be in a huge spiral tower, surrounded by zoom previews and many confidential documents, photos, and other content. Luo Ji looked at one of the photos. It was an old neon man of about 70 years old, wearing a kimono, shaking hands and laughing with a white-haired European old man. The old European old man had a badge of Ouroboros on his collar. His identity is also marked at the bottom of the photo. Is he Edward? Luo Ji stared at this photo. It seems that Edward and the founders of Hyuga Group have been in contact as early as the 1980s. It seems that Edward should have been hidden in the Hyuga group. Luo Ji immediately began to search for information and then found a detailed description of the freezing plan. Project Frozen, Edward. At that time, when a machine was mature, it was awakened from the freezing chamber with a perfect potion for enhancing our Ouroboros gene. The detailed plan drawing contains an agreement between Hyuga Group and Somni & Company. It probably means Hyuga Group will replace Somni & Company to conduct biomedical research in Neon Country. The real purpose of Yuanya Pharmaceutical Factory is to create a medicine that can keep people young, not aging, and not dying. In this way, Edward, who has reached the end of his life, will be resurrected. The time limit of the plan is 20 years, which means that Edward has actually entered a state of suspended animation 20 years ago, because at that time Edward's body was infected by the ancient parasite virus, and he lived like a vampire. But even so, it is still impossible to avoid aging and worsening physical conditions. He needed a more perfect Ouroboros potion to strengthen himself. But the top scientists of the time speculated that it would take at least 20 years for the perfect Ouroboros gene potentiation to be born. The task of the project is huge, so Somnian has opened multiple base headquarters because not only Edward, other founders and the descendants of the founders want to share a share of the United States. The Somni & Company in the Lighthouse Country went to find the immortal flower and intervened in the fire project, and technology advanced by leaps and bounds. The Somni & Company in the European headquarters secretly carries out the Ouroboros project and the Super Soldier project. The Somni & Company in the Asian Neon Country has more advanced research on the modification of biological genes. However, the first pharmaceutical factory that gave birth to the perfect Ouroboros drug was actually in Longhua, and to be precise, the boss of Wangjing Pharmaceutical Company. So, look for flowers. He was the first person to discover the secret of Ouroboros gene, but also the first person to be killed. Then those data fell into a research base in the Long Kingdom and found the cells of the alligator. After fusing the Ouroboros gene with the alligator cell, the human will not only be strengthened, but also become a monster or have a monster. The ability and combat effectiveness are even stronger, but it will also become extremely unstable. After discovering the huge risks of this plan, Longhua stopped further experiments on alligator cells. However, an accident happened. At that time, the Institute was invaded by outsiders. It seems that a spy had stolen the crocodile cell progenitor, and in the process of escaping, accidentally strayed the crocodile cell progenitor into the Pacific Ocean, so it brewed a catastrophe. After the fishes in the sea were polluted and corroded by alligator cells, they began to become extremely violent and huge, and they began to attack nearby ships, and some of them began to multiply individuals and scattered around the world. However, another part of the alligator cell body was successfully transported to the Neon territory, contacted with the Hyuga group, and transferred to the Yuanya pharmaceutical base near the forest uninhabited area. They thought that it was the perfect Ouroboros potion, but in fact they discovered that it was a more terrifying alligator cell protozoa, and the truly perfect Ouroboros potion has been in the hands of Dragon Kingdom's own people from beginning to end. The crocodile cell protozoa stolen by Neon had a huge impact and mutation on the experimental body, and gradually turned into many terrifying biological weapons and were imprisoned in underground bases. But the good times didn't last long. Just 7 days ago, a shocking change occurred in the Neon Ape Industry pharmaceutical base. At that time, Luo Ji was still hunting iron and blood in the form of crocodile ascenders in South America, but the Yuanya pharmaceutical base was attacked by armed forces. A group of armed personnel from unknown forces killed the researchers in the laboratory with poisonous gas and stole all the research data on the alligator cell progenitor, releasing the asylum, including Thunder Dragon riding a horse. All the mutant monsters inside let them escape the base, causing serious impact and damage to the external ecology. Their intentions are also obvious. When the Hyuga group began to investigate, it was discovered that there were obvious traces of mechanical operation near the reservoir containing the alligator cell progenitor. This means that they want to resurrect this monster so as to gain the power to clone the shadow crocodile. Mountain. Clone alligator? Because of the characteristics of the alligator mentioned earlier, it can lodge in the shadow of a host with a brand and prey on other living creatures. And a person with this ability is equivalent to possessing the superpower to destroy the world and can destroy everything that has a shadow. This powerful and extraordinary power will naturally make some people get it at all costs. Finally, the intelligence clearly pointed out what forces the group of people attacking Yuanyeh Pharmaceutical Company came from. According to Chairman Ri Tianming's guess, they are likely to come from a group of mysterious organizations ninjas that have disappeared for hundreds of years. To be precise, he is a member of the self-proclaimed Kajamusha League. It can be understood as a group of fanatic believers who blindly pursue power. Their only belief is powerful power. They can be said to be slaves of power. In order to become stronger at any cost, they often do some mercenary things. Although they are ninjas, they are not divided. Race, the organization has people from all over the world. They wanted to get the power of alligators, so they attacked Yuanyeh Pharmaceutical Company, which caused great chaos. This is also the reason why Amaki Hyuga, the chairman of the Hyuga group, has been somber and even more severe on his daughter, Hyuga Kiko, who does not want her to be involved in this matter. Shadow Dancer League? What kind of weird organization? What do they want to steal my clone cells? I wonder if those cloned crocodile also obey my orders. Luo Ji looked at the content of the information and curled his lips. The clone crocodile is similar to the split crocodile, and its relationship with the original crocodile is subordinate. It was like the Countess Asina and the vampires in the village she ruled. Although the clone shadow also has the ability to swallow the shadows of living creatures, its weakness is also more obvious. That is, the cloned shadow crocodile will die when the object it is attached to is destroyed. In other words, you can blow up the person possessed by the cloned crocodile to ashes with one cannonball, and they will ascend to heaven together. It's very simple and clean. But the protozoan alligator is different. The protozoan will not die easily. Because it is the real high-dimensional creature, the body is immortal, and the one in the real world can only be said to be a projection. In addition, there's another place that makes Luo Ji ridiculous. That is when the cloned crocodile eats living things. Actually increase his experience value. This means that when someone from the Shadow Dancer Alliance uses the ability to clone a crocodile to kill, the real beneficiary is actually him. No wonder I feel that the experience value of the Shadow Crocodile Evolution Shadow Demon King has risen rapidly recently. It turns out that someone is helping me improve my proficiency. Thinking of this, Luo Ji looked at the clock and calculated that the time was almost the same, so he should withdraw. Black Crow, robot, shape-shifting human form, return to the same path. Crunchy. Luo Ji remotely controlled the robot after deleting the traces of use, relocking the chairman's laptop, taking away Kiko Hyuga's cell phone by the way, and then sneaking out the door unconsciously. Before the bodyguards outside found out, they climbed up the wall, then got into the ventilation duct and climbed towards other places. However, the Black Crow robot did not immediately escape from the Hyuga Group building, but crawled towards another room along the ventilation duct. After arriving somewhere in the lounge, I stopped, and after observing the vent, he saw Kiko Hyuga, who was in the lounge. During the Black Crow robot's electronic eye surveillance, a door was slowly pushed open. Immediately afterwards, Hinata Kiko seemed to have just taken a shower, her long black straight hair casually draped behind her back. She was simply wrapped in a white bath towel and hugged gently with her hands. The girl's skin was extremely white, and it shone with a charming white porcelain sheen under the light, faintly showing the fine green veins under the skin. Scanning for human females. To be honest, the Black Crow robot has the means of attack, so in this angle it can assassinate Kiko without a sound. Unfortunately, it is not here to assassinate the other party, but to negotiate. As the line of sight moved down, the Black Crow's electronic eyes began to scan the bath towels, and after confirming that there were no communication equipment and dangerous weapons nearby, they began to open the ventilation ducts. Roar! A sharp metal collision sounded on the ceiling. Hinata Kiko, who was puzzled and turned around, saw the Black Crow robot remotely controlled by Luo Ji, hung from the ceiling like a spider, and the strange electronic eyes were scanning her with red light. Ah! Soon, Kiko Hyuga, with a frightened face, was about to scream, but the Black Crow robot threw something similar to tape and sealed her mouth. Immediately afterwards, the Black Crow robot hung to the ground and rushed towards her quickly, holding something similar to scotch tape in his hand. Woo! Hyuga Kiko blinked. As if feeling incredible, the whole person and the bath towel were entangled in tape-like things and instantly blasted into Zhongzi. She was kidnapped. This scene happened so quickly that she was a little bit overwhelmed. When she was sure that there was only one small robot in front of her eyes, she was stunned, unable to move, rolling on the ground like a bug. The next moment, the Black Crow small robot walked in front of her and said in a clear, electronically synthesized voice, "Don't move, don't shout, don't be afraid." As if to warn Hyuga Kiko, the arm of the Black Crow robot quickly changed into a muzzle, threatening her. This scene made the already silent room silent again. It took a few seconds for Kiko Hyuga to recover and nodded vigorously. Then the Black Crow small robot instantly transformed into a mobile phone, which looked like a three-dimensional projection on the mobile phone screen, and gradually scanned and projected a 3-meter-high, all-metal-covered dragon-shaped Digimon, which is impressively fighting Tyrannosaurus X, which is now Luo Ji 0. But what is even more shocking is that the battle Tyrannosaurus beast that was originally thought to be a projection, as the light condensed more and more intense, actually directly manifested. Click! I don't know how many tons of heavy footsteps fell on the floor of the room, carrying the strongest hardness dragon beast nemesis, reaching the level of perfect equipment for offense and defense. At this time, he quietly appeared in the room. Woo! Shocked, astonished, and unbelievable, Kiko Hyuga's white face instantly turned red, which seemed to be caused by excitement and brain congestion. However, what shocked her even more, the other party spoke. When we met for the first time, introduced myself, I'm the ex-hacker. Hello, Kiko Hyuga. Hyuga Kiko, who was completely dumbfounded, her mouth was sealed with tape at this time, and she looked forward stupidly. She seemed to have a lot of words that she wanted to shout with excitement, so that her eyes trembled slightly. Look scared, the child. Let's make a deal. The Metal Dragon Man said, you will take over the Hyuga group and do one thing for me. The condition is to let you meet your mother and save your father's life. Why? Don't you believe it? Don't stare at me with that kind of fear. It is not me who is going to kill your father. Speaking of the Metal Dragon Man, the photo and some pictures were displayed on the mobile phone, Black Crow robot. Have you heard of it? He uttered a mechanically synthesized sound. Is it the name Shadow Dancer League? After seeing the truth about the destruction of the Shadow Dancer Alliance and the Hay pharmaceutical base that day, Kiko's pupils shrank sharply. As the eldest daughter, she showed for the first time the shock and panic after seeing the non-human gene test 4.1. It seems that she has been protected too well, and she has no idea how many people's blood was stained on the hands of the Hyuga group. If you pay for these crimes and blood debts, there's more than enough to smash your entire family, and there is only one way to save you and the family, and that is to destroy them yourself. Send them to prison, perhaps in exchange for an infinite prison. Otherwise, the people of the Shadow Warrior Alliance will kill them one after another to gain more power. So, do you want to cooperate with me? If she refuses, then Luo Ji will end Hyuga Kiko's life without hesitation, because she knows so much. Although these were all crimes committed by her father and family elders, Kiko Hyuga was cultivated by the resources and financial resources of a Hyuga consortium and was essentially a type of person. But because she will take the initiative to help herself, Luo Ji intends to give her a chance. Let her be her middleman in the Sanlian company. Exactly like an ostrich, Hyuga Kiko did not dare to look up at all. After a long while, Luo Ji, who was fighting Tyrannosaurus X, remembered to loosen her, cut off the tape and sealing tape. Then the sound of the mosquito moaning sounded. What do you want? Let me do. What to do? I can help you get rid of the Shadow Warrior Alliance. and clean up those escaping influence variant monsters. This kind of existence is difficult for you humans to deal with, and you must rely on my power." Upon hearing this, Luo Ji said straightforwardly, and then he added, "In addition, I will make you the next chairman of the Hyuga Group. All you have to do is to fight against the headquarters of the entire Neon Sanlian Company and proactively stand up and disclose their crimes when accusing Sanlian Company in the future." After a while, a steaming voice came from the girl who was kneeling on the floor. "What good is it for you to do this?" Obviously, she is asking the most crucial words in the weakest tone. "Good question." Luo Ji grinned. "As long as the Sanlian Company recognizes the biochemical experiments they have done, their status in Society 06 will plummet. As for what is good for me, you don't need to know this." Inwardly, Luo Ji whispered the charges of Sanlian Company secretly. First of all, it was Sanlian that killed itself. The plane crash was not an accident, but a long-planned murder. Here is the beginning of the story. The plane Luo Ji was flying was killed while passing over the North Pacific. With more in-depth investigation, Luo Ji found that the crash of the plane he was on was not an accident, but a murder deliberately designed by someone. Because the real reason Luo Ji wanted to go to Europe for a meeting was to bring some important data to some people, but he didn't know it at the time and became a survivor. It was director Zhao who really should die, but that be *******D deliberately concealed the truth and let himself do this dangerous thing. And then the wind went through the hole and the enemy blew up the entire plane. Secondly, it is Sanlian's own misuse of alligators-derived somatic cells. In the end, it was the plan to retake the Matrix commissioned by the Countess, which made Luo Ji completely feud with Sanlian Company. So in any case, Sanlian Company is currently Luo Ji's biggest enemy. Even if Luo Ji can destroy their base, it can't change anything. You never know what they are hiding. You should cut the grass to remove the roots, not just pruning branches and leaves. "Do you know my mother?" Hyuga Kiko asked quietly. Hyuga Haru. "No, I don't know, but I know how she died. Do you want to hear it?" Tell me." Kiko Hyuga seemed to be mentally prepared, taking a deep breath, and so on. "I found this from your father," Luo Ji said, looking at Hinata Kiko's expression. "It was a research accident. It was the Abyss prototype of Ouroboros virus variant that killed your mother. At the time, your mother was not in Neon, but went to the research base of the third region of Europe as the chief researcher." Luo Ji recalled that when he turned into a werewolf to kill and kill, at that time, the 10,000-ton punch in the violent state directly blasted the abyssal prototype biochemical monster. And when the head of the research institute was finally killed, the name of Haru Hyuga was found in the list of researchers next to the base computer. She was one of the researchers who participated in the Abyss project. By the way, although your mother died in an accident, but the person who sent her to the 3rd district is your father. Really? Mom really studies those monsters. I don't know why at this time, Hinata Kiko actually felt a trace of sadness called regret in her heart. In the next moment, she seemed to control her emotions and then asked expectantly, "Are you really? Can you resurrect the dead?" "Cannot." "Then you said you can let me meet my mother. Is that also a fake?" "It's true." Luo Ji smiled and said, "After a few days, you'll understand naturally. Of course you can meet your mother, but no, you will know when the time comes." "Okay, I will wait." Kiko Hyuga was already disappointed, and she couldn't help but look forward to it again. "Very good, but there's one more thing I need you to do for me, which is to take the small black crow robot that turns into a mobile phone out of this building." Good. Hearing this, Hinata Kiko looked at the mobile phone aside and looked at it with a little fear and curiosity. She was very excited, because this kind of mechanical life form is too incredible, just like the Transformers in the movie. "You, Mr. X, what are you?" Just as she raised her head to continue inquiring, she found that the huge, all-metal dragon man had long since disappeared and seemed to have returned to the cyberspace. "All right." With a sigh, Hyuga Kiko sat on the ground for a while, then wanted to stand up, stepped on the bath towel, and fell to the ground. Suddenly, Hyuga Kiko's mirror-like, jade-slippery back fell violently. At this time, she wrapped her waist in pain and then looked forward. An icon of the battle Tyrannosaurus X head gradually lit up on the phone screen, and 893 lit up a thumbs-up emoji. Hinata Kiko, who had calmed down, turned red, and steam rose above her head like smoke. No, don't take pictures. Time came at 12 o'clock. A limousine parked in the shadow of the villa area. Immediately afterwards, the car door opened and a delicate-faced girl came out. At this time, Kiko Hyuga had put on a long black one-piece dress and followed the parasol opened by the maid and walked towards the house. Buzz! The phone vibrated, and Hyuga Kiko immediately lowered her head and saw the indecent photos of her slipping and falling on the screen. Her face flushed as if she was about to bleed. Then came the news from the ex-hacker, Luo Ji. You remind me of a certain countess in a certain castle in Eastern Europe, but unfortunately you are very different in temperament, and she is more than you expected. Seeing this, Hinata Kiko was so angry that she was about to reply. At this time, the message flashed again. Something's wrong. Shizi. Luo Ji seemed to be aware of some breath. Miss Shizi, I'm home. What are you thinking? The young maid leaned down and said in a deep voice. It's okay. Hyuga Kiko nodded. She couldn't help getting nervous. Her back was a little cold, and she hurriedly typed on her phone and asked, What is a shadow crocodile? Alligator is actually, soon you will know. In short, the opponent's target is likely to be you. Then how do I avoid them? You can't hide. But if you don't want your bodyguards and maids to die, it's best to let them leave and go to no man's land by yourself. I see. Hyuga Kiko's face turned straight, and she immediately got out of the car. You don't need to follow me, just go back first. Because the entire manor house belongs to Hyuga's family. The bodyguard and the servants looked at each other and had to leave the eldest lady to walk around alone. After letting everyone go, Hyuga Kiko walked quickly towards the garden alone. Nervous, Kiko Hyuga felt that her heart was beating extremely fast. Will you protect me? She asked, typing on the phone. It depends, but I am dead. You are also responsible. With his eyes wide open, Hinata Kiko looked around, then paused and continued typing. Who is it that is killing me? How can I prevent an attack by a crocodile? Pay attention to the shadows. After seeing these words, Hyuga Kiko was wary of the surroundings. About half a minute later, her instinct told her that death was already approaching. Who? Come out! Hyuga Kiko tentatively shouted, and then looked around, trying to find the terrible enemy. Gradually, she saw something weird. In the woods, the shadows of the trees gradually moved outwards, and a dark, oval shadow appeared. Then the oval object began to split, exposing teeth and countless tentacle claws. It's like a terrifying crocodile. Then there was the sound of footsteps, and a tall and thin man in a black sweater and hood appeared from behind the trees, staring coldly at this side. When Hyuga Kiko raised her head to look at his expression, the whole person froze in a frightened state. Dark face. The man infected by the cloned crocodile possessed his body. His face under his hood was blurred, and only a pair of terrifying eyes could be seen in the dark markings. Most of his body was covered by darkness, and he was in the sun. His shadow was in the shape of a giant scissors crocodile, not a human shadow. Because he doesn't have a human shadow at all, or he himself is cast shadow. High-dimensional creatures can not only project two-dimensional planes, but also attach themselves to three-dimensional objects, turning humans into stand-ins. Certainly, they have their own thoughts. For example, the alligator swayed uncontrollably, while the dark man stood still, seeming to have his own thoughts. But as the host where the alligator is boarded, the dark man can probably control the actions of the cloned alligator and let it attack people and things in a certain direction, provided that it must be fed, otherwise the cloned alligator may be autonomous generate other actions. And this man is obviously the one who is more proficient in controlling the power of the shadow crocodile, so he can let the shadow crocodile stop in place under his command. Hinata Kiko, feeling the pressure, seemed to be frozen, and big beads of sweat rolled off her cheeks. This was the first time she saw a non-human monster so terrifying. "Is that you, the eldest lady of the Hyuga Foundation?" The dark man grinned, showing 2 rows of white teeth that were not corroded by power. His smile was creepy. At this time, through the senses of the phone's camera, Luo Ji also saw the appearance of the clone crocodile. However, Luo Ji's next sentence is incredible. It turns out that the shadow crocodile looks like this. It looks pretty cool, although it's just a clone. It may be a bit embarrassing to say that this is the first time Luo Ji has seen the image of a crocodile through the perspective of an onlooker. Because when he transforms into a crocodile, the viewing angle is the same as the infrared sensor with the colorblind mode turned on. The sky is not the sky, and the earth is not the earth, as if the whole world is a plane, so it could be projected on the wall. So Luo Ji wants to know what he looks like. The only way is to take a selfie of himself. Back to the topic. Luo Ji has questions. Does that clone alligator feel a little smaller? It's only about 6 or 7 meters long. We must know that as a native crocodile, the projection of the body has grown to more than 40 meters. And the shadows of these clones are too small. Compared with the original body, it is equivalent to the difference between a whale and a dolphin. Maybe it is because the shadows of the living creatures eaten are too few to grow up. What to do? Hyuga Kiko's scared teeth trembled at this time. She watched the shadow crocodile tearing open the blood basin and mouth gradually approaching her on the ground, and gradually approached her shadow head. Back, avoid! After seeing the information on the mobile phone, Hyuga Kiko subconsciously shrank back. As a result, the alligator, who had entered a predator state, bit out and snapped the shadow of the tree trunk on the side. Suddenly, Hinata Kiko heard a cracking sound, raised her head, and saw that the tree that had lost a section out of thin air collapsed at this time. Woo! Suddenly, a feeling of approaching death hit her head-on, instantly making her feel like an ice cave. Perhaps it was surprising that Hyuga Kiko was able to dodge such a silent attack. The dark man's eyes gradually widened, and he could see that the attack range of his shadow crocodile power was only a few meters, so he came out of the bush at this time, approached in the direction of Hyuga Kiko, and had taken out a few, Chan Nua good, hidden weapons like shuriken darts in his hand. It's incredible. You can actually perceive its existence. The pitch-black man murmured to himself, and then said with dangerous eyes, "Also, I thought you would appear in the room, but I didn't expect a person to come here, and there is no bodyguard to follow. You really make me feel accident. You killers, do you have so many words?" In fear, Hyuga Kiko did not forget to provoke and taunt his opponent. What? The pitch-dark man was a little shocked. It seemed that Hinata Kiko would underestimate him so much. But the next moment, he seemed to understand why the other party had such confidence. I don't know when Hyuga Kiko's mobile phone lit up and projected a dragon man covered in metal, the surrounding airflow began to swirl. As the heavy steel body fell, the terrifying aura of fighting Tyrannosaurus X instantly spread. What? The pitch-black man threw out his hidden weapon and went away. Raised the claws and flicked the shuriken easily. The 3-meter-tall metal dragon man spoke. "The power of the shadow crocodile is simply too extravagant for a mortal like you. You can't even use 1% of its ability." Then, Battle Tyrannosaurus X lowered his head and looked down at the man in front. Then, "Are you a member of the Shadow Warrior Alliance?" "How do you know this?" The pitch-black man entered a state of battle and looked at the front in horror. "What the hell are you? Robot?" "Humph. No matter what you are, as long as there's a shadow, it is impossible to escape the swallowing of the crocodile." After speaking, the pitch-black man waved his finger forward as if he was controlling something. "Swallow it, shadow crocodile." At this moment, there was no movement except the pitch-black man drinking. The man couldn't help but frown slightly, as if he was a little surprised. He concentrated his attention and began to control the black spell on his body, and shouted again, "Swallow it, the crocodile of the shadow." However, the cloned crocodile on the ground remained motionless, swaying from the left to the right as if watching. indicating whether someone was calling its name just now. 893. It looks like it doesn't listen to your orders. If it weren't for maintaining the majesty of fighting Tyrannosaurus Beast X, Luo Ji might not be able to help but laugh. After all, the clone crocodile can be regarded as one of the children of the original crocodile split. You let a worker drive and attack the queen? Is this possible? Perhaps it was because of the breath of the supreme leader that the clone crocodile did not act rashly. Instead, I watched the surroundings nervously, seeming to be looking for the whereabouts of the protozoa. But because the battle Tyrannosaurus X was not in the form of the original shadow fin, even though it felt a similar breath, it still made the cloned shadow crocodile hesitate. This action of the crocodile seemed to be scared in the eyes of the pitch-black man. Impossible. The pitch-black man didn't seem to understand what was going on. Why did the shadow crocodile suddenly panic? This kind of weird and powerful creature shouldn't have something to be afraid of. Could it be that you are afraid of something higher than it? Is it this dragon-shaped machine in front of you? How can it be? A jeb, it's just a metal. As a four-dimensional creature, how could alligators fear this three-dimensional world creature? Even the fighting Tyrannosaurus has a shadow, and it will be destroyed instantly if bitten by a shadow crocodile. This kind of high-dimensional monster, you tell me it will be afraid of a metal warrior? At this moment, there was an idea in Luo Ji and the Dark Man. One was amused, and the other was shocked. On the contrary, Hinata Kiko was hiding in the corner of the villa, watching this scene secretly, and her heart became tense. She thought to herself, why didn't the two men fight? Are they making any eye contact? Could it be said that the duel between masters is determined by momentum? They moved just when she was thinking about it. The first shot was the pitch-black man that he ran over, as if gritted his teeth, manipulating the shadow crocodile to open the mouth of the blood basin, as if he wanted to get close to the shadow of the fighting Tyrannosaurus X. At that time, even if the shadow crocodile hesitates and panics, if it encounters its prey, it will have to bite it. The next moment, Hyuga Kiko saw that the tall metal dragon man lifted his right paw and turned into a muzzle, instantly compressing the energy in the air and hitting it at a point to form a huge energy cannon. At the moment when the dark man of the shadow warrior quickly approached, he shot out. Boom rumbling. In an instant, the whole person of Kajamusha, the garden lawn of the villa, and the trees behind them all turned to ashes in the pure white picture. Like the destruction of the heavens and the earth, a huge gully after shelling appeared on the ground in front, and then the energy of molten and lightning appeared, almost knocked to the ground. Okay, so terrible. Undoubtedly a spike. Needless to say, how could humans go head-to-head with the steel cannon? And the shadow warrior thinks that he has the power of the shadow crocodile, so he can fight against the fighting Tyrannosaurus X. Although in theory, as long as the shadow crocodile reacts quickly, it can swallow the shadow of the energy cannon and save the shadow warrior. But in fact, the cloned shadow crocodile did not do this because the coercion from the shadow crocodile original body made it afraid to move. So it is equivalent to a human being hitting the muzzle of the Gaia energy cannon. If you are still alive, then you'll be the real hell. Luo Ji suppressed the destructive power of the energy cannon and killed the shadow warrior with as little damage as possible, causing it to be wiped out. Then, because the attached humans died, the clone crocodile was also screaming. Under the explosion of the fire, the shadows were distorted and gradually turned into countless black smoke and disappeared into the world. The clone crocodile is not a split body created by Luo Ji, so they're just a kind of degraded cell derivative, and they are not qualified to return to the original body. So the best way is to destroy them. After all, no one knows the weakness of the shadow crocodile better than Luo Ji, so no one can solve the projection of a four-dimensional creature on the earth so simply and neatly. After solving all this, Luo Ji turned around. Come out. Fighting Tyrannosaurus X retracted his claws, turned around, and looked at the place where Hyuga Kiko was hiding. Your bodyguards and servants will be attracted soon. A member of the Shadow Warrior Alliance died here, and I must send more terrible killers to deal with you next, and it may even be the appearance of derivative monsters, And it's impossible to protect you like this all the time. What do I do? Hide it first. I will take you out of here to create the illusion that you were killed by an explosion. Later, there will be a woman named Karina to protect you, and I will have my own subordinates. 10 in this world, a Reaper squad, one of the big mercenary teams, is here to protect your safety. With them, even the Shadow Warrior Alliance will not easily find you. At this time, Luo Ji thought for a while. If a werewolf meets a crocodile, who has a better chance of winning? The werewolf is more mobile and is a tough physical warrior, but the crocodile has the weird and heavenly ability to swallow everything. Considering that the Reaper werewolves have amazing fighting instincts, if they fight alone, they should have a better chance of winning. At least they won't lose easily. What about you, Mr. X? Somlian has a private armed force rushing to Neon. The senior management here seems to have already noticed the riot of monster derivatives. This kind of thing can't be kept for long. They will definitely pursue all alien life with all their strength, including me. Inside, they are all listed as among the objects of containment. A big battle is inevitable, and you will be in danger if you follow. I see. Take me out of here. Hyuga Kiko knows her situation. She is very smart and obedient, because now is the time to stand in line. If you insist on staying at Hyuga's house, then you have to face the offensive of the Kajamusha Alliance. Now that Somlian Company is in contact with the senior management, her father must be held responsible for the loss of the Uenya pharmaceutical base. At that time, as the daughter of the consortium, she would inevitably encounter a lot of trouble. Most importantly, all of the above are Luo Ji's enemies. Although he looks like a non-human alien life form, he has his own plan, but choosing to join such an alien life organization is sometimes more reliable than human beings, especially for Kiko Hyuga, who has experienced many things during this period of time. She needs the power of a monster, and the monster also needs her identity. They only use each other. Even if Hinata Kiko would trust Luo Ji would not trust her. The Shinigami squad is called protection, but in fact it is surveillance and control. It will be used when you wait for the action later. Maybe Hyuga Kiko knew this in her heart, but she decided to do it anyway, because she has no choice. Night, in the city sewer. Soon after Luo Ji took Hyuga Kiko, a disaster was brewing below the city. Tunnel underwater. A worker attached to a cable is turning on searchlights, meticulously searching the bottom of the water, wearing work clothes and gloves, opening underwater obstacles, searching for something in the silt. By the way, the recent situation has become tense again. We have obviously worked for several nights. Another worker complained to the muddy worker at this time. Even if you are exhausted, you have to do it. As mentioned above, you have to get out if you dare not. The competition is fierce now. There are still children and old people in my family who are waiting for me to go back and bring food. Oh, I blame the damn Hyuga group, which usually exploits us. Now that something has happened to their company, the entire high-level management is strictly investigating it. If I want to say, it is better to go bankrupt earlier and arrest all the rich people. It's impossible. There are hundreds of thousands of people who work in the Hyuga group. A quarter of the entire Neon belongs to them. Even if it turns out to the end, it's at most a personal appearance. At this time, there was a voice from the supervisor outside. Hey, you two, give me a good job. Don't talk nonsense. Yes, the two workers shouted at the same time, then sighed and went to work on their own. Smelly here. After all, it's the sewer, we have to clean it up quickly. However, just as the workers began to clean up the silt in the sewers, a cloud of turbid material suddenly poured up in the sand at the bottom of the water. What? Isn't it a fish in the sewer? Have it. With a grunt, something sounded nearby. And many more. The two sewer workers turned on the searchlights in a panic and found a dark shadow looming under the water. What is this? It looks like a bunch of eggs so big. When the searchlight turned its direction and illuminated the target, the scalps of the two workers suddenly became numb. Is this a creature's lair? Crocodile. It looks like it's not like a lot of slime, damn. These eggs are too many. The whole sewer is everywhere. What appears in the searchlight are pieces of egg sacs. They are densely populated, but their size is not as big as a fist, which makes people feel terrible. Wow! Abnormal movement came from the right. The two workers hurriedly closed their mouths. They stayed still and slowed down their breathing until they could hear their heartbeat quietly. They tilted their heads and listened carefully. They seemed to hear the sound of dripping water coming from a distance. In addition, there is a slight click sound. The movement speed is not very fast, and it is intermittent like the sound of horseshoes. But the sound of hitting the ground was getting duller and duller, and it sounded like it came from underwater. Oh, for flowers? Although I don't know what it is, the expressions of the two workers gradually become scared by the sound of this approaching approach. Are you there? Fish? Or what? The mud and sand at the bottom of the water rolled more and more severely, but suddenly, a black shadow gradually rose up in the sewer pool not far away, and it was a very large shadow. Wow! The two workers vaguely heard a sound of breaking through the air, and then one of them was entangled in the neck by something. As the searchlight fell into the water, the whole person could not even scream and was dragged by unknown place. Ah! The other companion turned around, fell into the water in horror, then got up and desperately crawled towards the shore on both sides of the sewer. Then he looked at the dark shadows in the sewer with horror, and then found that a headless corpse floated on the bubbling water surface. It was the worker who had just talked to him, but just when he was so scared that he crawled and ran outside. The tongue-like tentacles were used from Sombra's mouth and instantly dragged his throat back, causing the workers who had finally escaped to fall into the water again, splashing a string of pitch-black water. Then the searchlight fell on the ground nearby, and the screams caught the attention of outsiders. What's the situation? The overseer and other staff on the land discovered that something was wrong at this time and rushed over immediately. Then they looked at the pool in the sewer, and it seemed that a dark shadow flashed by, swimming around quickly. Dead. Two headless bodies floated on the water. Killed. Both of them. What happened to them? At this time, some of the surrounding staff retreated in horror. With the light shining on, people outside gradually saw that there were many nests and fraternal eggs crazily spreading in the underground waterways near the workers' corpses below, and a large number of hatched, snapping, turtle-like larvae with very long tongues and scary red eyes. Hey, is there anyone in there? Answer quickly. No, I haven't had time to see it. Damn it, call the police. The overseer said eagerly. Not surprisingly, the entire underground waterway here is full of such creepy monsters. And recently I heard that many homeless people disappeared in the sewers. Those who disappeared for no reason should have been preyed by monsters. In addition, there have been many weird things recently, and many people have witnessed terrible creatures. Therefore, cold sweat oozes from the forehead of the overseer. If there are larvae of this monster in the water under the feet and in the pipes of the city, what is their purpose? He suddenly remembered the news report he watched recently. Soon, there will be a heavy rain here. By then, the city needs to be prepared for flood discharge. If it is not handled well at that time, and the water level rises, perhaps the entire city will become their nest. The sweat on the forehead of the supervisor couldn't stop flowing down when he thought of this. My heart began to panic. In the Metropolitan Police Department, not long ago, a major car accident occurred in a small town near Tokyo, and the police chief Fuji was also injured as a result. After a few days, Sergeant Fuji was temporarily transferred to the Metropolitan Police Department in the capital because of special affairs, and participated in a secret investigation operation. Sergeant Fuji, do you really have no impression? I've said everything that should be said. I really just had a car accident. As for what I was doing at the time, I don't remember clearly. Fuji was wearing a bandage at this time, indicating that he was injured in this way and that he could still talk nonsense. You're lying, another man who looked grim-faced whispered. Do you know the consequences of concealing information? Don't play with me about interrogating prisoners. I said before, I can't remember anything. Fuji looked at these two men with disdain, one with a black face and the other with a white face, just wanting to see something from him. Unfortunately, these are all tactics used by Sheriff Fuji. Although your position is bigger than mine, you don't have the right to detain me here. Really? Sergeant Fuji, please explain what is on the memory card your daughter is holding. She got it from you. Memory card? Fuji frowned and looked at the screen of the battle between Thunder Dragon driving a horse and a giant crocodile on the screen of the phone. His expression gradually solidified. Is this a monster? Are you serious? But when he saw him appearing in the picture, the whole person was stunned. Impossible. Why don't I remember this kind of thing? I seem to have just had a nightmare. The doctor said that something like a black mist in your brain entangles the nerves of the brainstem. We suspect that you have been brainwashed by something. Brainwashing? Yes, brainwashing. In other words, I changed the monsters that appeared in the memory video, namely, riding a horse, a crocodile, and a shadow crocodile. This is their name. But the effect is that it will become the form of a crocodile behemoth. We heard about it for the first time. Wait, you seem to know the existence of these monsters. To be honest, an interrogator looked in a certain direction, as if after confirming the chief's opinion, and replied, monsters have always been real. As early as many years ago, Neon had many unknown secrets. Of course, you don't need to know these. You only need to know that after the UNF pharmaceutical company was attacked, someone wanted to use these biological weapons to destroy the city. Understood. What's the meaning? Look at this. The man took out a photo and said, this is the underground waterway of Tokyo. The creatures that attacked workers and homeless people. The shape resembles snapping turtles. They are nests in the waterways. They are huge in size. The physiological habit of withdrawing the shell on a regular basis. The claws are sharp and powerful, and they can climb at will, and they are agile. They can spit out a few meters of tongue to catch prey. Snapping turtle. Sewer nest? It's terrible. There are so many eggs. Having said that, why is it said that someone wants to use these to destroy the city? Fuji raised his head, but the man said, 6 days later, there will be a tropical storm in the Pacific Ocean, and a heavy rain is about to hit. If the crocodile monsters in the sewers of the entire city are hatched at that time, what do you think will happen? They will climb ashore and hunt for food? Yes, it is. Fuji took a deep breath and said, are you sure this is true? Why hasn't anyone started to act yet? No, it's already started. But it can't cause panic, and the eggs of those monsters are difficult to kill. Our people will be attacked. The carapace of the large snapping turtle can resist bullets and is extremely difficult to kill. Even the steel plate concrete can't stop it. So what should I do now? We need a poisonous potion that can kill them, and then dilute the potion into the entire sewer, so as to ensure that the snapping turtle monster is completely wiped out. What about the potion? The only ape pharmaceutical company that could develop a drug was attacked. Perhaps the snapping turtle monster was also released by them, in order to put the world into chaos. Oh. Who are they? Sorry, this is confidential. Say it. It's so F asterisk 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 G dangerous. You tell me it's a secret. You can't say it. Kajamusha League. In the end, the interrogator said the name, and then said, but you can rest assured, Sonley and Company has begun to send people to investigate this matter. They will soon bring a new type of biopharmaceutical to control the number of snapping turtles. As long as they come here, we will definitely be saved. Are you sure? Sergeant Fuji asked suddenly and eagerly. Are you sure they can control the growth and reproduction of snapping turtles? And if the Shadow Warrior Alliance, he said, was really so powerful, wouldn't they think of it? Go against the Somnian Company and attack them. Don't worry. In order to ensure a smooth mission this time, Somnian has sent a special elite team, codenamed the Abyss. They are all superhuman beings, and they are absolutely sure to accomplish all of this. This should also be classified 4.1. Tell me so much. Maybe it won't let me leave easily, right? Fuji took a deep breath at this time. Yes, because you have participated in the battle with these monsters. We need your help. Next, you will represent our Metropolitan Police Department and contact the BIS Special Forces to fight the enemy and save the city. Do you want me to fight with those monsters? You have no choice, so that your daughter's charge of leaking secrets will be canceled, and you will become a hero of this city. This was simply bullying, but Fuji nodded helplessly and was forced to bear the name of justice. It looks like a big battle is inevitable. Monster, or TM monster. This city is over. Fuji scolded bitterly. Almost. The era of fighting against ordinary humans is over. Luo Ji looked up at the sky, as if waiting for something. He decided to use the resources and power in the hands of Kiko Hyuga to make all the screens of Neon Tokyo show the crime proof about the Sanlian Company, and said that he had begun to declare war to completely destroy this giant multinational monopoly enterprise. But it is not the time yet, because mankind has become a thing of the past. A new group of tough, powerful, and hugely vital monsters will soon become the protagonists of this world. As the Battle Tyrannosaurus Beast X, he is also evolving in the direction of the Omega Beast, after which he only needs to obtain the evolution material of the Steel Galaruman. What kind of breath is this? Such a large number. Standing in a dark place in the city, covered with Digimon of time, the dragon-shaped Digimon with X antibody fused with it is wondering. He felt an unknown breath brewing in the city. The source of the breath is the sewers leading to all directions under the feet. Although he hasn't gone to the sewers to find out in 06, Luo Ji still felt the large-scale alien breath in the sewers. This was the first time he felt such a large number of monsters. Is this one of their plans? There's no doubt that this group of mutant snapping turtles will become a turning point in the world. But they're not the only monster group. In addition to the neon crocodiles, there are death worms on the land of Australia, the giant basilisks in America, the scarab beetle in Egypt, and the king of the fly Beelzebub in Greece. These are the forms after the secondary evolution of the alligator's derivatives. Compared with these monsters, the crocodile group is just right in the sewers of the bustling human capital, directly threatening the lives of 13 million people. Found it! Luo Ji came to the entrance of the sewer and found one of the entrances to the snapping turtle nest. The manhole cover of the sewer, the heavy metal weighs 50 to 60 kilograms. Don't want to knock it open without tools. But for fighting Storm X, which is full of iron and steel power, the manhole cover is shaped like a decoration. With a light stroke of the claws, as if cutting a piece of paper, the iron cover flew out more than 10 meters away and fell on the ground with a roar. Meantime, the moment you opened the lid of the sewer, it was like opening a Pandora's box. A terrible breath permeated the air and spread out, mixed with a variety of pungent odors and a large amount of biological odor, which made Jean-Rouet X unable to resist backing. In the end, he resisted the stench and jumped into the sewer. Boom! In the next moment, when War Storm X landed, there was a heavy, loud noise in the huge, palace-like sewer channel. This trembling sound also quickly alarmed all directions, causing all creatures in the sewer within a few hundred meters to be instantly alarmed. For the time being, let's investigate first. The metal feet of War Violence X stepped on the filthy and smelly stagnant water, and the eyes adjusted to the darkness and walked forward. Fortunately, the sewer channel is quite large, with a height of more than a dozen meters and a width of about the same. There is no problem with War Violent X walking inside, and his body is full of icy metal texture. Pressure still makes certain creatures in the sewer consciously retreat by 3 points. After all, fighting Storm X is a dragon man, wearing a metal armor, not a pure mechanical life, but an existence like normal creatures. Since it is a living thing, it will also exude the breath of living things. Therefore, it will attract some fearless hell creatures to look at. For example, in the front, Luo Ji saw a weird monster masterpiece. What exactly is this? Luo Ji saw a pile of corpses on the ground in front of him, and as his vision narrowed, he discovered that it was a terrifying area made up of dozens of human bones. Will snapping turtles collect human bones to play? It doesn't seem to be in line with their habits. In the dark sewer, there are mountains of corpses and human remains everywhere. Anyone who sees this scene will have a strong feeling of vomiting and even serious psychological shadows. But Luo Ji will not be frightened by this degree. He carefully observed the decayed and melted human remains. Since Luo Ji was no longer a human being, Luo Ji had no physical discomfort, but he still felt a little sick in his heart. Silk. When Luo Ji walked, he touched some gray silk threads, which stuck to Zhanbao X's body like a spider web. This was not like a snapping turtle's method. Except snapping turtles in the sewer, are there other creatures? At this time, something caught Luo Ji's attention, but it was above the tunnel. He raised his head and saw a huge black shadow hurriedly passing by at the end of the corner. In addition, there was a violent click sound. The speed is very fast and very continuous, like a horse running over the tunnel. What is that? Millipede? Axis birth? A mutant spider monster that was more than 2 meters in length was moving quickly over the tunnel, and its legs covered with black bristles pierced the tunnel, making a click sound. The 8 legs are thicker than the horse legs. The huge lantern-like eyes emit red light, and the mouth parts reflect the metal light, which looks sharp and powerful. Only one? As soon as Luo Ji's voice fell, loud sounds rang out. At the corner of the sewer, a group of black shadows suddenly appeared, densely packed in large numbers. And when you look carefully, it turned out to be a giant cockroach that is comparable to a small dog, a huge monster contaminated by somatic cells derived from alligators. It moves in groups and reproduces. Strong force. Get out. Luo Ji gave a low drink and let out a loud dragon roar, which shocked the creatures. Sadder. The giant cockroaches huddled and retreated. The 2 long tentacles seemed to distinguish the enemy. But the reason they approached quickly was not to enter 893 to attack Luo Ji, but to run for their lives. Yes, these giant cockroaches were escaping for their lives, and Luo Ji saw the owner who made the boom, and boom sounds deep in the sewer. A king in the sewer, mature, mutated snapping turtle. A giant monster in nature that has been contaminated by derived somatic cells and has undergone secondary evolution. He was extremely aggressive, with a height of 8 meters. He approached quickly at this time. The 4 blood-red eyes were wide open, and the brutal eyes were staring forward, and his mouth made a sharp and terrifying hiss. Crocodile is a fierce fish. Even ordinary snapping turtles at maturity can easily bite human fingers when threatened. And the mutant snapping turtle in front of me is 8 meters high, 12 meters long, weighs at least a few hundred tons and thousands of tons. I won't say how terrifying its bite force is. I am afraid that steel can easily bite off. Coupled with this physique, even if it is rampant in a city full of tall buildings, there is no fear at all. Tank. In front of the mutant snapping turtle in front of you. That thing is also worthy of a heavy land killer. I am afraid that no matter how powerful the tank is, when facing the snapping turtle in front of you, it is just scrap iron that can shoot. Suddenly, the mature mutant snapping turtle chasing giant cockroaches and large spider monsters in the sewer gradually stopped, apparently found Luo Ji standing here. The 2 eyes face each other. They all seem to be judging the threat of the opponent. So what will happen next? There are also level differences between derivatives. Luo Ji stared at the mature mutant snapping turtle that had stopped ahead. It seemed to stare at himself cautiously, as if smelling some special breath. Taking advantage of this effort, Luo Ji is analyzing and classifying it. If those giant berry township and large spider monsters belong to the D-type derivative monsters, then the secondary evolution above them should be the C-type monsters in front of them. According to this classification, Luo Ji's derivatives can be roughly divided into 6 levels: Type S, Type A, Type B, Type C, Type D, and Type 3. But it should be noted that the classification standard of this grade is divided according to the number of evolution. In theory, although the more evolution times, the stronger, but if you encounter racial restraint, some monsters may be single killed by Type D monsters, or a group of Type C monsters can encircle and eliminate a Type A monster. There are battles between monsters. The purpose is to evolve. They all want to evolve from the lowest level of low-dimensional organisms to high-dimensional organisms like protozoan alligator. Abandon the suffering and hunger in the world. and thus evolve into a god. You can get the ability to adapt to different environments without a long period of reproduction and evolution, and you can even reproduce asexually through cell division. This type of monster is classified by Luo Ji as S or Super 5 monsters. They can directly ingest energy from various substances. Through the intake of water and air, they can obtain energy that can provide their own survival, similar to nuclear fusion reactions. So, there's no need to take in other nutrients. This nature beyond the common sense of all creatures can be likened to perfect creatures or fairies in Eastern fantasy. It has the possibility of being able to overcome the inevitable death as a creature. It is speculated that if left alone, they can even reproduce without restriction through self-proliferation, or absorb the genes of various creatures on the earth, evolve wings to gain flight ability, evolve the attributes of sea, land, and air, and expand the territory to world class. S*X. If you leave it alone, maybe there will be A-type or even S-type monsters soon. Luo Ji looked at the mature, mutant snapping turtle in front of him with a headache at this time. The 4 ferocious eye pupils of the other party were staring at him. The reaction was the same as that of Thunder Dragon driving a horse. The breath of crocodile. What? In the end, it was done. I saw the mature, mutant snapping turtle suddenly open its mouth, spit out a forked worm-like fleshy tongue, ejected it through the circular muscle in the middle, and wrapped it toward Luo Ji's dragon body. Dragon Beast Nemesis. The sharp claws flashed, and a blow that was enough to tear steel cut off the fleshy tongue of the mature, mutant snapping turtle. The painful and screaming mature crocodile retreated continuously and hit the wall of the sewer tunnel heavily, causing huge architectural damage. The whole tunnel around started to vibrate differently. But what surprised Luo Ji was that there were sticky black cells squirming at the broken mouth of its fleshy tongue, which quickly regenerated like gelatinous fibers. It seemed that the power of a mutated alligator was about to repair its wounds. Suddenly, Luo Ji saw that the mutant crocodile lowered his head at this time. His blunt movements seemed to be doing something, and an orange light began to glow in his throat. Is this vomiting? Grumbling. The huge creature began to make a disturbing sound, and then a bunch of small black things with corrosive properties were vomited out. As soon as the group of small black things fell on the ground, they began to move, turning into many small crocodiles as if they were alive, and rushing toward this side like a void bug in the game. It seems that the purpose is to send death, and then go forward and succeed. Rushing upwards, they quickly gathered together at the moment they landed, and started to blow themselves up, using high-acid corrosive liquids to destroy everything around them. A self-destructive mob with a strong acid attribute. Luo Ji was so shocked that he could still play like this. It seemed that the power of the derivative was played out by these creatures in nature, and he was still too young. So look at this trick. Poseidon's power. Warstorm X's heart began to gather the surrounding water at one point to form a huge water ball, and then blasted away in the direction of the mature mutant snapping turtle. Burst. The power of this move is strong enough to instantly destroy the body of the mutant snapping turtle and make it lose its combat effectiveness. It can even be killed directly. Boom! A huge splash of water vibrated in the sewer, and then the mutant snapping turtle was blasted out dozens of meters away. The huge turtle shell was also destroyed into fragments and turned into a mass of minced meat. System. After successfully killing the monster derivative, the host obtained the crocodile transformation card. 1-star normal. What? As soon as the system appeared, Luo Ji was confused. He simply investigated a sewer and killed the monsters easily. Can he even burst out a transformation card? So, it can't be used during the forced transformation. System. During the forced transformation period, you can still use the transformation card obtained through other means. Luo Ji was taken aback and looked at a card with the attributes and image of crocodile inscribed on his hand. Name, Snapping Turtle Shadow. Attribute, Water. Quality, Normal. Attack, 3 defense, 6 speed, 2 energy, 1 regeneration, 7J. System, the host can be killed by killing derivative monsters and other monsters to obtain monster transformation cards with different attributes, and can evolve higher-level monster forms through synthesis. There is no time limit, but there can only be one monster with the same monster at most type of card, and can be used freely in time, but during the transformation period will continue to consume energy points. The specific consumption depends on the level. Current consumption. Transform into a snapping turtle, 10 points, /hour. Luo Ji was speechless. To be honest, this feature is still conscientious. It's just that the level of the snapping turtle card is still too low. It seems that with the mentality of trying it out, Luo Ji killed a giant spider monster. Following the system prompts, he won a 0-star rating of the lowest level spider monster. Low-level cards. Continue again. Luo Ji overlaps the low-level spider monster with the snapping turtle shadow, which seems to have produced a kind of fusion and evolution. The snapping turtle shadow has acquired skills such as spinning and weaving a web. Where is Chan Nua good evolution? Having said that, Luo Ji went on to ask, System, should you have to compensate me for a Thunder Dragon Ballista card? System, you have obtained Thunder Dragon Driving Horse, 1-star normal. Surprisingly, the system actually compensated Luo Ji for the card that Lei Long was driving the horse. He then excitedly merged and evolved Thunder Dragon and Snapping Turtle Shadow, and then flickered with a green light, and the two cards were combined into one, evolving into 2-star rare quality, B-class grade, and, at the same time, monster cards with the characteristics of Bronze Dragon and Crocodile come out. What is this? Fish and dinosaurs. Luo Ji looked at a mutant monster with genes from carnivorous dinosaurs and other reptiles that appeared in his hand. It looked a little weird, like a mutant turtle dragon covered in a spiked carapace, and looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. And there is a resounding name, Overlord Spiked Dragon Turtle. This is simply outrageous. The Overlord Spiked Dragon Turtle. Isn't this King Kuba? A certain heaven looked at it and wanted to hit someone. Luo Ji thought it was a monster form similar to the armored dragon turtle, but he didn't expect it to be more domineering after a closer look. Tyrannosaurus head, teeth, neck, body, tail. Snapping turtle's carapace, dragon horns, spikes, regeneration, neck. System, are monster cards 100% dropped? Answer the host. Transformation cards are randomly dropped, and the drop probability is different according to the strength of the monster. The meaning of these words is that Luo Ji is lucky. The drop rate of the unstarred spider monster is 1%, while the drop rate of the mutant snapping turtle is about 10%, and only the synthesis of multiple stars with the same star will evolve, and the synthesis of card with different star ratings is high. Stars will absorb some of the abilities of low stars. I understand. See here. Luo Ji directly opened the system's exchange mall, start searching for some synthetic cards, and then start to screen the transformation plan for the next form. So who to choose? The monster form after Violent X. How long will the non-mandatory transformation period come? System, 2 days. 2 days? It's enough for me to get some rare transformation cards, 2 stars, that can prevent undesirable needs. Although 893 rarity does not represent combat effectiveness, but the high level is definitely stronger in all respects than the low level. Before this, Luo Ji intends to predict what the next form will be. Use the predictive card. System, use normal quality predictive cards, and you will see the next few seconds of screen. I'm coming. The picture that emerged before Luo Ji's eyes was very strange. It was a scene that looked like it was in a high-temperature ruin after being bombarded by a shell. Then a reptile monster with only bones lying silently in the pit. Motionless. Half of it. The body disappeared. Only in the last second of the screen, the reptile lizard monster that was bombed into bones, the scary eyeballs of cancer in the white bones orbits suddenly turned and looked strangely aside. I'm going, what the hell is this? Luo Ji was taken aback. Is this who he will be in the next few days? A pile of lizard bones lying in the ruins of a high-temperature explosion, with a few pieces of meat hanging? It means, am I dead? No, if you die, the system shouldn't predict the screen, and if you read it right, the corpse's eyeballs moved. This weird and terrifying absurd picture, although only a few seconds, made Luo Ji's whole person bad. It seems that I have to collect a few more transformation cards, which will be used as cannon fodder at that time. When the transformation card dies, it will disappear permanently and return to the form of forced transformation. Using this method, Luo Ji is equivalent to having multiple resurrection coins. In order to meet the next situation, he is fully prepared. Unfortunately, when he really knew the origin of his next transformation, he realized that those ordinary monster cards were useless at all. In the Metropolitan Police Department, Mr. Fuji, your daughter has been waiting for a long time. Sheriff Fuji, who finally left the interrogation room, was appointed as the investigator of the monster incident at this time. Because of spreading information about monsters and searching for information about monsters on the forum, Fuji Chiaki was spotted, and as one of the witnesses of the monster attack, he was monitored. Dad! Chiaki Fuji hurried to the direction of the sheriff, seemingly worried. It's okay. Sheriff Fuji nodded and said, You stay at home these days, don't run around. Do you hear that? Well, I know. Fuji Chiaki replied. She didn't seem to dare to ask more, let alone make a mess. Let's go, Sergeant Fuji. A man beside him called to him. I know, Ajeb. After bidding farewell to Fuji Chiaki, Chief Fuji walked to a nearby car, preparing to drive to a secret place. He took a deep look at Fuji Chiaki with a hunch in his heart. This may be the last time he met his daughter. This road leads to hell, and there is no return all the way. Outside the city, on the outskirts of the forest, the sky was gray and the deserted scenery looked particularly bleak. Who can imagine that there were some people living here, but they all disappeared because of the appearance of monsters? Of course, not all of them were killed, but fleeing here desperately to survive. This is the area where the Yuanya pharmaceutical base is located, the source of the monster's escape. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the helicopter's propeller sounded in the nearby sky. It turned out that the Black Hawk helicopter from the Lighthouse country approached here. Go, go, go. Accompanied by the humming sound, the helicopter formation began to lower the rope ladder under the instructions of the instructor. Keep the target sight distance. Start the airdrop. The captain of this special operations team, codenamed Abyss, gave orders via walkie-talkie. He used to be a battle commander and an important figure in the Biological Disaster Countermeasures Force of Somnian Company. He has the personal qualities to fight in extremely dangerous environments and the ability to protect the safety of everyone in the team. This special force under the Somnian Company is composed of mercenaries who have experienced many battles, and many of them are ace professional soldiers. Their main responsibilities are to rescue survivors and destroy biological and chemical weapons when they are leaked. And when they receive the order to clear the monster flooding incident in the Neon, the first place they had to go was not the city, but the Yuanya pharmaceutical factory that caused the monster incident. They began to use radiation detection equipment to detect the surrounding environment scan to figure out which direction the monsters fled, and investigate the origin of the enemies who killed the researchers in the Yuanya pharmaceutical base. Not only that, they also carried 3 important combat powers, Abyss 001, Abyss 002, and T-Abyss Evolution. The first 2 are modified versions of the Abyss prototype, and the latter is Super Enhanced version, which is used to reload biological weapons. In addition, there are about 5 Abyss search dogs. They look like dogs, but their mouths can split like petals. They have a keen sense of smell. They are mutant hounds specially trained to track monster derivatives. That's right, almost everyone in this Abyss team is a mutant. Even if they are ordinary players, their skin color is as gray as a corpse, but their eyes are deep and pitch black, and the underneath of their necks are like worms squirming, muscular, and burly bodies. They can jump from the ground to hover with a single leap on a helicopter at a height of 2 meters. They are very powerful, so powerful that one person can easily capture a police station and even face monsters. This group of weirds who have excellent combat skills and are good at completing the above commands by any means are the main trump cards of the Somnian Company this time. Of course, on the surface, it is a rescue operation against biological disasters. But in fact, it is also a test to test the power of biological weapons on the battlefield and their strong adaptability. Keep flying low. Disperse and act separately. The ruthless captain of the Abyss team gave the order and watched the other helicopters disperse one after another, then looked down at the ground with cold eyes, observing the surrounding situation. They started thinking about the vicinity of Yuanya Pharmaceutical Company as per the battle plan. Report to Group A. Found target derivatives. Repeat. Found target. Soon, they found a huge toad in the uninhabited area of the forest. It seemed that the scientific name was the monster of Eater. Start arresting. Release Abyss 001. As the formation of helicopters approached, one of the helicopters with a metal refrigerated cabin hovered in midair, and the huge body on the ground, about 6 meters full of human-eating eyes, was staring straight. Helicopter in the sky. Survival system. Closed. Muscle relaxant injection. Stop. Abyss 001. Start. As the female mechanical synthesis sound rang, the door of the freezer compartment was suddenly pushed open by one hand. Then a bald man with a body of about 3 meters tall and his muscles, arms and neck locked by metal rings opened his eyes. The whites of his eyes were already black as ink, and things like insects were swimming inside, and the cells of the whole body began. Activated. Then he seemed to be sweating, his body exuded high temperature, and his skin quickly became red, and he jumped from the top of the helicopter towards the ground at this time. Boom! The helicopter was swayed and swayed by the powerful force, and the Abyss tyrant-like monster that landed on the ground also stood upright at this time, striding towards the direction of the front. But the Bitter felt that there was a prey close to him, and he subconsciously stretched out his long tongue, trying to draw the other party into the abdomen and use the strong acid to digest it. Unfortunately, the moment its long white she wrapped the arm of the Abyss tyrant, it was shocked by an unimaginable powerful force. Chuan Renmo couldn't take back his long tongue because the opponent's strength was too strong, and he hugged it tightly. On the other side, someone on the helicopter used a video camera to capture this picture, as if they were conducting a remote live broadcast, and took the picture to some high-level people behind the screen to watch. Not bad. It deserves to be an Abyss transformation body. Even that derivative monster can't fight him. Not only that, in the process of eating people, touching anger and eating pain, the Abyss tyrant raised his head expressionlessly, and one of his shoulders began to squirm like a snake, quickly tore the skin, revealing blood-red muscle tissue, and then broke. After the metal ring, it seemed to liberate the strength, and it deformed into a huge slasher. It seems that the bones have become long blades, and the muscles have become elongated like whiplashes. As the sound of tearing the air sounded, the long tongue that was eaten by humans was instantly cut off, and then the body was also wounded by the wind, and a large size was blown out. Mouth. Gut. With an angry scream, at a speed visible to the naked eye, the biting wounds began to regenerate rapidly. The Abyss tyrant ran quickly, ramming away like a heavy-loaded warrior, pressing the man-depleting mold on the ground like a T this time. A few figures fell in the sky, and those mutant soldiers who had been strengthened approached. Using a specialty anesthesia gun was shot and touched, and it was firmly controlled. Then it was contained in a fully sealed box and injected with liquid nitrogen. Under the extreme cold air, the cells of the human phagocytosis started to stop reactivating and regenerating, but were frozen. It seems that they are aware of the weakness of these monsters, that is, fear of cold. Including the tyrant of the Abyss, if the temperature is low enough, he will become tired, sleepy, and his mobility will be greatly reduced. Report, the containment is complete. Good job, then go find the next goal. Receive, Yuanya Pharmaceutical Base. The power system of the underground base has been restored. The two mercenary mutant soldiers raised their heads at this time and saw that the staircase area was blocked from the entrance, so they came to the elevator. Looking at this weird and silent elevator, they walked in. Ding! The elevator door opened, and they pointed their guns inside and found that the elevator car was extremely clean and there was nothing else. Go in. The two of them stepped into the elevator one after another, turned around, pressed the button to the deepest point, and then waited for the elevator to run. After a few seconds, we arrived at the first basement, second basement, third basement, 5 floors, and 7 floors, to the lowest level. Ding! The elevator door opened, and 2 mercenary mutant soldiers wearing gas masks and holding guns began to walk in. Under the illumination of night vision goggles, they began to observe the surroundings and guard the surroundings. They'll look for flowers. Safety. Also, Suddenly, with a scream, the Sonlian Company mercenary wearing a biochemical suit and a gas mask fell to the ground. Although he was a mutant, he was still dead when he was penetrated by a huge steel claw through his chest. Abyss team? Interesting, it's actually you. The tall, terrifying giant werewolf, the legendary character among the mercenaries Reaper, appeared in the dark at this time, staring at the prey ahead. Nikola T. Jevs? Do you know me? You traitor! The biochemical mutant mercenary raised his gun angrily at this time and pointed it at the front, but his speed couldn't be compared with the death werewolf, and he was directly pressed to the ground by his swoop. Are you afraid of me? The death werewolf said jokingly, and then stared at the biochemical mutant below with sharp eyes like an eagle. Why are you here? That's it. Biological disaster relief operations. You just attacked the guy here. However, the man regarded as the monster showed a white-toothed smile, and the god of death said, No, I'm also investigating their whereabouts. Varied. Before the words were finished, the biochemical mutant was pinched by the werewolf in his heart, and then released the werewolf poison that belonged to the dark power and destroyed it. Here it is. The Grim Reaper Wolf looked at the 2 corpses and quickly evacuated before other biochemical mutants came. It seems that Sonlian Company has sent a biochemical unit that should not be underestimated, but following the instructions of Lord Wolf King, I found information about their secret use of biochemical weapons. The next step is to look for the members of the Kajamusha Alliance and tell them the whereabouts of the Sonlian Company and the information on the biological and chemical weapons. In this way, as soon as they come, there will be conflicts between the 2 of them, and in the end, they will all be taken. The Grim Reaper werewolf was a chess piece arranged by Luo Ji in advance. The next thing he needs to do is to wait for the snapping turtle to hatch. Because Luo Ji can't stop their growth at all, time is too late, and the tropical storm is about to appear. Simply will count. When the snapping turtles occupy the entire city's sewers and erupt with the hurricane storm and rain, the whole truth about the Sonlian Company will be disclosed to the world. Then, it is the final action. Development of biological weapons, biochemical weapons, monster-derived somatic cells, leaked attacks, the culprit who plunged Dongjing City into a crisis of extinction, the truth concealed by Sonlian, etc. Once a serious crime is exposed to the eyes of the public, it is enough to completely destroy the Sonlian Company. By then, it will be the time for a decisive battle. Mountain. At night, a neon city. System. Transformation time has ended. The host enters the non-mandatory transformation phase. Countdown, 24 hours. Here. Luo Ji stopped the movement directly. Standing somewhere in the dark city, he returned to the form of a werewolf king with a gothic coat, a long cloak, and a black cowboy hat. System. The host can currently choose one of the 3 random transformations. System. Do you pay 300,000 points? Exchange 3 pre-predicted cards. Exchange. The redemption is successful. It is being announced. The sound of the system fell, and 3 new cards appeared before the eyes of the werewolf king, slowly, shining lightly. First of all, the first one is Luo Ji's eyes stopped on a reptile monster that looked like a giant lizard from hell. Name, Skullcrawler. Height, 3.6 to 29 meters. Length, 10 to 60 meters. The huge carnivorous creature from King Kong's Skull Island is also King Kong's old enemy. It is an underground overlord who has no basic awe of other kinds of creatures. They have a strong bite force, appear out of sight, fierce and cruel, and are particularly depraved. They once wiped out the King Kong clan and were called demons. Rareness, 72 stars, behemoth level. Skeleton monitor lizard? It looks okay, but I can't feel the bombardment of large artillery shells. Luo Ji shook his head looking at this form, and eliminated it in his heart, and it was still a 2-star trash card. Announced the second one, with a ray of light lit up, then a monster with a size comparable to a skyscraper appeared. Seeing this, Luo Ji's eyes lit up. Could it be that it's Godzilla? But soon, when the image of the monster appeared, Luo Ji suffered a cardiopulmonary arrest. It's really a low-profile version of Godzilla grass. Luo Ji felt that if he was not in the form of a werewolf, he might need emergency pills. The ups and downs are terrible. I saw a youth low-profile version of the pirated Godzilla image on the card. Name, Kuzra. Height, 60 meters. Body length, 90 meters. Weight, 500 tons. Kuzla is a 2-footed walking behemoth that resembles a marine iguana, Tyrannosaurus, and behemoth. It can reproduce asexually and lay 200 eggs. It can also use the ultra-low version of the atomic breath, flammable gas breath. They feed on fish, are good at digging, and have high intelligence. Rareness, 72, stars monster level. Luo Ji's expression was speechless at this time, and he felt that the current werewolf form could easily explode this monster. Next. This time, you must give me a monster with more than 3 stars. Luo Ji held his breath at this time and looked forward to it. Soon, the light on the system card lit up and then gradually dimmed and disappeared. A huge reptile deeply attracted Luo Ji's attention. What is this? Luo Ji died. The third monster is not even as domineering as the first two, and it is very small, just like a large reptile lizard. Name, Immortal Triss. Height, length? What the hell? It looks like an old man, with an unruly face and a look that despises everything. If it weren't for its appearances really different from ordinary lizards, Luo Ji even suspects that this thing is not nuclear radiation. Variation product. If you choose this, then you'll be over. Luo Ji continued to look at the introduction of the monster called Immortal Schwelly. There seems to be a detailed description later. This is a huge crawling creature with unknown origin. It has extremely high intelligence, extremely tenacious vitality, strong adaptability and regeneration ability, and can evolve with harsh environments. Therefore, the immortal lizard is almost impossible to be killed, and it is hostile and aggressive towards almost all life. Focus on it. Luo Ji's gaze fell on the description of almost impossible to be killed. Impossible to be killed? Are you kidding? How do I feel that this thing will turn gray when I send an RPG? Luo Ji still couldn't believe that such a bunny transformation happened randomly. But think about it carefully. Since it exists with the 2 monster level and monster level existences in front, the rarity level is not very bad. So Luo Ji continued to look down. Then there was a hell expression on his face, 0. What? Rarity, 4.4 stars. He couldn't believe it, even if he was killed. This seemingly uncharacteristic, ordinary, plain-looking lizard with a large face is actually a 4-star rarity. This is impossible. Rarity of 5 stars means God level. This means that this thing is second only to the existence of God level. Is it a monster of the same level as Shadow Crocodile? Name, Indestructible Lizard. Rarity, 4 stars. Level, high-dimensional level. The ability is to swallow things to become bigger, with terrifying adaptability, and is also a projection of high-dimensional creatures, characterized by immortality and rapid recovery. As long as there is a cell, it can be resurrected. You are stacking buff across. The description of this thing is too strong. Luo Ji didn't even hesitate at all, and directly locked on this immortal transformation template. As for the first two, rubbish and rubbish. Don't worry about it. System. The next form has been locked and turned into indestructible sin. When the countdown to the non-mandatory transformation of the host ends, it will automatically transform into this form. Seeing this, Luo Ji smiled. Next, Wushuang mode is here. When the tropical storm comes, he will overthrow the Sanlian company and declare war completely. Then, use the identity and ability of Immortal Sass to completely push and crush the headquarters of Sanlian company in Asia. Next, Luo Ji's voice rang out 4.1 clearly. The actors are all in place, and the dark embrace before dawn is about to kick off. It seems to verify his words. A tropical storm is quickly approaching the edge of the Neon Country, bringing heavy rains and extremely fast speed. At this moment, the whole rainbow moved up and down to release flood relief. And in the sewers that are gradually being filled with water, countless snapping turtle eggs are also beginning to accelerate their hatching, and they have begun to break out of their shells, floating densely on the surface of the water, waiting for the arrival of rain. As Luo Ji said, a huge disaster is about to begin. Dead. It was eaten. The vital signs of those people have all disappeared. Near the neon sewer, several corpses were found again. At this time, some of the surrounding staff were panicked, and in the picture from the searchlight just now, they found a picture of a hideous-looking giant snapping turtle attacking humans, as well as a crazy number of eggs in the surrounding underground waterways, and the scary snapping turtle larvae that were hatched. Hurry up! Seal the sewer entrance with cement. Are you crazy? When this happens, we will all be drowned. If you don't do this, when they get out of the manhole cover, everything will be over. Damn it, this is a 240 billion project. Don't talk nonsense. We have to seal these entrances. When the rain comes, there are other ways to pass the building's drainage pipe, converge into the discharge pipe, and finally discharge into the sea through the big tributary. Do you mean let those snapping turtle monsters rush into the sea with the torrential rain? Genius, what a genius! Why are you still stunned? Go and block the entrance of the 06 sewer. The overseer now sees cold sweat on his forehead. If monsters in the water and the entire city pipeline appear in the city, it will be over, and the entire city will become their huge territory. But if they were enlarged into the ocean, what would happen in the Pacific would have nothing to do with them. At least this city will be saved temporarily. The sewer at night. In the central layer about 50 meters underground, a huge black monster was lying on the ground. Gudong. The monster's throat seemed to be shining, flashing brightly, and then it seemed to feel that the time was ripe and began to open his mouth and spit out a dark, sticky substance, spreading everywhere along the sewer. Pheromone-like pheromones began to spread, and all the snapping turtles and larvae underground in the city were attracted. Buzzing, like the sound of a group of beasts running in the sewer, a group of densely packed little monsters appeared at the end of the darkness. Team up, hungry, and start praying. It seems that they can't wait for the rainstorm to come. They're eager to evolve, eager to kill, and eager for food, so they start to hatch early. At the same time, on the skyscraper, a reptile that was several meters long suddenly appeared under the night sky after 0 o'clock in the morning. It looks like an ugly lizard. There's a protruding long bone spur at the back spine. There's no trace of flesh and blood under the belly, but ribs are exposed. Besides, its limbs are extremely strong, and its claws are as sharp as a razor, which can cut any object wantonly. When it raised its contemptuous eyes and looked down at the city, its blood basin opened slowly and developed a terrible roar, which made people feel creepy. Are you going to start? The immortal lizard in front of him is Luo Ji. He has been waiting for a long time and finally ushered in a new moment of transformation. At about this time, he vaguely saw the horror picture in the distance. A group of tropical storm was approaching with heavy rain, and the whole city would be swept in the next day and night. Next, Luo Ji looked down at the 100-meter-high building. At this time, it began to retreat from the top of the building, and then began to run hard, jumping in the direction of the next building. But when it jumped a few meters in midair, it seemed that it was not strong enough to touch the roof of another building more than 10 meters away. Question mark. There were big doubts and question marks in the lizard's eyes. Immediately afterwards, Luo Ji fell uncontrollably towards the ground and fell to the ground from a height of 100 meters. In the middle of the road, with the screams of passers-by among their onlookers, a giant lizard corpse several meters lying motionless on the road was thrown into Meatloaf. There was no sound and there was no movement. Luo Ji, death. What? What's the situation? Look, a lizard fell from the sky and died. It's miserable. In the night market, on the streets, more and more passers-by came to watch, staring at the lizard corpse that fell to the ground with fear and took pictures with their mobile phones. What kind of lizard is this? It's probably 2 or 3 meters long. Monitor? The ribs can be seen under the chest cavity, and there is no blood on the ground. It should be a long time ago. It was the B********D who threw it from such a high place. I call the police. Some people are curious and approached with curiosity. Some people are angry. What if this thing hits someone from a height? A very small part of it will produce sympathy or inquisitive psychology to study this lizard species. It looks like a carnivorous species. It may be similar to the Komodo dragon, but there are some differences. But anyway, this hapless guy is dead. It's dead. Exactly. B plus WB. What? Suddenly someone screamed, as if being frightened, and hurriedly said, "Have you seen it?" What? Others looked at it suspiciously. Its tail moved. How is it possible? This is dead. Do you show your bones if you haven't seen it? But I really saw it. As if responding to what the person said, the tip of the corpse tail of a mortal sath began to twitch slightly and moved a few times in a row. Is it alive? How is it possible? It's just the tail nerves. Some animals still move after death, such as, for example, local nerves and muscles have not yet 893 necrosis. A person next to him said, "Yes, this is it, but it doesn't look like it just died." Before the words fell, the white eyes of the immortal lizard suddenly moved downwards, strangely facing the passerby's eyes. As if frightened, he directly slumped on the ground. At this time, the people onlookers also took a big step back in an instant. Everyone evacuated 3 meters away from the lizard corpse. Eyes are moving. Really, does this monster come alive? Lizard mummy? No, bone lizard, dead and resurrected lizard, undead lizard monster. At this time, amidst people's panicking screams, the dead lizard corpse staggered to its feet, and the whole body's skeleton and minced meat began to reorganize. System, you have adapted to falling, so you have evolved the wing membrane, and you will never be injured by falling again. System, the current fall resistance of immortal sass has been improved. The newly born immortal lizards are very fragile and will be knocked down by anything and attacks. However, as long as it has been knocked down once, it will never be possible to fall in front of the same move next time, because one fall has evolved the skill and resistance to ignore the fall. Until this moment, Luo Ji finally understood the power of indestructible sass. At that moment, Luo Ji understood the power of indestructible Nyesi. Its shape can change with the attack environment. When under attack, it can evolve parts or organs that adapt or resist by itself and change its shape with the environment. Eyes, legs, tail, heart, claws, etc., from crawling to standing, grow thorns, blades, tentacles, or wings, change color, appearance, and even learn to breathe, dimensional strikes, etc. by adapting to evolution, space distortion, and other capabilities. Therefore, the extremely high strength, regeneration, response, evolution, adaptation, and immortality of the immortal grass lizard make it extremely difficult to kill it. Just like a sentence, the process of evolution is not beautiful. On the contrary, it is very ugly and extremely ugly. But only through this ugly process can we truly understand the beauty of life. This is how the immortal grass lizard exists. By constantly adapting to external damage, the immortality is evolved. Because of this, it is a real life form that is immortal. At this moment, the death lizard stood up from the ground tremblingly, shook his neck, made a snapping sound of bones, and then turned to look at the horrified crowd of onlookers. What to look at? After moving a little, Luo Ji noticed the group of people in front of him desperately backing away. Every step he takes, the group of people took a few steps back. A group of people, a lizard, with big eyes and small eyes. These people seemed to be able to feel the madness of hysteria from the scarlet pupils of the immortal lizard, and their hatred of all living things, as if they want to swallow them at any time. It turns out, indeed, after being resurrected and running quickly, the lizard rushed towards a person watching the excitement, seeming to want to attack him. When the others saw this, they were scared off by crawling. Everyone screamed and ran into the house. The streets that were still lively became much cleaner in just a dozen seconds. At the same moment, in the distance, the sky is full of dark clouds. A tropical storm is coming. Go home to take shelter from the rain. Don't go out. Similar sounds came from the streets and alleys, and it seemed that many people knew it was going to rain. Boom! The huge lightning tore the firmament apart and illuminates the night sky. Wow! The wind is raging and the rain is raging. The heavy rain fell frantically from the sky, and the momentum was violent. In just 10 minutes, the whole world was in the rain. Then, Luo Ji, the immortal lizard who was bathed in the rainstorm, held his head up and looked at the sky with his nostrils. He seemed to have an unruly face. At this time, there was a series of noises in his mind. System, you adapt and evolve into breathing underwater. System, you have adapted and evolved a swimming dorsal fin. It seems that the immortal lizard's skin was covered by rain, which resulted in a certain characteristic evolution. Looking at the end of the sky, it was pitch black and gradually covered with black clouds, announcing the coming of darkness. Help, help! The monster is coming. A scream of screams sounded all over the street. The city was enveloped by sudden fear, and thousands of snapping turtle larvae rushed out of the sewers and manhole covers. They were large in the size of cars and tanks, and small in the shape of pet dogs. Great! These are living fossils from ancient times, carnivorous animals, and fierce in nature. Although cement can seal the entrance of the sewer, it does not mean that it can stop their advance. It is said that the mature crocodile monster is huge, and it would be strange if the cement can stop it. The sharp claws, the thick carapace, the upper and lower jaws can bite off steel, and the telescopic long tongue can entangle a person's neck tightly and drag it into the water. The crocodile monsters swim in the water at a speed comparable to that of crocodiles. In addition, the precipitation is extremely high at this time. Many drainage pipes are blocked by a large number of crocodile monsters and a few giant mothers. They also seem to have a certain degree of wisdom, using a huge body to completely block the drainage outlet of human floods, causing many parts of the city to be submerged by a lot of groundwater, becoming their huge territory. On the streets that were gradually flooded by rain, the water level had risen to about half a meter by this time. People are anxious and expect the rain to stop soon. But on the road, submerged by water, a lizard was floating on the water, like a wood motionless, drifting with the flow. At this moment, a snapping turtle larva appeared nearby and ran over hungry as if it had found some prey. He spit out a long tongue in the direction of the lizard's tail, dragged it in front of him, and then was about to bite it down, but found that the lizard had come to an objection, biting off the neck of the snapping turtle larvae and taking the lead in swallowing it. In the belly. Who are you hunting? Good money, brother. The immortal lizard that swallowed the larvae of the snapping turtle now had a huge abdomen. With the evolution of super acid, it wriggled in the abdomen and shrank little by little. In the end, the snapping turtle larva disappeared completely. System, absorb snapping turtle larvae. Energy points plus 27 points. At the same time, the size of the immortal lizard also began to change, from more than 2.5 meters long to 3 meters long. It seems as long as you continue to eat, it will grow bigger and bigger, and it may become a super monster. Kill them. For a while, gunshots rang out in the city. This is probably because the self-defense forces and the police started to act, but these have nothing to do with Luo Ji. These snapping turtles can't be killed. There are too many of them. The only way to destroy them, it is to create natural enemies. As we all know, snapping turtles are the oldest reptiles in existence and are known as the king of freshwater animals. The mature body is large and aggressive and has few natural enemies. The sharp-edged carapace of the snapping turtle is invincible, and even the largest saltwater crocodile in existence cannot be crushed. And the only thing that can cause a devastating blow to snapping turtles is the Dainan alligator that lived in the late Cretaceous. But in order to eliminate the snapping turtles, wouldn't it be unnecessary to release the horse crocodiles in the city? Because compared to snapping turtles, crocodiles are more terrifying. Of course, considering that these mutant snapping turtles are all derivatives of alligators, their real natural enemies are naturally shadow alligators. That's right. Only the real shadow crocodile can dominate and control this group of snapping turtles. And the people who currently have this power, except Luo Ji, are the only people who clone the shadow crocodile. What? Save the city? Eliminate the snapping turtle. That's what a superhero should do. What does it have to do with Luo Ji? This is the idea of the immortal evil inner lizard at this time, looking at the outside world through its scornful eyes, as if the end of the day has nothing to do with it. It is true. Luo Ji's painting style at this time is like an uncle over 60 years old, wearing herringbone to drag out the house. 893. But the wind and rain were violent outside, the refugees fled, the monsters came out endlessly, but it was the lizard, tilted its head, with unruly eyes, standing quietly under the rain-sheltered pavilion and admiring the picture in front of him, behaving very low-key. But just the next moment, a sudden explosion caught the attention of the immortal lizard. It turned out that the manhole cover was destroyed by huge pressure, and the terrifying water column soared into the sky. Countless monsters that evolved from larvae to snapping turtles were thrown into the sky at this time. LA's landed on the street, everywhere. Snapping turtle rain? Eternal Sass sat beside the pavilion waiting for the bus, frowning slightly with a funny expression. It has now evolved into a lizard man walking upright on two legs. It looks like a large lizard with a split head. It caught a group of snapping turtle monsters from the corner of its sight. At this time, it was staring at itself and twisted its necks altogether. Oh, a group of low-level 1-star Class D creatures. They want to follow me. Ajeb. After confirming the position, the immortal lizard stood up and began to explode from the feet, speed, and power of walking on the water. The huge body of the entire lizard rushed out suddenly, as if God walked 100 steps, stepping on the water surface and rushing quickly. Its speed has exceeded the speed of a car. It's just that the direction is the opposite. The immortal lizard didn't go head-to-head with the snapping turtle monsters, but turned around and ran away. Compare with me? It doesn't exist. Slipped away. Luo Ji ran away on the water at a speed of 40 kilometers per hour. A large group of crocodile monsters wanted to chase, but couldn't catch up. When they approached, even the splashes stepped on by the immortal lizard disappeared. In fact, the immortal lizard has the ability to easily destroy these crocodile monsters, but it has not done so, because it is too lazy to fight. Luo Ji, who was running away from the snapping turtles, came near a telephone booth. Then the immortal lizard stood upright, supported his balance with his tail and legs, and then walked in. Under the gaze of some fearful human beings, he dialed the phone, put it in his ear, and began to speak in human language. How's it going? Luo Ji called the boss of the legendary mercenary Reaper squad, that is the human Nicholas Reaper, who was turned into a werewolf by him in the past. Soon, a voice came from the other side of the microphone. Yes, the firepower of those guys is no less than that of the regular army. Sonley & Company has also dispatched 3 abyssal tyrants. They are very powerful and can easily defeat a derivative monster. Sonley & Company put it aside first. How is the investigation of the Kajamusha Alliance? It has been found. The Shadow Warrior Alliance is also called the Assassin Alliance. They are not a force of a certain country, but a more detached existence. The origin of this organization is very old. The current leader is called Gulong Sabah, and it belongs to Hassan Sabah. descendants, born in a certain country in the Middle East. The organization has existed about thousands of years ago and is associated with the history of mankind. Is it so mysterious? Yes. This organization is composed of hidden masters from many countries. Their mission is to continue the development of human civilization at all costs. What do you mean? Do you think they're good people? It's not easy to define. People in this organization think that if an empire decays, then they will take action to clean up the capital of the empire. Only when they clean up the source of corruption that they think should be eliminated, they believe that human civilization will continue to develop. At this time, the god of death Nicholas continued to say several events and names. According to their historical records, the fire in Roman history, the destruction of Constantinople, the fall of Qin Shi Huang, and the demise of Empire D are all it is what they did, and the purpose is to advance history and allow human civilization to advance. Emperor Qin also has a relationship with them? Are there any descendants of Jing Ku in the Shadow Warrior Alliance? Luo Ji couldn't help but vomit. Sorry, I don't understand the history of the Dragon Kingdom. These thugs claim to be the necessary evil in this world. Grim Reaper Nicholas lowered his voice and said, "They released the snapping turtles in the sewers of this city. The purpose is to use chaos and huge destruction to destroy the source of decay in this city." The Hyuga Group, one of the 4 major consortia. In order to destroy the Hyuga Group, do you hesitate to destroy the entire city? Currently it is, and they are also an enemy of Sanli and Company, and this city is the source of the proliferation of monsters. In their words, this is a city that is hopeless and must be destroyed. Ruthless enough, Luo Ji probably understood the purpose of the Shadow Warrior Alliance. Their people are still hiding in the dark, trying to destroy the city they think must be destroyed. And the motive is very simple. It is to bear the responsibility of the future of human civilization. Such self-righteousness easily determines the future of mankind. Perhaps for this group of assassins, this is an addiction to power beyond power and money. There is nothing more hypocritical to master the lives of others. "Master, my master Luo Ji, please give me orders." The Grim Reaper's voice gradually became violent. The voice was not sharp, but it was very strong, shaking the entire ground. It seems that something unexpected happened to him. No, it's not the time yet. The Hyuga Group cannot be destroyed for the time being, and they have to count on them. As for the Shadow Warrior Alliance, their goal has been half achieved, and then they have to clean up the mess. Immediately afterwards, Luo Ji's shout sounded again. "My servant, werewolf. The order is to liberate all the power, destroy the Sanli and Company's biological disaster countermeasure team, dye everything of the enemy red, kill when you see the enemy. Kill when you see the enemy. Do all the slaughter, never let go any enemy." "Yes, as you wish, my master." Immediately afterwards, the god of death Nicholas also seemed to liberate the primitive wildness because of the moonlit night, with terrifying manes spreading behind him, and a body with explosive muscle power appeared on the ground. The order is kill all enemies. At this moment, somewhere on the outskirts of the city, the huge, swelling werewolf monster's true face was finally about to be revealed. Then came the howling of wolves. Hearing this, Luo Ji hung up the phone. It seems that Sanlian's biological disaster countermeasures team encountered the death god Nicholas and the others. Calculate time. It was almost early morning. It's time for the immortal lizard to begin to evolve. Next, attack the Sanli & Company building in Neon, Tokyo, and destroy it. Primitive liberation, return to chaos, return to nothingness, unity of all things, devouring evolution. Eat everything in front of you and evolve toward a behemoth. The immortal lizard who thought so thought, standing on the chaotic hell ruins, then it stretched out its neck to search among the ruins, opened its mouth and swallowed it, and ate all the metal in the ruins of the building on the ground. Is this eating? Humans will know soon. The body of the immortal lizard is just a three-dimensional shell that exists in the outer dimension, which is essentially a high-dimensional biological projection, similar to the 3D version of the shadow crocodile. It can eat anything. Through eating or molting, the body size increases or decreases. At this moment, the flood is rolling, surging, and roaring. However, the body of immortal Sass has become more massive, and it can even drink water from a street in one breath. In theory, it can swallow everything indefinitely, but Luo Ji now does not need a low-density substance like water. What it needs is a substance that can allow itself to grow quickly, such as steel and metal. Click, click, a huge chewing sound sounded. At this time, in just a few tens of seconds, a monster that grew into a hill-like monster of more than a dozen meters was rioting in urban buildings. If the beast is here, you have to shout uncle. 12 meters, 15 meters, 18 meters. Its evolution speed is not a little bit increase, but as the swallow high-density objects are absorbed, its body shape directly expands a lot, just like a balloon, but the balloon's belly is filled with steel. The immortal lizard is devouring steel. After melting the steel into molten iron in the stomach under high temperature and pressure, it transformed into its own giant lizard. It quickly ate a small half of the building, and then dragged the body of the 20-meter-high monster toward another place. Immediately afterwards, humans have discovered it, this huge life form that hates all life, an ugly and hideous immortal lizard formed by the convergence of death and terror. Roar! A huge roar echoed across the city. Everyone faintly felt something in their hearts, including the mutant giant snapping turtles that attacked the crowds all over the place. They also stopped attacking humans and looked in one direction in horror. The earth is shaking, the rain is neighing, the river is coming, death is coming, and disasters are coming. What is that? The self-defense force soldier stared blankly at somewhere in the skyscraper. The tall figure, dark and frightening, dragged heavy steps from the other side of the building. Boom, boom, boom. An immortal monster with a body length of more than 50 meters was waving its giant claws and destroying tall buildings. With the explosive roar, the building made a scream and crashed to the ground, making a huge shock. Zero, seeking flowers. Wait, what is this? What is it? The horror of breath, unable to breathe, as if blood was no longer flowing. Obviously, the human saw the figure of the immortal lizard that suddenly evolved to the level of a monster, and it became the focus of the entire city at this time. Everyone felt a huge sense of oppression, as if being stared at by the devil. The scarlet monitor lizard's pupils were sweeping the ground and walking towards the iron tower. Swallow, swallow. Its goal seems to be to swallow the huge iron tower several hundred meters high, and thus evolve into an unimaginable behemoth. What about the humans? They were silent at the moment, looking up at the lizard monsters crawling over their heads, their huge feet hitting the road, leaving a huge footprint of 10 meters in diameter. The sound disappeared. Because the people who were really shocked wouldn't make a scream, their brain rock machine didn't think of screaming until the 50-meter-high immortal lizard passed by. Monsters. The real monster. 10 times bigger than those snapping turtles. But compared to these incoherent shouts of shock, it was more simple screams. The other side. Winter Jing Combat Headquarters. Mr. Minister, this is the casualty report and the location of the disaster as of now. Thank you, Fujikoen. Mr. Commander, these are just temporary damage assessments. Not all of them. And the situation of the mutant snapping turtles is not optimistic in Beicheng District. Well, give me the information. You go and rest first. It is 4 o'clock in the morning. Since yesterday, these people have not taken a break and have been counting the disaster situation. This is not a joke, but a very heavy thing. Investigation of casualties in Beicheng District is over, with 5,210 dead and 12,941 missing. The total area affected by the disaster has all been counted, 750 square kilometers. All snapping turtles appeared. Mountains. What about the rescue situation? The storm has not yet dissipated. Considering the heavy rain and the obstacles of flooding, the helicopter rescue is ineffective, and only the ships docking nearby can be transferred. Let the ship enter the city? If it is a severely affected area, small ships would be fine. By the way, what should we tell the public? It is said that it was a large-scale torrential rain. The tropical storm brought the crocodiles and other areas here, and the people do not need to know the truth for the time being. Okay, in an hour, rescue teams from Asia and Europe will arrive, and relief supplies will arrive near the airport in various ways, so that people can go to high places to take refuge. After speaking, at this moment, a correspondent walked over in a panic. Holding a printed photo in his hand, he handed it to the head of the commanders. 893 hurriedly said, "Report, there is a new emergency in the Eastern District. Look at this. What is that?" In the picture, there is a huge lizard monster walking on the street, swaggeringly, swallowing all the metal and steel along the way, and the bone spurs on its back rise to the sky, which is extremely frightening. Hole. Two words popped out of the head of the commander's mouth for a long time. His eyes trembled slightly and seemed to be shocked. Damn lizard. How could it be so huge? Minister, the top priority is how to deal with this monster. As for the reason why it has become bigger, I don't think we need to know for the time being. You are right. Do you have a way to deal with it? Request the support of the lighthouse fighters. Are you serious? Let F-35 enter urban areas? But in this situation, you can't let the missiles on the fleet be bombed. Damn! With sweat on the minister's anxious forehead, he immediately walked to a place and began to dial the direct line to the Pacific Fleet. After talking for about tens of seconds, he hung up angrily. Minister, how is it? Damby ***************. D. They said that the F-35 can't fly in bad weather, so they refused fighter support. Now, they can only let the armored vehicles and the police officers of the city conduct military operations. But without anti-equipment weapons, it is impossible to defeat this monster. The biggest headache now is that heavy rain and flooding have prevented tank troops from entering the city at all, and the battleship is too large to be too close to the center. We can only find a way to support the city with missiles in the distance. To use missiles in the middle, you must get instruction from the superior. Here is the issue of efficiency. To put it bluntly, I still didn't pay attention to it. I discovered this problem a few days ago, but the insiders turned a deaf ear to it. When the critical moment came, they all panicked. As for this minister, even though he was struggling, he was still helpless and could only furious. Even the use of a large weapon requires approval, and no one dares to take responsibility. After all, if innocent civilians are injured, who is willing to be held responsible? By the way, Minister, there is still a group of people who can help. Who? Sonlian Company. Call me the Sonlian Company and ask their biological disaster countermeasure team to eliminate the big lizard monster. Hello, this is the receptionist of the Abyss Group. A monster with a height of 20 meters and a body length of 50 meters appeared in the Dongqing district, with a mass ranging from several thousand tons. Can you destroy it without using large-scale destruction weapons? Dongqing district, the lizard monster? Please wait. I found it. Correct it. It's 60 meters now. Can you handle it? It can be, but don't you Neon have your own heavy firepower weapon? You talk too much. The minister's face sank. Although the other party was not malicious, he still felt a little taunting intention. Are they unarmed? Of course there is, but I dare not use it. Why? Because the above said it hasn't reached that point. To be honest, if you pay attention to the power of monsters, you won't fall into such a passive situation. I really don't treat crocodiles as human beings. Even so, juvenile snapping turtles are still easily defeated. Mature snapping turtles cannot destroy a building in an instant, and they move slowly. People are more focused on rescue. But the immortal sea is obviously different from other monsters. It showed the super characteristics that it evolved into a behemoth in just half an hour, but it still wasn't taken seriously, because not to that level yet. So the minister was very angry. He couldn't help feeling that this city is finished. No, this world is finished. At this time, the minister looked at the picture pointed out by the technician on the monitoring screen. The situation in the East City area has come out. The lizard monster is rushing towards the Iron Tower. It seems to want to eat the Iron Tower. At present, Many people have begun to evacuate, the scale of the storm has begun to weaken, and the area is in a temporary state. Blank location. This is the best time to attack. The minister can't wait now. He makes a call. Soon, the other side of the phone responded. The Prime Minister issued an order at the cabinet meeting of the highest decision-making body. Approve your action, and decided to let the Aegis destroyer come quickly to support it, and it will arrive in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes? The city is sinking. The minister could not help snarling, and at this time he decided to attack. The 1st Division, the 12th Brigade, drive out the tanks and drowning. The armored vehicles are ready, and all types of aircraft are also starting to move. Give me the big head. The lizard stopped. Now, the military has finally begun to act. The other side, as Immortal Sass was heading to the East Pagoda, Luo Ji walked and stopped, looking around and looking at it. For point one, it suddenly felt a breath of inhumanity that is different from snapping turtles and other derivatives, but similar to the aura of the cloned alligator that I encountered before. In other words, are there members of the Shadow Warrior Alliance nearby? When he thought so, but I heard the engine sound of tanks and armored vehicles wading through the water in a nearby military base, and the sound of heavy crawlers advancing in the water from time to time. Although some vehicles were submerged and stalled and could not move, there was still a small number of tanks. Close to this side. Tank. Luo Ji's face was speechless at this time. Why did they come? I've been waiting here for a long time, and it's finally here, because you want to evolve quickly. Compared to swallowing metal, modern weapons and shells have the fastest increase in resistance. Early in the morning, under the Iron Tower, the tracks of tanks and armored vehicles are roaring, and helicopters are flying at low altitudes in the city. The target confirmed that it is near the tower. Receive. At this time, after hearing a few people wearing protective clothing speak, the Self-Defense Force soldiers couldn't help asking, I want to know those monsters. What are they? This. Several members of the Somnian Company's scientific research team, specializing in genetically modified organisms, looked at each other, seemingly hesitant. Please, I want to know about that guy. As he said, he bowed heavily to the others. The scientific researchers who were watching the intelligence were taken aback. After hearing this request, their faces were a little embarrassed, and they looked at the team leader on the side. The leader of the Biological Disaster Countermeasures team looked at the neon soldier and nodded, allowing them to answer this question. If under normal circumstances, he would certainly not allow it. After all, it is something that may lead to leaks. But this time the situation is different, because it is the mutant monster to deal with, not to mention not necessarily leaking. 06, even if it is really leaking, there is no way, because this is already a large-scale disaster level, and it is difficult to cover up the truth. So he allowed it, and after getting the consent, the researchers looked at the neon soldiers, paused, and asked, You can tell, what do you want to ask you? I want to ask, those monsters, what are they? This. Upon hearing this question, the researchers scratched their heads, not knowing how to answer. Don't you have a monster movie for Neon? But those are leather cases. They're all monsters in the special film. They are pretending to be people. In fact, they're almost the same. Didn't the monsters in the movie also mutate for various reasons? For example, the famous nuclear mutated atomic dinosaur. Are you talking about Godzilla? In biology, we divide the direction of life development and evolution into two categories. The first category focuses on the ability to reproduce, and the other category focuses on the ultimate evolution of individuals. It's like those snapping turtles, it's the former. It's like the big lizard, it's the latter. We, human beings, also belong to the former category. But if there are creatures comparable to ours, and we still choose the second largest category of evolution, then its individual is equivalent to our entire human race as powerful, which means that it is enough to exterminate humans. This kind of creature is generally called S-type superlife form. In your words, it is a monster. If it weren't for, who would have thought that the second type of creatures still existed if they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes today? To know that the second type of creatures existed on Earth in the past, it only existed during the time of the dinosaurs. What does this mean? Did monsters exist on Earth before? Although it's confidential, I can't tell you. The answer is yes. There did exist giant beasts over 40 meters in size on the Earth a long time ago. But because of the deterioration of the environment, they began to become extinct. So far, we humans have discovered the largest individual is 106 meters long. We call this kind of existence Titan. While speaking, his words stopped. At this time, as the helicopter roared, it gradually arrived near the combat area. Compared to this, look at it. Hearing that, several other scientific researchers and soldiers all looked at the distance from the Titans. Is this war? The picture before him was like war. About 6 or 7 tanks and guns on armored vehicles were aimed at the immortal lizards who were climbing towards the Iron Tower. Silhouette, shooting frantically with a rifle on the ground. Boom! From time to time, huge cannon sounds came. Although there was still a distance from this group, it was enough to be shocked. A huge monster of 60 meters. They were a little surprised and were shocked. Cannonballs can't hurt it. How dense is the monster's body? Is it made of steel? It's possible. Considering various factors such as the Earth's gravity, the monster's weight must be at least tens of thousands of tons to withstand this kind of artillery bombardment. Is that so? The soldiers of the self-defense forces were a little puzzled. They didn't think monsters needed any scientific confirmation because monsters were monsters and they were incomprehensible to human beings. Don't worry, soldiers. You underestimate modern weapons. Although the monster is terrible, is always said in a movie. In the real world, it is impossible to escape the army. I see. As he said, shouts rang around. Look, it's a tank armor-piercing gun. Goo! A cannonball aimed at the head of the immortal grass lizard directly blasted on it. With the huge explosion, the head of the immortal lizard was directly exploded into flowers, blooming like tulip flowers, looking extremely miserable. Is that guy dead? Sure, my head burst. But the next moment, their expressions solidified on their faces. At the speed visible to the naked eye, the tulip flower-like head began to close quickly, and the cells quickly repaired the body. But the immortal evil that was blown out still crawled up a little bit. It seems that the head is a decoration to it. It's just a product. Weird monster. Suddenly, someone yelled. More and more screams, and the scientific research personnel on the helicopter also looked astonished. The overshocking thing in front of me feels 910 to incredible. No, impossible. Humans are also animals. When you really encounter a horror that is incomprehensible in common sense, a strong fear in a moment will have a physical impact, and then a violent vomiting will strike. But this time, faster than fear is the harsh roar. Roar! The Iron Tower screamed and shook violently. The immortal lizard was like a gecko in the middle of the tower, with its tail wrapped around the tower, and at the same time, after the head was regenerated, it turned around at this time, and the scarlet eyes were up and down. I scanned the army, as well as the tanks and armored vehicles that fired at it. What is it going to do? Do not know. From a human perspective, the dawn sun slowly rises at the other end of the tower, gradually illuminating things in the dark. But they can only vaguely feel the guy's huge, monster-like body. The body is entwined on the Iron Tower, like a dragon that has been pulled up high and submerged in the sky. Generally, the high temperature causes the gas to evaporate, wiping out an explosion in the air. When the dragon-like head of the immortal apple lizard stood up, its size was getting bigger a little bit by a burst of crackling noises. At the same time, it slowly opened its mouth. No one knows what will happen next, but there is a bad feeling. That starter. Should it be breathing? Hurry up and defend. Stop the attack and prepare to dodge. However, time passed a little bit, but no response was found. It wasn't until the self-defense forces soldiers looked at each other that they saw a cloud of gas tumbling through the open mouth of the immortal grass lizard, colorless and transparent, spitting out toward the outside, covering the surrounding like a thick fog, including the Iron Tower. Approximately 500 meters. Is the cold rain freezing? What's that? Frozen breath. From the mouth of the evolving immortal lizard, a colorless and transparent gas was released, The temperature reached -20 degrees, and the surrounding ground began to freeze quickly. See this scene. The human army commander frowned slightly, then raised his hand and began to issue orders for the next wave of general offensive. But at this moment, a scientific researcher from Somlian Company gradually widened his eyes, as if he could smell the composition of the gas. When he yelled out the words, "Stop firing," a tank shell had already burst out of the chamber. At that time seemed to have entered slow motion. The moment the cannonball bursts out of the chamber, the flame produced is in contact with the dense, colorless, and transparent gas around. And then the sky seems to be ignited, and a violent explosion begins to cover the surroundings. The gas seems to be an extremely flammable explosive. It's a pity that the moment the scientific researcher just yelled his words, a terrifying explosion began. Rumble along, including the iron tower, glow like a molten light, tumbling, swelling. All areas within a radius of 500 meters are all sublimated in the flames. Boom! Then the shock wave set off by the heat wave caused armored vehicles, floods, buildings, and helicopters in the area 500 meters away to be destroyed into slag. Everything. Roar. However, the immortal Huxiao lizard at the center of the explosion roared and evolved a carbonized skin. Under its protection, a new round of evolution began. System. The third round of evolution is about to begin. You have adapted to the high temperature and evolved into a carbonized layer carapace skin. System. You are molting, about to evolve. This is the sound that rang in the mind of the immortal lizard. People outside cannot hear it, and naturally they don't know what happened at this time. But they only saw the huge monster lizard gradually curled up into a ball in the explosion. And then, as the molten iron tower fell to the ground, the surrounding rain was completely evaporated, the earth was blackened, and the terrifying water vapor madly impacted the sky for half a kilometer. There's a burnt mark in the area, the flame is still burning, and the rain becomes like a combustion aid. Nothing can stop it from going out. The people outside were even more terrified, and it seemed that they had never expected such a scene to happen. But because of this, the threat level of the immortal lizard in their hearts has risen several levels. Why are you here? The meeting is not over yet. Mr. Shanmu, aren't you going to the Iron Tower to take charge of the mutant monster? Is the meeting still in progress? With that, Shanmu extinguished the smoke in his mouth and threw it into the trash can. Sure, after all, it is near the Iron Tower with many important facilities, and many people are trapped nearby. It is still discussing who should take over the rescue operation and come forward to contain the monster. No need to discuss. Shanmu took out the latest intelligence photo and handed it to him. It's over. It's over? Is the monster dead? Obviously, the combat meeting is still in progress. That said, but when the person saw the explosion ruins in the photo, his pupils gradually dilated. The tower, it's gone for a long time. Shanmu stared at him desperately. A minute ago, the monster released flammable gas, detonated a half-kilometer radius around it, and caused massive damage to everything a few kilometers away. Now you tell their meeting is not over yet. Then let them go to the meeting. Wait for the monster to come in front of them. Then you will know what is going on. Damn it. The man was obviously panicked too. But think about it, isn't this better? Because no one has to worry about taking the blame. Anyway, it is all these monsters destroyed, not them. Now that the Iron Tower has been destroyed, there is no need for a defense battle. The next step is an annihilation battle supported by heavy firepower. To be honest, for some people, it doesn't matter how many people a monster kills and how many things it destroys. The important thing is as long as these have nothing to do with you. Now that the Iron Tower is destroyed, the next step is to kill the monsters and then throw the pot to the monsters. By then, ordinary people will only hate the monster for destroying their homes, but they won't notice. This has been 8 hours. A few tanks were actually sent out to show off. Not to mention the thinking of the human military. Even Luo Ji, who is an immortal lizard, is at a loss. This is the first time he has seen such a poorly efficient military operation. For the monster, this is exactly the difficulty of the novice village teaching level. It's no wonder that many monsters in the movie like to land in this place, and some of them are obviously major generals, but they still speak like a naive ghost. But when they think of crying people and drowning scorched corpses, they might not laugh. In the end, it is the old saying that only when you lose can you know how to cherish it. Some people are bloody, but they have no power. Some people have power, but don't know how to use it. There is another kind of person that is to hold power, but abuse it. The Kajamusha League is such a person, but their behavior at this time is very puzzling. Guess what they're doing? They're directing traffic order, and they started hunting snapping turtles and rescuing refugees in chaotic areas. What? Nods. If it weren't for the scene, Luo Ji might not have seen such a great award for human confusing behavior. You said, if you're a villain, you can be a good one. Why do you want to save the city after destroying the city? I'm going to direct and perform and entertain myself here. But think about it carefully. The main purpose of the Shadow Warrior Alliance is to destroy the decaying imperial capital and advance the civilization of mankind. But it does not mean that it is to destroy the civilization of mankind and kill all people. Therefore, their goal has been half achieved. As for the hunting of snapping turtles, it is estimated that it is simply filling the belly of the cloned alligators and making them stronger. However, system, your shadow crocodile form evolved shadow devil, evolution degree increased by 1%. System, the degree of evolution has increased by 1.73%. System, evolution degree increased by 1.52%. Total evolution, 79.42%. At this time, in Luo Ji's mind, there was a frantic reminder of an increase in evolution. Shadow evolves to become the shadow devil of the 5-star god level. At that time, he can freely enter and exit multiple dimensions and evolve into a more powerful existence. Let's not talk about this yet. The situation of Luo Ji at this time is like this. In the eyes of the human army, at the center of the explosion diameter of half a kilometer, there is a creature surrounded by a layer of lava material. The monster is now 50 meters high, like a lizard. It was petrified in situ, and its appearance was covered by a carbonized layer. It had a dinosaur-like appearance. The whole body was black, covered with black scales, and there was a huge flame-like protrusion on the back. The current situation of the monster is dormant. The Neon executives named it Immortal Lizard, Indestructible Lizard, because it can't be killed, it can't be blown up, it can't be burned, and it looks like a lizard, so it's simply called Undead Lizard or Indestructible Lizard. Actually, after discovering his own characteristics of immortality, super evolution speed, and invincible adaptability, Luo Ji now has no worries about what he will become. No matter what weapon the enemy has, just come. Have the ability to go directly to the nuclear bomb. That thing is powerful and powerful. It's impossible to kill 923 yourself anyway. Boom! A huge roar sounded outside the carbonized layer of the evolution of the immortal lizard, and a ground bomb capable of penetrating 60 meters of concrete struck with amazing power. I'm gonna have fun. Luo Ji was just talking in his heart, but he didn't expect a heavyweight player to come. The shell of the earth-penetrating bomb is generally made of high-strength materials, and the inner and outer surfaces of the shell are also covered with a heat-proof layer. In this way, when the high-speed, moving ground-penetrating projectile reaches the ground, its shell will not be cracked, and the ground-penetrating projectile will continue to drill down in the direction of the sharp warhead by relying on its own huge kinetic energy. Can you stand it? Can't stand it anymore. With the cracking sound of the click after the human army blasted the carbonized layer with bombs, the ground-penetrating projectile began to penetrate the skin of the evolving immortal sass, destroying it directly inside the body. When the shell of the lava material-like dark monster was blown to pieces, cheers came from the human military. Good job. Now give it a big shot. Everyone, fire on. In the smoke and dust of the explosion, the immortal Hualu vaguely saw a dark and cold muzzle aiming at him. Is that a chariot? And more than one. Mimi, Mimi, Mimi. Rumbling. That is clearly a living target. The armored convoy and the tanks that continued to attack the immortal lizards are now deployed in a circle around a central point to gather fire. After a frantic bombardment, the world turned red. In the sound of the earth-shattering explosion, 50 meters of the ground surface had been blown through, and the behind of the immortal lizard turned into a magma-like crimson red. The high temperature was everywhere, and the steel melted. But even so, it hasn't died yet, and the damaged cells are being repaired quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. What kind of monster is this? Does this kind of creature really exist on Earth? The human military watched this scene dumbfounded. Give me the offense, don't stop. The voice of the commander-in-chief of the human military came over the radio. His voice rang loudly, very clearly in the minds of the soldiers who were shaken by the army. In this world, he said, there is no miracle. Events are only accidental and inevitable. Monsters can't show up all at once without warning. If there is, then a Jeb must be an inevitable event. Their army does not believe in the so-called science fiction. They only believe in science and the true face of nature. The commander's speech was very inspiring and regained the confidence and hope of the soldiers. But at this time, as if rebutting them, the body of the scorched monster was battered at this time. As the situation was confirmed, the soldiers who were shooting and bombing with shells had to stop. Many people looked at the molten center of the bomb giant pit one after another. The picture before them was very strange. In the high-temperature ruins, after being bombarded by artillery shells, a reptile monster with only bones lying silently in the pit in the middle of no movement. Half of the body disappeared. It's just that suddenly, the reptile lizard monster that was bombed into bones, the horrifying eyeballs with dry pain in the white bones eye socket suddenly turned and looked at this group of people strangely, and the immortal lizard gave them one at this time. The look in his eyes was exceptionally horrible, and his killing intent was cold. Report. The soldier who detected this scene dully picked up the walkie-talkie and said, resurrected. The monster is resurrected. How many times has this been? Once again, the monster that was considered absolutely dead, now supporting only the remaining half of the body, slowly stood up. It was crumbling, and it looked so fragile. But it was such a broken body that made countless people frightened, and the soldiers have been frightened. This is also something that can't be helped. It was lying in the pit, standing and bombing people for more than 10 minutes. All the methods that should be used were used, all kinds of shelling, high temperature, and ground bombs were thrown on it. The only thing that is useless may only be a nuclear bomb. Out of control completely. It's over. At this time, the immortal lizard supported its body with its front paws and crawled forward. Every time it approached, hundreds of soldiers retreated half a step in horror. Hole. Go to hell. As the soldiers raised their guns and fired in another round, half of the body of immortal Sass continued to be retreated into the hot crater by bullets and shells. But this time, it does not intend to continue to bear it. The immortal lizard that was bombarded wildly in the annihilation battle of mankind has evolved at this time. It has become a taller monster that has evolved to a four-legged or bipedal walking style by dragging its body forward with its limbs. It looks like a fusion of a dinosaur and a lizard, and its skin has turned black and gray. Roar! Indestructible Sass roared angrily. Although Luo Ji didn't feel pain, he was still uncomfortable being unable to move in place after being bombarded by shells and suppressed by fire for more than 10 minutes. It's almost time to fight back. Thousands of thunderbirds screamed frantically. At that moment, people became quiet in an instant. Not quiet, but they saw the picture in the sky. Sky. Of course, it is pure blue. But now, even the space has turned blue, and the half of the immortal lizard raised its neck high and opened its mouth. At the next moment, a circle of blue light appeared in front of it. What is that circle? I don't know either. Is it the air ionization phenomenon? I understand. It is the accumulation of high-concentration radiation particles. It is accumulating and breathing. In this case, seeing the scene before me. Even if you don't understand, you should understand. The immortal lizard is accumulating its breath at this time, and there are 5 rings in front of it, emitting a strong, dazzling blue light, and each ring refracts light. Until now, humans have not realized it. The monster in front of them is not in the same dimension with them. Attack. Quick, stop it. Facing these tanks and artillery shells, in the next moment the indestructible evil lizard's mouth appeared with light that could illuminate the entire sky. The city was divided. It's like the great axe of Pangu slashing on the earth. A strong light that illuminates everything is clearly visible from dozens of kilometers away, separating the building in front, melting steel through, and sublimating everything. Rays of dozens of times, nearly 100 times the speed of sound, ejected from the mouth of the immortal howl and swiped in the direction of the city ahead, and the earth burst into molten slurry. Endless heat release on the satellite map. The whole city is like a cake cut by a hot knife, divided into 2 from the middle, forming a huge wall of magma erupting. Among them, the ultra-high-energy particle beam ejected by the immortal apple lizard formed a burning cloud when it was only advanced for a few hundred meters because of water vapor. Under extreme heat pressure, it began to expand and then rolled up. In the rapid expansion, it touched steel chariots, tanks, crowds, and buildings. The world began to destroy. All things are undergoing tremendous changes, and they begin to break apart and explode under the thermal pressure of expansion. Boom! Under a loud noise, tens of thousands of tons of rainwater in the city turned into steam and rose into the sky, forming a huge water column like a mushroom cloud. This picture is magnificent. After the chi burst, the immortal lizard showed its real form and wiped out the human army in one blow, standing in the ruins of the city at this time. A high-dimensional creature, an immortal evolutionary, looks like a monitor lizard tyrannosaurus at this time. The armor covering the body surface is extremely strong. The outer shell has become black, and the tail is extremely long, occupying about twice the body. The whole body is releasing high-energy elements outwards, a red, dense, fog-like energy stream. It looks like a sacred destroyer, covered in special effects similar to the cosmic star stream, but it appears dazzling red. Roar is like a hot, billowing sun that rises from its feet and envelopes everything around it. Luo Ji is not the half-dead lizard just now. He was irritated, so just used the power of the primitive. Here is an explanation. The red matter surrounding the immortal grass lizard was just an element called the protobody when it was just charging its breath. It is essentially a projection of a certain high-dimensional matter in a 3-dimensional space. The projection of these high-dimensional matter will open a black hole similar to a miniature wormhole in 3-dimensional space. The immortality seen by the human eye is the refraction caused by these primitive cells, which will not destroy the wormhole. The ontology, the unknown high-dimensional matter, is projected from the high-dimensional space. This also explains from the side why the indestructible Li cannot be effectively harmed and killed by humans. The reason why it is immortal is because it is a projection, and the ray beam that destroys the sky and the earth just released is the energy of the primitive high-dimensional matter transforming into 3-dimensional space. The power released by the element. In fact, this has been suppressed because the true power of this kind of primitive high-dimensional matter is hundreds of millions of times that of nuclear energy, and star annihilation is nothing more than a means of dimensionality reduction. This is also the reason why the immortal lizard hardly runs out of energy. For it, evolution is actually to strengthen the shell of 3-dimensional projection, so as to borrow more power from the ontology. The city is silent at this moment. People in the distance looked up at the sky, and the huge water vapor seemed to swallow everything. A total of 57 tanks have lost contact. A few dozen kilometers away, the people in the command room looked dumbfounded at this all-destroying breath, and their scalp was a little numb. Even at such a distance, They could see the sky tens of kilometers away in a straight line cut apart by the naked eye in the control room. Red fire clouds were burning, and a large amount of water vapor was constantly churning. The First Division was completely wiped out. Other members of the self-defense forces are also running desperately in the sea of heat and flames. If it is not because of the heavy rain, the fighter planes can't get close. I am afraid it will be completely wiped out. Just now, what happened to that energy response? It's stronger than nuclear energy. This monster, I'm afraid it is not an Earth creature. This speculation is not surprising, and even fully in line with their expectations. If there is such an existence on the Earth, then it will be the real hell. Can you still fight? I can fight, but I can only fight a little. The Aegis-class battleship still has some fire support on it. Can it be contained? Difficult. If there are no restrictions on such breathing, our only way is to throw a nuclear bomb, but I am afraid it will not be approved. Damn, is there no way? Yes, that is to lead it away into the Pacific Ocean. Let it go where it loves to go. We can't control it anymore. Isn't that the same as the uncle? Come as you want, leave as you want. It's really the uncle, and we still have to look at its face. If one doesn't handle it well, there may be no winter capital tomorrow. Sean, at this moment. However, the immortal lizard standing near the distending hot sun seemed to look at the masterpiece in front of him with satisfaction. Luo Ji was also slightly shocked in his heart, but followed by joy. What should I say? Say something to humans. At this time, he just wanted to say, do you understand the gold content of high-dimensional creatures? When high-dimensional creatures face low-dimensional creatures, they are so unreasonable. Before that, it was all playing, and when it really got serious, you would know what insurmountable distance is. But the words just finished. Luo Ji found that the body of the immortal lizard seemed to be leaking and began to shell and shrink. What happened? System, you just used the primitive high-dimensional matter in the process of breathing, so the projection will be reduced. 923. System, if the host wants to obtain more primitive high-dimensional material, it can use energy points to exchange it, or it can be converted into energy by swallowing the material for exchange. Yes, the relationship is still a probationary period. Never mind. I'm still going to be my uncle, honestly. After the battle is over. At this time, the monster that stood shoulder to shoulder with the skyscraper turned into the original indestructible lizard form, crawling on the ground, swaying towards the direction beyond the ruins. But don't worry. The monster formed just now. As long as Luo Ji enters the fighting state, it will reappear very soon. After all, the shelling and bombing that lasted for more than 10 minutes in vain made the body cells of the immortal lizard extremely powerful, possessing unmeasurable strength and toughness, and currently there are almost no objects that can be destroyed. It can easily withstand hundreds of millions of degrees of high temperature without dissolving. It can transform and absorb almost any capacity. System, if you want to make the body of the indestructible lizard, I'm not talking about the shell of the rotten lizard, but what you need to do if it can truly maintain the power of high-dimensional creatures forever. System, need a container. Indestructible is just a normal projection at best. If the host has other monster forms as a container, it can merge and evolve with the immortal lizard high-dimensional body to obtain the power of God level. Then is this container suitable? At present, the host does not have a suitable fusion. However, there is a monster form that is more suitable for the integration of the immortal grass lizard high-dimensional, so as to evolve into a more perfect form in the three-dimensional world. What is it? Godzilla. Godzilla, that monster that breeds atoms. At present, Godzilla is one of the few monsters that can support the high-dimensional material cells of the protozoa. Dimensional invincible power. So, here comes the question, where can Godzilla get it? The host can currently select a fantasy creature as the God-level transformation after the end of the next form. Optional God-level transformation? So good. This is the reward you have accumulated so far. After every 9 times of forced transformation, the 10th transformation will surely randomly generate the existence of God level and above, and cause a significant change in the world. What is the change of heaven and earth? Can you tell me more about it? Yes. If you choose or randomly become the God-level transformation of the magical world, then the earth will undergo mythological resurrection according to the camp you choose. If you choose or randomly become the evil god as the God-level transformation, then the next earth will be viewed by the outer gods, and so on. It is recommended that the host's first God-level transformation should not choose too strong monsters. Otherwise, the difficulty facing the world will be greatly increased. I have a question. What if the earth is destroyed? If the host has the ability to tear the dimension and travel through the world, you could go to Otherworld or other parallel universes to find a new foothold. Of course, considering that you have the identity of the Nightmare King, you can return to the dream dimension to wait for the opportunity to invade the Earth in other universes. But considering that you don't belong to that universe, you may be troubled by some local aboriginal gods. If you are repatriated, your own dimensions may be sealed or destroyed. If you are confident, you can also take it down. That's it. There's also the saying of aboriginal gods. Luo Ji imagined that if he entered the Earth similar to the Marvel Universe, he would be chased and beaten by existences such as a great ancient master. But he was also the king of nightmares, the lord of dimension, and he still had a bit of a card face. If the God-level transformation chooses Godzilla, then the Earth may radiate and recover, and the rise of giant beast Zero. If the God-level transformation chooses Cthulhu, if you encounter someone like the Lord of the Yellow Clothes, don't you want to fight against the evil god's words? Luo Ji meditated at this time, then muttered to himself and said in a certain direction, "If it were you, what would you choose? Monster? Evil god? Devil? Dragon? System? Who is the host talking to? No, I'm wondering, will the world I live in and everything I live in is also a game in the eyes of certain high-dimensional creatures? For example, who created the system? Answer the host. I don't know where I came from. I only know that when I was born, a voice said to me, 'I am you, and you are also me.' And it was like being stripped out, separated from the body of that voice. Listening to you, wouldn't you exist like me? Randomly become." Thinking of this, Luo Ji's expression was stunned and asked, "Wait, in the monster transformation, is there a monster system like a system?" Possible. This system contains all phenomena. Any transformation is temporarily determined by a certain consciousness, and everything is possible. Will it be that one day in the future, I will become a system, and then you'll be independent and given to me in the past? Maybe I will become a doctor in comics in the future, making time machines, etc. The system. Maybe I'm still your father. 4.1 Your thoughts are really interesting. Luo Ji amused the system. Okay, having said that, what is my next form? Hurry up. I will give you the pre-information card, and let me give you some information. Answer. The next form of the host transforms into a plant life form. Luo Ji was eaten. I don't know if I feel that I have been targeted by people, and I suddenly change from an animal to a plant. The contrast is too big. Are you sure? I will become a plant? Yes. The system's voice was decisive, and he said very confirmingly, "I'm going to become a vegetative?" Luo Ji scratched his head. He felt a little unacceptable. It would be okay if this plant life form would move. But if it is the kind of tree rooted on the ground and allowed to blow in the sun, it will. Of course, no matter how bad it is better than a grass. Forget it, that's the next thing too. According to the original plan, what Luo Ji should do now is to find the whereabouts of the Shadow Warrior Alliance, negotiate, and threaten with it. To be honest, Luo Ji doesn't dislike the group of Shadow Warriors Alliance. Since it is an ancient organization that has existed for thousands of years, it believes in the dogma that everything is empty and everything is allowed. Then each of them is the designer and executor of their own actions, and everyone must bear the consequences of their own actions, whether it is sadness or happiness, glory or humiliation. Moreover, the essential structure of society is fragile and vulnerable, and everyone should be the guardian of their own civilization. So naturally, they will sometimes pay the price for what 06 has done for themselves. In theory, the survival or death of the Shadow Warrior Alliance has nothing to do with Luo Ji. But they abuse the power of the cloning crocodile. This is different. Someone stole something from you. So should you want to recover it? Even to punish the thief a little is not an exaggeration. If the Kajamusha Alliance were smarter, then they would not resist themselves, but wait for the arrangements of fate. The sky is groggy. It was still raining outside. Raindrops slammed on the water. A fog of water vapor covered the streets around, and the water level of more than 1 meter was submerged in the city. Many snapping turtles began to climb the tall buildings, everywhere on the second floor, looking for food. This is a genetic variant biological disaster, which is a kind of ecological disaster. It seemed to be the end, except that the zombies were replaced by snapping turtles. They not only cannibalize people, but also eat other living creatures and even devour them of the same kind. Luo Ji, who is immortal, is not polite and see one by one. Anyway, it will also increase energy point for myself. Swallow, mutated snapping turtle, small. Increase energy points by 27. Swallow, mutated snapping turtle, medium. Energy points increase by 65. Swallow, mutated snapping turtle, large. Increase energy points by 152. This thing, you can understand it as a perverted, invincible, enhanced version of crayfish, flooding everywhere because there are no natural enemies. It is even more terrifying than piranhas. In the accumulated deep rainwater, they are very fast, looking for people who fell into the water to attack. So the current situation is that almost most people in the city hide in tall buildings. The higher the floor, the safer they are. But over time, snapping turtles will slowly climb and invade taller buildings. Even if hundreds of thousands of people hide inside, they will inevitably be attacked. At this time, the highest floor in an office building. Uwe, Kanano was breathing deeply, and she looked down through the windows of the tall buildings. In the rainstorm streets, small snapping turtles are crawling around densely, and there are even some snapping turtles that are comparable in size to cars attacking nearby buildings and breaking in. Following the screaming, several people fled out in horror, fell into the water, and were dragged and bitten by a group of small snapping turtles. Now we are inserting an urgent news. According to frontline observations, the unknown giant terrestrial life formed the immortal monitor lizard that has attacked the Iron Tower is heading northwest of the frozen Kyoto city circle. On the TV, a beauty in the work clothes and news anchor was anxiously announcing a very important thing. And 10 minutes ago, the United World Organization announced that it had dispatched the Pacific Fleet to rescue, and it is expected to arrive in full 13 hours later to fight the monsters. At this time, the news anchor was reading this urgent news in a pure broadcast accent. At present, a large-scale evacuation has begun in the Tokyo metropolitan area. It is estimated that all the population in 13 coastal areas will be evacuated within 20 hours. The total number of evacuees will reach 19 million. Please stay away from the water as much as possible and find high places for refuge. At this time, the live broadcast shot was switched and the image on the TV screen changed from the studio to the outdoor image. The rain was dripping. A beautiful neon female reporter was standing in the crowd, introducing the current situation to the audience. If it weren't for seeing it with their own eyes, many people might not dare to believe it. There are more people here than when they usually travel. You can't see it at first glance. Many people just don't have time to pack their bags. Escaped, it can be said that everyone in Tokyo attaches great importance to the evacuation. Although there are a lot of people, everyone is waiting in line for rescue in an orderly manner. There is no crowding or trampling, and everyone is very orderly. However, before the neon female reporter could finish speaking, a few angry refugees ran over and yelled at the camera, *****. Deception. We need the truth. Incompetent high-level Hyuga consortium come out and die, and so on. It seems that the so-called order is a joke at all. Soon the angry men were stopped by the guards beside the female reporter, and the female reporter 923 smiled awkwardly and then continued to report. In addition, due to heavy rains and attacks by snapping turtle-shaped monsters that appear on the road from time to time, the actual retreat time may be extended. In addition, I was informed by the Meteorological Bureau that the tropical storm will disappear in 10 hours. In 11 in Tokyo, the airport is also fully loaded, and all the trains leaving the city are full. But with the speed of the storm disappearing, as long as everyone persists for another 10 hours, the first batch of evacuees will be safely sent out of the city. So please be sure to persist until that moment. Ring. Collapsing on the sofa, No Anna turned off the TV and looked to the ceiling. She doesn't believe the report anymore. With the execution efficiency of this place, when the full-scale evacuation of all staff is truly complete, it will be a few days at the earliest. The so-called plan to evacuate 19 million people within 20 hours, I am afraid that no one will believe this. A monster appears. The Iron Tower was destroyed by an unknown explosion. A terrifying beam hotline runs through the Tokyo metropolitan area. She couldn't calm down at all. Turning on the phone, No Anna touched Wu-tae. Since the early hours of this morning, the popularity of netizens has exploded. The heat is far higher than usual every day, and despair spread everywhere. This world is over. The monster appeared. What happened to the Unya pharmaceutical base? Who will save me? My house was attacked by a crocodile, and it is now hitting the door outside. Fortunately, I am from Nankai Dao. Welcome the JK schoolgirls from Dongjing to stay at my house tonight. Contact information, XXX. Me too. Accept the young women who died, and don't disturb the men. Most of them are spam. People in the metropolitan area are all anxious and panic, while people in other areas and areas in the security circle are gloating. There are also some cynicism, and only a small number of people are eager to use the phone to help. Compared with these, there's also incompetence in setting up scolding, and then about requesting the disclosure of the truth about the ape industry pharmaceutical company incident. And then many people blocked the downstairs of the Hyuga group, and the villa area began to attack, beat, and insult. Had it not been for Hinata, Kiko Karina, and her team to be protected by the members of the Grim Reaper team, they might have been attacked by angry and disorderly people a long time ago. Dad, Mom. Kanano was sad at this moment, but suddenly there was some movement outside. There was also some noisy commotion. Open the door. They are coming up. Let's go in, jerk. Help. Fear. Anger. Roar. Hysterical shouts. There seemed to be a lot of people around the door. At this time, their voices frightened No Anna, and then something shook the ground. No, do not want. Zuino Anna crouched back. She did not dare to approach the door, but it seemed that it was because of her hesitation. Screams kept coming, and when many people hit the door, they were covered by a terrible roar. Crack! Kanano seemed to hear the sound of someone's neck being broken. Gudong-dong. It was as if a rolling ball fell to the ground, one after another. Then there was no sound, and there was silence outside the door, with only creepy chewing and biting noises. Hear, hear. She tremblingly approached the door and looked out through the cat's eyes. Outside the house, dozens of corpses were lying on the ground. A few small individual snapping turtles and a giant snapping turtle that occupies the entire corridor opened their scarlet eyes and shot around in the dark aisle, and quickly looked toward the door. It seems to smell the breath of living creatures. She stepped back in succession, covering her mouth, looking at the door. Heavy footsteps came. She began to back up and looked out of the glass window. This was the top floor of the tall building. She looked back, and the rain fell straight down. The ground and the streets were full of submerged water, and there were some silhouettes of shadows downstream of the water. Move. They are coming. Anna didn't have time to fear. She knew that these monsters had a keen sense of smell and could easily smell the human breath. In this torrential rain, fear is like the smell of blood, attracting sharks to swim quickly. She must fight for enough hiding time as soon as possible. But at this moment, the movement outside stopped abruptly again, with the roar of heavy objects falling to the ground one after another. Anna looked at the door with wide eyes. Gudong footsteps came from outside the door. It seemed that some stranger stopped at the door motionless, but the next moment, she seemed to see something indescribable. Under the shadow of the door crack, a terrifying shadow, like a crocodile, slowly approached and penetrated. I opened my mouth and bit it with a snap. The sawdust and cement splashed in an instant, and the entire door disappeared out of thin air. At that moment, she smelled the blood rushing toward her face. The corridors outside were covered with the remains of crocodiles. The carapace seemed to be bitten off by something, half lost out of thin air. Under the power of that scissor-like, swaying, tentacled crocodile, no matter how tough the tortoiseshell is, it is like a cake, and it breaks with one bite. Who is where? She took a few steps back in fear, curled up, hugging her knees. Then the footsteps sounded, and from behind the door came a black Miomon figure wearing a hood, a strange woman. When Kanano raised her head to look at the other party, she realized that her eyes were deep black. Her pupils were like vertical crocodile pupils, and the whites of her eyes were dyed black, which looked a little scary. The woman's white neck was wrapped with black tattoos and circles, and she was slowly shrinking and retracting. Regardless of the details, she does not look like a normal human being. And it's not a neon person, it looks like a foreigner. The black woman didn't pay much attention to the groupie Anna, but watched the surroundings, and then asked without any doubt, "Have you ever seen a lizard?" The sound is loud. Ziano Anna looked at the other parties in different eyes, breathing quickly, subconsciously. Under the light, those eyes seemed to have the magic of the abyss, with 3-point hostility, 7-point cold, like a god who despised all living beings high above. Full of confusing meaning. Kaminono regained consciousness abruptly, shook her head desperately, saying that she didn't know. "It's near here, probably in a room." The black woman said something terrifying to Fukano Anna. Then she looked out the window, and then looked down below. What she saw suffocated and frightened Kanano Anna. On the high part of the building, a skeletal lizard over a few meters in size was lying on it like a gecko, and then slowly moved upwards a little bit. It now seems that the black woman in front of her is looking for this lizard, wanting to do something with it. And that lizard also seemed to have sensed its breath long ago, already lurking nearby, and was slowly approaching its prey. From this point of view, the other party feels that they have mastered the initiative and start the next hunt. Juno Anna is very scared now. She feels that she is involved in some kind of terrible war. It's like Good Promise is a helpless flatboat in the storm, wandering alone on the sea. "Stay back." The black woman was standing by the window at this time, stepped back a few steps, and then controlled the cloned crocodile to slowly open her mouth, waiting for an opportunity. As long as something breaks into the shadows next, the shadow crocodile will bite down instantly and kill it. Sudden. At this time, the immortal lizard Luo Ji, who was climbing upward, stopped. The eyes were as sharp as the blade of a sword, and the senses told it that there were 2 living humans standing by the window, one of which was the member of the Shadow Warrior Alliance that he was tracking. But they stopped moving. It is inevitable that I was preparing some trap, possessing the superhuman, indestructible lizard. At this time, he began to change direction, sneaking in through the back window quietly, preparing to bypass the back and attack the system. Because the danger of cloning alligators is much stronger than that of artillery shells. Unfortunately, she's going to die soon. Climbing mode. The immortal lizard, like a gecko, was crawling vertically on the wall at this time, and then hanging upside down on the ceiling. In thermal induction, Luo Ji found 2 women guarding the window. Then, as if saying hello, he fell vertically from his ceiling at this moment. As if a heavy object fell on the ground, there was a puff. The next moment, they turned their heads suddenly with cold backs, and then saw the indestructible evil lizard with scarlet eyes under the dark shadow, staring at the front with cold eyes. "Do not want." As if she was frightened, Kanano ran back hurriedly. And many more. Without waiting for the black woman's reminder, Fina Anna stepped into the attack range of the clone crocodile. At that moment, she felt her vision changed upside down. What happened? Juno Anna's vision fell backwards at this time, and then she fell to the ground, her head rolled towards the distance, and big doubts appeared in her eyes. "Damn it, The black woman with 923 bright black face was heavy at this time, and then she looked at the direction of the immortal lizard with cold eyes, as if she was very angry. Poor guy. Luo Ji looked a little apologetic at Zui Zena, who had suddenly lost her body. He didn't expect that she was so unlucky that she was directly scared to death. Swallow it, shadow, giant crocodile. Suddenly the ground was like a black waterfall, and the shadow crocodile's body stretched out and swallowed in the direction of the immortal lizard. Do you think that only you have the power of high-dimensional creatures? Void leap. Luo Ji sneered inwardly. He used the primitive high-dimensional matter to perform spatial projection and refraction, and instantly disappeared in place. The principle is equivalent to writing 6 and 9 on both ends of a scarf, and then fold it into a triangle, overlapping the numbers 6 and 9 together to get the conclusion of 6 is equal to 9. Using this form of folding space projection, the immortal lizard can easily travel through space. Just like the moment when the swallowing of the shadow crocodile strikes, the immortal lizard disappeared in the area outside the shadow. Since this piece, there is no ajeb in the space anymore, so the shadow crocodile can't touch it at all. Disappeared. The black woman of the Shadow Warrior Alliance turned her head back in horror at this time. The immortal lizard who appeared behind her at this time was staring at her with cold eyes. Eat it! The shadow on the ground twisted again like a black waterfall and started to swallow behind her, destroying the entire wall together. But at this moment, the body of the cloned crocodile suddenly stopped when it was only half a meter away from the immortal sass. It was stared at by the eyes of the immortal lizard, and it seemed to be suppressed by some force, as if it were still motionless. Next, the body of the immortal lizard began to release red, protobody, high-dimensional material element particles, and the top of the high-rise building suddenly began to shake violently. I don't know if it's an illusion, but the jitter is limited to the entire room. The wall was quickly twisted into a cobweb-like crack, and then the space began to twist, centering on the open body of the immortal lizard. Even gravity began to be uncontrollably involved. In just a few seconds, the black woman screamed and flew up, rotating and adsorbing towards the body of the immortal lizard with ultra-high-speed rotation and the dust particles floating in the space around it. It is like a black hole the size of a lizard, devouring external matter, and even light cannot escape. Although the cloned crocodile can ignore the distortion of space, its fatal weakness is obvious. That is, if the things it is attached are destroyed, it will suffer the same damage. Because of this, when the black woman screamed and turned into blood mist and disappeared into the black hole body of the immortal grass lizard, the cloned crocodile disappeared like ashes in an instant. Because there was no pain, the death was very simple. In the end, the top of the entire building was squeezed and deformed, and it was completely swallowed by the immortal lizard. Asterisk, asterisk. Luo Ji looked at the messy ruins around him, swallowed by the black hole he had gathered. The power of primitive body is still too strong, he thought inwardly. The energy of high-dimensional matter is extremely powerful, which is a force that can quickly promote human civilization to several levels. But it is also too powerful, so if it is not well mastered, it will destroy the world. This kind of power must not be discovered by humans. And if the power of the Shadow Warrior Alliance cannot be controlled by itself, it will be completely destroyed. Make sure that after the woman dies, Luo Ji, who was in the state of immortal lizards, crawled into the house at this time and found an identity card with Group Yi Zana in the ruins. Is this the girl who was eaten by the clone shadow just now? It's so pathetic. Luo Ji thought for a while, ignoring this area, ran forward and leaped up, but this time he didn't fall down. Instead, he unfolded the wing membranes, gliding on the building like flying lizards and flying dragons. With the help of the werewolf, he had already locked the opponent's position. At dusk, the shadow of the immortal Nez quickly flew past the sky. The whole world is watching this scene. In fact, Tokyo has long been the focus of global attention. The lizard monster that attacked the Iron Tower disappeared in the sea of fire. Maybe it was gone. Maybe it was hiding somewhere. Snapping turtles have become the most difficult problem at present. However, it is necessary to tie the bell to untie the bell, and to effectively deal with the existence of the crocodile group, it must be the Shadow Warrior Alliance. To be precise, it needs the power of shadow. It means that by letting the clone alligators be used as bait, the crocodiles will be continuously attracted. In this way, you can get a lot of evolution points if you kill it, and maybe even directly let Luo Ji's influence original The Living Body has evolved to the height of the Shadow Devil. So Luo Ji wants to negotiate threat with the leader of the Shadow Warrior Alliance, and it seems that the other party has already expected it and has already waited for him somewhere in advance. Somewhere on the roof. In the rain, the immortal lizard retracted its wingspan and stopped sliding. On the opposite roof, a figure with a pitch-black stomach was facing away from him, and a pair of cold eyes were open in the faceless black face, and a pair of scary-shaped blades protruded from the cuffs. It looks like he is the boss. I know what you are. At the highest point of Tokyo, the darkness faded from the burly body with a cold appearance, and the man in the black iron armor mask raised his head. It was still those godless gray eyes, like a pool of stagnant water, enough to drown anyone who saw it. You are. He drinks the taste. After landing, the immortal sass did not stop. Arrived in front of him, but the dark and cold voice suddenly floated in Luo Ji's ears. Master of Shadow. 2 red lights lit up in the gray pupils. His voice was unpredictable, and 2 dark blades slammed out from the cuffs. At the same time, on the top of the tall building, around the immortal lizard, 3 other dark ninja-like figures appeared from the shadows. They were completely dark, like a shadow, without any life breath. But in Luo Ji's senses, they have completely integrated with the cloned crocodile. Use the shadow crocodile projection to wrap around a human body to form a perfect force of offense and defense. It can also be like the Lord of the Shadow Stream. They can even intersect with the shadow, carry out incredible teleportation, or assassinate. Master of Shadow. Luo Ji paused for a while, looking at them with a little surprise. His voice is hoarse and unpleasant, which seems to be due to the imperfect vocal organs of Li Li Li. What is your purpose? But what is even more surprising is that when I heard myself speaking human language, the group of black ninja figures did not waver at all. The things we have accomplished come from the shadows, to use the power of shadows to destroy the threats in our own eyes and maintain our civilization. The cold rain washed their iron helmets. Half of their faces were covered by the dark old iron masks. Only a pair of sharp red eyes were revealed. The eyes were as sharp as a sword's edge, staring straight at the immortal Hualu who was surrounded in front of him. The coldness of the rain dripped down the scales of the reptile, bringing a chill. So, Luo Ji thought they had set a trap here, deliberately to wait for themselves. Who are you? We are servants of the shadow. The sturdy big men of the 4 dark shadow warriors looked at each other at this time, took off the iron mask one after another, and then revealed their faces engulfed in the shadows. The man in the lead looked at Luo Ji at this time. You are the original body of the shadow crocodile, right? The real master of the shadow. Obviously, the leader of the shadow warrior recognized Luo Ji's identity. Don't be surprised, since Luo Ji can sense the presence of the cloned crocodile on them. The cloned crocodile will naturally also sense the breath of the primitive crocodile. What a surprise, I was actually recognized. Although it is not in the form of a shadow crocodile now, the aura and characteristics of the monsters Luo Ji transformed into will be preserved. For example, the transforming machine, Black Crow, Small Robot, Werewolf Family, and so on. Both the shadow crocodile derivatives and clones will be shocked by the shadow crocodile body. Then, the leader of the Kajamusha Alliance spoke again. From life to death, from birth to death. With our superficial knowledge, it is really hard to imagine what a great existence it is to dominate this shadow power. The dark figure of the sturdy man stared at the immortal lizard ahead and said, the existence that governs this power must be an incarnation that transcends the limitations of time and space. After seeing your power that is so powerful that it can easily destroy everything, we believe that you are the real master of this force. So, what are you going to do? When piracy encounters genuine copy, Luo Ji also wants to know their choice. We decided to offer you supreme loyalty. I don't need useless subordinates, let alone a servant who stretches out minions to the master. Your subordinates attacked me. Don't tell me. She can't feel my breath. I'll kill her. No, she is dead. The immortal lizard approached the cold man at this time, as if observing him, confirming whether he was lying. Why release derivatives of snapping turtles and let them flood? The monster asked in a low, hoarse voice at this time. The imperial capital is decayed, and destruction is rebirth. A cold voice came from the leader of the Shadow Warrior. What about the others? Those bugs who fell into the water and escaped. The monster looked at the fleeing crowd. Sacrifice is inevitable. Only those who are selected by fate will survive. We are all in natural reincarnation. You too. Luo Ji showed a terrible smile. He said, then I also give you a choice of fate. Do you know Schrodinger's cat? I will let you enter a different dimension, where you have a half chance of surviving or half chance of death. After speaking, the space vibrated violently, and Luo Ji controlled the energy of the high-dimensional matter of the immortal lizard protobody and instantly swallowed the leader of the Shadow Warrior. Surprisingly, the other members of the Kajamusha League watched this scene without changing their faces, and there was no fluctuation in their hearts. It seems that even if their leader is dead, it is the choice of fate. Oh, look for flowers. After a few seconds, the space stopped shaking, and the void again reflected a few figures. A man who was trembling as if, after a journey of one dimension, fell to the ground in embarrassment. His eyes were full of shock, and he seemed to be frightened. What did you see? Luo Ji asked, because he had just sent this man to see the ontology of indestructible sass. Although Luo Ji himself doesn't know what his body looks like, because he has no way to observe himself through the mirror. No, I don't know what it is, but it is huge. The world of horror is distorted, like a kaleidoscope, with wormhole-like tunnels everywhere, countless apertures flickering, luminous hexahedrons staring at me, a group of eyes watching me horribly crazy. The original cold man spoke incoherently at this time, describing the short-lived scene from the high-dimensional realm outside the world. It seems that your destiny belongs to the living half. Luo Ji nodded and let go of the leader of the Shadow Warrior. Since he is not dead, it means that he bet is right. What do you plan to do with this matter? Luo Ji asked next. Justice must be achieved by our own hands. After the event is over, we will lure the crocodiles to a place and then collectively destroy. So that's it. Is this your plan? At this time, the lizard stood upright with 2 legs, walking like a human, swaying its slender tail, and came to the edge of the building at this time. It overlooks the chaotic city under the nose. Shadow's servant. Very good, very interesting. Is the Shadow Warrior hiding in the dark lawful, or just righteous? The blood on your hands, the sins and evils on your wounds, only you know best. But please don't forget, it is me who gives you strength, and it is me who can destroy you. Seeing is invisible, hearing is silent. It is called nether. You will call it this name in the future. There is such an ear-piercing sound without any disguise. Next moment, the immortal apple lizard was on the edge of the highest point, leaped forward and disappeared from their field of vision. Follow the teachings. On the dark tall building, for tall figures stood upright. They have long been fused with the cloned shadow crocodile. Now they can no longer be said to be humans, but have truly become shadow servants. Luo Ji is only half a step away from the evolutionary god-level shadow devil. Mountain. The whole world is watching Dongjing. When the immortal lizard was first discovered by humans, many media reported the incident through satellites outside the atmosphere. Neon did not deal with this matter in the first time, but allowed the disaster to happen and ferment, and finally it was out of control. Until now. Human beings can no longer stop the crocodile herd. They succeeded in using this city as their nest. The evening sun is shining on the surroundings, and it is about to go down. the lively Dongjing Bay. Now, there's no one alone. Boom! Landing from the sea, Luo Ji stepped on the concrete floor along the coast, looking at nearby buildings that were bigger than he thought. Is this the nest of those little things? The immortal lizard that just came ashore is not busy destroying it. It can feel the existence of mature, mutant-snapping turtles everywhere in it. The Shadow Warrior Alliance will destroy them next, and I can almost enter the 9, 2, and 3 plan. Now the whole world is watching this city, and the storm stopped more than an hour ago. It's almost a time to broadcast. As if admiring something, Luo Ji sat on a high place and watched the scene in front of him. The flood flooded the city, and the people in the whole city were retreating. The crocodiles competed with the guns of the self-defense forces and staged a spear and shield war. On the other hand, the TV station has become the easiest place to invade because it has long been unguarded. Zitzi, the electric current sounds like this. At this moment, whether it's the people who haven't evacuated or the people who are evacuating, whether it's people in this circle, people outside the circle, or even on a live broadcast screen facing the whole world, a picture has appeared one after another. In the evening, the public advertising screens on the streets and alleys were all suddenly entered by the Shadow Warrior Alliance. The Kajamusha Alliance is a huge organization, and there is no shortage of means and resources. When they learned the evil of Hyuga Group's manipulation of everything, and the truth that the ape industry pharmaceutical base was destroyed by them, the whole world caused an uproar. This news is like a blockbuster, and the speed of light has caused heat among the people. Is that you? The culprit who made Dongjing fall. Quickly catch them. Kill them 1,000 times is not enough. Shadow Warrior? Assassin Alliance? Haven't heard of it. Anyone come and check their history? Not only Dongjing's 19 million people, but the entire Neon's 100 million people are watching. If you count the live news from all over the world, it is now on a global scale. At least 4.5 billion humans have seen what appears on the screen. Shadow Warrior figure. At this time, on the side of the United Nations. The atmosphere is also extremely tense, which can be described as extremely serious. According to what they know, the Kajamusha League is a world organization with extremely mysterious origins. Throughout the Middle East and Europe, you may have heard of assassins. Those great assassins active in history are all members from this organization. At this moment, this picture appeared even on the EU's screen. The people present were all big shots. The few important figures in this world gather here. Kajamusha League? Did they appear again? The last time they appeared was 70 years ago, at the end of the Second World War. After they assassinated the Demon King, they disappeared. I didn't expect to show up again at this time. Hyuga Group? Wait, isn't that an industry under the Somnian Company? What's the matter with Somnian? It has been attacked more than once a while ago. The huge mechanical King Kong, is it also the technology of the Shadow Warrior Alliance? What is the origin of this organization? We are from the Shadow Order. We walk in the dark night and serve the light. In the picture, every time a figure appears, when the light falls on him, they will translate their creed in the languages of different countries. All actions are like dreams and bubbles, like dew or electricity, and should be viewed as such. This is a fragment from the Sutra of the King Kong. It is the teaching that Sakyamuni taught to the venerable Subhuti 2,000 years ago, and it was said from the mouth of a burly shadow warrior. The Tao is Taoist, very Taoist, for doing nothing, and doing nothing without doing nothing. An elephant is invisible. These words can't help but make people think of Laozi's Tao Te Ching inexplicably, and it seems that it also represents the origin of this shadow warrior. When God dies, we will no longer be saved for anything we do, and we will lose all meaning. This is the words of a Christian shadow warrior. It seems that they're composed of individuals from different countries. That's why I said the meaning of these words. The first is to surface their identities, and the second is to make their subsequent behaviors become a high-sounding justice. This is a large-scale movement on a world scale. What they want to arouse is the inner resistance of ordinary people who share the same belief, the same situation, and the same encounter, so that what will be disclosed next will resonate with them. However, among the major headquarters of the Sanlian Company, the senior executives who were on the cusp of the storm had a bad feeling at this time. When the scene was on the verge of breaking out, a few large characters appeared on the screen. The culprit, Sanlian Company. Then a few big characters and a few code signs for actions emerged again. When the double Ouroboros pattern appears on the screen, all the senior executives of Sanlian Company couldn't sit still, stood up, and looked at the screen with amazement. Impossible. Under what circumstances? Why do they know this? This is over. As if to verify their anxiety, pictures of biochemical laboratories and drug bases appeared on the screen, as well as pictures of tens of thousands of destroyed houses, scattered wives, wars, killings, monsters, ruins, and so on. There are many, more than 100,000 copies, including many confidential information, and so on. Eventually, these photos began to shrink, gradually becoming pixel-like sizes, and finally pieced together into the shape of a monster crocodile. It seems that 1,000 words are condensed into one sentence. Seeing this, anyone with a normal IQ knows it. The source of the proliferation of monsters is the disaster caused by Sanlian Company. A picture in just 10 seconds. However, it brought a global shock. At this time, everyone began to panic because the countries and regions where they're located have many companies in cooperation with Sanlian Company shares, and the order began to collapse for a while, and countless people moved towards the Sanlian Company, rushed to the corporate building, and asked for an explanation. Some people have even started to take advantage of the chaos to buy. Slander, it's all smear. The executives of Sanlian Company immediately held a press conference and announced to the world that they were innocent. However, at that time, like the case of the Digimon Adventure virus, all people in the whole world who accessed the live video link through the internet automatically downloaded a program in their mobile phones. Obliterated Sanlian 4.1's excuse for wanting to deny the facts. In the first time, various countries began to announce that they had blocked the building of the Sanlian Company and claimed to the outside that they would investigate the matter and resolve everything. What ban? This is clearly protecting them. Sanlian Company is a capital cancer. It must be eliminated. In some places, the rioting masses rushed towards the military line of defense in Haiti, causing the situation to get out of control. System. The current public intelligence has caused 4.5 billion points of influence. System. You have gained 45 million energy points. System. The evolution of the current evolution shadow devil has been refreshed. Evolution, 100%. Hint. The host can now evolve the shadow demon. Luo Ji is clear in his heart. As a triple company of a global monopoly-level interest group, it is naturally impossible to be defeated so easily. Their real source of interest comes from the unknown high-tech military science and technology, life engineering, biological weapons, and other secret industries, including many top-secret plans that cannot be made public. If all were made public, the top leaders of many countries would instantly change their faces. Therefore, we can only use the influence of the Winter Beijing City incident that shocked the world to come to countries under tremendous pressure and have to unite with other economic activators to impose comprehensive sanctions on Sanlian and permanently ban everything from Sanlian. Business activities. And under the joint attack of various forces, the Sanlian Company could only be forced to declare bankruptcy and end. The remaining forces will be wiped out one after another in the next time, and the various forces accumulated over the past few decades will eventually spread to all parts of the world. At that time, it doesn't matter if they change their skin, change their name, join other forces, or get listed again. Because what Luo Ji cares about is not whether the Sanlian Company will be resurrected, but whether he will be destroyed. After all, as a super multinational company with strong capital and rich heritage, Sanlian had a lot of assets in 06. Moreover, this asset is too ostentatious, and Luo Ji is also not interested in it. After the total collapse of the Sanlian Company, the giants of the Sanlian Company will continue to die. Next, after dealing with the immediate matter, I went to the eastern part of Europe to find the Countess Arthur. First of all, Luo Ji will not give out the energy matrix. Secondly, He will hand over Edward to see how the Countess reacts. Anyway, the task is not mandatory. What's more, Luo Ji has no intention to abide by the rules of the game at all. Boom! The immortal lizard jumped from a height and landed on Tokyo Bay. Immediately afterwards, its amazing weight made the ground tremble by 1 point every step it took. The ground built by humans is quite solid. Although the ground keeps shaking when walking around, there is no area that has been dropped due to its weight, except for the moment when it just jumped from a high place and landed. Although it is almost 20 meters now, there are many tall buildings of 300 meters and 400 meters in Tokyo City. So even if it is a monster, it is still very small. If you really want to run rampant and rampage here, you still have to let the real monsters come. Smashing buildings, running rampantly, stepping on human creations wantonly, and destroying a building from time to time. This is the scene in the most classic monster movie. A monster rammed and destroyed everything in the bustling city. Human beings can only watch, but can't do anything about it. It's just that, with the current means of not destroying the evil lizard, this kind of thing can only be temporarily thought about. Because the amount of high-dimensional material consumed by the primitive body to shape a large body is more. It is not that it is impossible, but it is unstable and consumes a lot of money. Next, it's time to end everything. Now is the 4th day to transform into an immortal lizard. In the past few days, humans have been organizing large-scale retreats. Until now, there are not many people left in the Tokyo Circle, and only some old, weak, sick, and disabled people are left. The younger generation has long gone away. The retreat is so fast. At this time, the immortal lizard looked around the tall buildings that were much larger than itself and walked on the street swaggeringly. Because it is now in a non-combat state, it is very casual, and its size and combat effectiveness have returned to the weakest state. This is the unstable place of the immortal lizard. Desolate, ruined streets, isolated and helpless, old, weak, sick, and disabled. It is so commented. The immortal lizard is like an ordinary person, wandering around in this city, looking for whether there are any living organisms. The houses that were crushed by the storm, the cars that were washed away by the floods, and the breathing gully still exuding high temperature. These are terrible disasters in the eyes of human beings. But as far as the immortal lizard is concerned, in addition to the first two, the latter is its inadvertent act. And now, it has no plans to destroy the city. On the deadly streets, there is no car, no pedestrian, only a lizard monster walking on the street. Is there really no one living anymore? Walking around in the nearby streets again, when Luo Ji confirmed that there were no signs of life, he shook his head and prepared to leave here. Where he is going next, it is the hiding place of Hyuga Kiko, the nearby towns and villages where the Grim Reaper werewolf squad is located. Today, the remaining value of the Hyuga group is to betray Somlien and then publish the list of insiders to the public. This is the only way they can protect themselves. As for whether the Hyuga family will be judged, it depends on their own regulations. On the Grim Reaper werewolf side, he has also successfully found the frozen body of Edward and was attacked by the mutants of the Somlien Company. In the battle with Abyss 001 and Abyss 002 and the Abyss Mutant, although there were several team members injured, but wins in quantity suppression. But even so, if it weren't for the existence of this special werewolf, the god of death, maybe others would have been beaten to the head by the tyrant. Those mutant monsters are simply superhuman, too powerful in terms of power. In the end, the Grim Reaper team won. There are other Shadow Crocodile derivatives, which are handed over to the Death Squad and the Shadow Warrior Alliance to deal with and hunt them. 923. Although it is unlikely that they will all be wiped out, and the derivatives will evolve into monsters themselves, and even surpass them in strength, but this is also the latter thing. According to Luo Ji's guess, a derivative of type A may have been born in this world, and more than one. For example, he just saw that when the crocodile group was lured together and was wiped out by members of the Kajamusha Alliance on a large scale, there was a type A monster derivative that was over 60 meters tall and evolved into a monster level. NS. It looked like a Tyrannosaurus armored with spikes wrapped around it, and its back was covered with a hard carapace full of spines. The most important is, its weight has reached a full 32,000 tons. The main attack methods are assault collisions and tail swings. Later, under the siege of the clone crocodile, it uses the bursting ball that curls into a spherical shape to collide, destroying the whole body like a tumbling top. A street escaped in the direction of the Pacific Ocean. Because of the extremely fast speed, it directly ran into the armored vehicles and tanks of the human military arranged there, and finally disappeared at the end of the sea under the watchfulness of the battleship. Although the emperor of the snapping turtle that evolved into the A-type escaped. But when the sun rose again, everyone in Neon knew that their imperial capital was destroyed by monsters. The fourth day of the Tokyo evacuation. At night, an unnamed giant unknown life form disappeared in Tokyo Bay. According to later statistics, the snapping turtle incident caused more than 500,000 deaths and more than 3 million injured. This unnamed monster was named the first saboteur. Its name, Gareth, which is Monster, King Crocodile Dragon Gareth. Height, 60 meters. Weight, 32,000 tons. Level, Class A. In the future monster archives, the A-type Gareths and the S-type immortal grass lizards are huge monster life forms that have appeared in this disaster. Although Gareth evolved from the most powerful individual among the snapping turtles, it looks more like a tyrannosaurus with spines on its back and a hard carapace. It's also a bit like an ankylosaurus monster, perhaps due to genetic reversion. It's night on the sea. The giant beast's blue eyes looked at the foggy city. Then, it sank back to the bottom of the sea and disappeared from the human gaze on the Aegis-class battleship. But when he finally left, a red light flashed in his azure eyes, full of hatred and hatred. It seems that it already has a higher self-awareness and wisdom, and it seems to herald the arrival of a new era. A monster. At this time, Luo Ji heard the report from the leader of the Shadow Warrior Nether. You mean that group of snapping turtles in the last time, in order to survive in desperate situation, so as to transfer all the life energy to the most powerful individual in the clan, and then it took the mission of the whole clan to escape the encirclement circle, right? Yes, we were attacked by the military when we went to hunt it down. So it escaped into the sea? Yes. The leader of the Shadow Warrior is very honest. It's difficult. Luo Ji hesitated to speak, and then slowly said, Type A monsters have high intelligence. I am afraid that they are not much worse than humans. In addition, they have such a strong power. Revenge against you and humanity. Of course, Luo Ji doesn't worry about being retaliated against, because the immortal lizard is an S-type monster. Even higher, if there's such a monster to attack him, I am afraid it will also come to give away the head. What Luo Ji thinks is, the crocodile dragon monster, Gareth, may retaliate against other human cities, thus acting as a monster of chaos and destruction on this planet. We will find it. Whatever. After Luo Ji finished speaking, he ignored the matter. After all, you Gareth, what does Luo Ji have to do with me? The name Gareth was named after a human being. It was also a human who drove Gareth to a dead end. He was just an immortal lizard who was eating and waiting to die. There is one day left before the arrival of the non-compulsory transformation phase. Luo Ji can use the transformation delay card unscrupulously, switching back and forth between various monsters all the time. So during this time, solve the problem of the Countess. Edward has the freezing chamber been thawed. It's still a while, but his body is fusing with our Ouroboros cells. Next, I want you to take him to a small village in a certain country in Eastern Europe. We will meet there in a few days and don't attract anyone's attention, especially the military. Clear. Luo Ji nodded after seeing the members of the Shadow Warrior Alliance start to act. It seems that having a group of tool people helps save a lot of things. Bringing a living person from the Pacific Ocean to the end of Eurasia is very difficult for a monster in itself. But with the help of a tool man, it will be different. They have their own private helicopters and have their own internal response in the Middle East. Not to mention living people. Everyone can smuggle away. That's all. Time came not long after. Kandagawa County. 2 days have passed since the end of the snapping turtle disaster incident. Humans have already begun to welcome rescue teams from various regions, busy rebuilding the winter capital circle and start new life. And just near a rural town nearby, a black Mercedes-Benz G-Class drove up. "It's a long story, boss," said the mercenary of the Reaper squad. "This is your first time showing your face. I used to contact you on the phone. There is no way to see your strong chest muscles and physique with your own eyes." Luo Ji, during the non-compulsory transformation, has changed into a wolf king appearance. The white-gray mane and hair horns, the sturdy body, and the too large size can only be said to be barely stuffed into the car. Don't be surprised. There is not a single human in this entire car, all werewolves. "Where is that girl? Please come with me." The tall man opened the car door and respectfully watched Luo Ji step off the car. With the wide hat buttoned on his head, he lowered the brim of the hat, and his figure, over 2 meters tall, seemed to stand out from the crowd, which made the people nearby feel scared. "Don't worry, boss," a tall werewolf said. "This is the site of a nearby gang. Their team leader has been bought by us." The common people did not dare to approach, and they were all dispersed. Really, it's quite thoughtful. He slowly stood up, saw the surrounding environment, and stared at a building intently. That is the place of the gang. On a road leading to the large inner courtyard, there are about dozens of high-end cars parked around, forming a perfect rectangle. In front of the cars, there are a group of members in black suits and sunglasses, looking blankly. Ahead, it seemed that an order had been given, and no one was allowed to look around. "Look at these guys," a hoarse voice said, and the sturdy Reaper mercenary who resembled wild beasts explained. "Their sunglasses are covered with black cloth. The true colors of the people will gug their eyes, so all of them are very scared. Shut your mouth and give me silence." A deeper voice sounded. Luo Ji's gaze looked at the sturdy, muscular, cruel man. He seemed to be more rigorous than the others. The wolf-like eyes, good promise, were extraordinarily fierce. "This guy is Nicholas Grim Reaper, team leader, Montenegro. The leader has been waiting for a long time," Grim Reaper said, looking at the Wolf King, Luo Ji, ahead. Jiang Shi felt an unimaginable sense of oppression, as if the difference between the world and the earth made him feel the suppression of the blood, and he rose slightly in his body. It felt like a cat being stared at by a lion, unable to move. "Good job, Nikolai." There was a strong voice from the Wolf King's mouth, which was full of magnetism, which made people feel physically and mentally happy. At this time, after being praised, there was an indescribable joy. The god of death, Nicholas, led Luo Ji to this large courtyard with his patience and excitement. "Step on." The two walked through the aisles of the members of the Black Mountain group, standing in 2 rows. With each step, the members of the 2 rows would bend over and bow at 90 degrees to pay tribute to etiquette. That's all. They came to the hall and saw the cadres in the group sitting in a row in front of them, as well as the old group leader who seemed to be getting older in the center. The headquarters where the Black Mountain group is located. The ground of the courtyard seems to be piled up with huge stones. It seems that it has some age, and many places have been cracked, but it does not hinder its height. Inside the courtyard, there are several tall buildings. The most magnificent one is the hall for entertaining. There were about 400 to 500 people surrounding the courtyard. It was a place that local police officers did not dare to approach casually, let alone ordinary people. So hiding here is much better than hiding outside, at least for Hinata Kiko. In the hall, as soon as the Wolf King Luo Ji started, he saw the Black Mountain cadres sitting in a row waiting for him with their eyes closed, seeming to have explained that they were not allowed to open their eyes. Those who didn't know thought they were kowtow. But Luo Ji still has some understanding of the ceremony here, knowing that this is the most advanced hospitality etiquette. Disrespectful, the voice sounded from the front. It seemed that only one person was allowed to open his eyes, and that was the leader of the Black Mountain group. When he heard heavy footsteps approaching, he felt a terrible aura, including the cadres around him. Cannot help showing cold sweat. They didn't know the origin of the mysterious guest, 923. When they closed their eyes, they felt a biting cold, almost burly oppression when they heard the sound of footsteps. Intuition tells them that the existence in front of them is definitely not an ordinary person. Then, the leader of the Black Mountain group opened his eyes and looked forward, but the next moment he shivered all over and almost lay on the ground. Less than 2 meters away from him, a domineering werewolf face appeared in front of him. The golden-eye pupils looked at it terribly and looked directly at him. There was a blank in his mind, as if he was suppressed by fear. The same as if unarmed humans were looking at each other with the ancient beasts. "Are you surprised?" said the Wolf King. "It seems that this is the first time you've seen my face. Haven't they mentioned it to you?" Luo Ji looked at the Reaper and his group at this time, although he didn't know how they made this group of gangsters rectify it honestly. But it seems that the effect is quite good. Judging from the reaction of the leader of the Heishan team, he was completely shocked. Luo Ji then stood up completely, his musculoskeletal crackling crackled, and then his body shape was pulled up to about 3 meters. "This is his normal height." "Yes, it is." The horse team leader was talking. "Sorry, I didn't see anything." He lowered his head, not daring to look directly at him. As the king of werewolves, Luo Ji is not only terrifying and domineering in appearance. Complicated fear emotions vie for control in the head and heart of the Black Mountain group leader: confusion, curiosity, panic, and fear. However, intertwined with these emotions is the darkness of despair, which seems to be a kind of horror. This is a physiological reaction, not a pure psychological stimulus. Just like the fear of heights, the gene of fear of ferocious beasts is carved into the human DNA. It's as if you are in the same room with a lion. Even if you don't know what the other person is, you will feel fear. Not to mention, werewolves are monsters from the dark world, and their methods are bloody and brutal. "What conditions did you give him?" Luo Ji, the Wolf King, was wearing a hat at this time, and Yu Guang looked at the death werewolf, who was 2 meters tall and much shorter than himself. "It's complicated, but it's all solved," said the death werewolf. "I promised to give him an immortal body and unmatched power, which is to make him an ordinary tribe." "Well, it sounds reasonable." At this time, the conversation between Luo Ji and his subordinates spread to the ears of other people. The cadres of the Black Mountain group trembled their shoulders, afraid to speak, and did not dare to open their closed eyes. Perhaps some people had doubts and disdain before, but when they really felt the strong aura and chill, they knew that they were too stupid. "Ajeb, bring that girl here. You can open your eyes." Seeing these cadres with beads of sweat on their foreheads, Luo Ji said that they can open their eyes to see their own faces. After all, this is not a big deal. As long as the seal is tight, there is no problem. "Disrespectful, it's..." A group of team members and cadres nodded and opened their eyes one after another. They looked tremblingly at the horrified tall figure ahead, and the golden eyes of the werewolf who stood against the light looking down at the front, which made people feel a huge horror. The panic swelled again in their bodies, almost unbearable. They lowered their heads suddenly, forced themselves to take a deep breath, then stood up as if crawling, and hurriedly walked towards the back, seeming to want to escape here as soon as possible. "Bring her here. Miss Hyuga, an adult is coming to you." "Who is it?" Hyuga Kiko asked, her face pale. She vaguely felt something bad, and she felt it when someone just stepped into the hall. Please go and see for yourself." "I see." Hyuga Kiko stood up. She seemed to be treated quite preferentially here. At this time, he was dressed clean and beautiful, and then nervously followed behind the man in the suit who almost lowered his head to the bottom of his neck. Under the fearful leadership of the other party, he came to the hall. "What?" she screamed. Immediately realizing that he had just been rude, his face became paler. "Come on." Hyuga Kiko widened her eyes and looked at a majestic, domineering werewolf sitting on the side, staring straight at herself. If it weren't for her to be young, she would probably have a heart attack. Of course, perhaps after seeing the horror of alligators, Hyuga Kiko is not so afraid of such monsters anymore. "I'll go out." Luo Ji raised his hand and signaled that these people are all leaving. "Yes, boss." Blue veins protruded from his muscular arm, and the death werewolf grabbed the necks of 2 subordinates who wanted to join in the fun and threw them out. Seeing this scene, the cadres of the Black Mountain group shuddered and quickly got up and left. For fear of walking slowly, he would be thrown out the window like a chicken caught by a scary werewolf. The tall leader of the Wolf King was sitting on the chair at this time. When everyone was cleared, his eyes were fixed on the girl standing in front. This picture looks very strange. Just sitting on a chair, Luo Ji, who is a monster, is a head taller than a girl, and both are just like a muscular man and a girl in kindergarten. They didn't say a word, but it made people nervous. "Little guy, you should know who I am." The werewolf spoke, and then his appearance was shining with metallic light. In a burst of illusory light, he instantly switched to the cold and domineering appearance of fighting Tyrannosaurus X. Not only that, in the next moment, he switched back to his current werewolf appearance. However, when seeing this scene, Hyuga Kiko's eyes widened, her mouth opened, and her brain looked forward like an awakening. Immediately afterwards, Luo Ji's voice rang. "Now that you know my secret, there's only one choice before you." That's it for him. He didn't go on, and Hinata Kiko's pupils trembled slightly, as if he already knew his end. Puff! She knelt on the ground helplessly and desperately, and wept bitterly. "Didn't you say that you would let me meet my mother?" She raised her head and felt unexplained fear again. But when he thinks that he will die soon, confront him directly. "Don't negotiate terms with me, kid," Luo Ji said ruthlessly. "If I were you, I won't say a word of nonsense now. Anyway, you will kill me, right?" Hyuga Kiko said slowly, and the calmness in the words surprised her herself. It seemed that she had accepted her fate. She looked at Luo Ji, and her eyes gradually calmed down. Although she still felt scared, it was just instinct. "You are very smart," Luo Ji said. "I can let you meet your mother, and it's just a simple effort. But now I have changed my mind. I don't want you to die as you wish. That would ruin the game." "Pleasure? Game? Is this a game for you? Life is like a drama. Everyone is playing their own role. It's just that I play more people. You are a demon." They all said that. Them? Those who died. Hyuga Kiko stopped talking. She lowered her head and stared at the skirt, closing her eyes as if resigned to her fate. Then the tall werewolf stood up, his right arm muscles slightly bulged. His claws began to extend and lengthen, and he came to the girl's back, lifted it high, and pierced at the heart. "Wait a moment." Kiko Hyuga suddenly opened her eyes, and the claws were only a few centimeters away from her heart. "I don't want to die yet." "Really? Why?" Luo Ji asked. "You have lost everything. You are no longer the eldest consortium. You are just a criminal pursued by countless people. The whole Neon wants to kill you, more than tens of millions. I haven't finished what I should do. Don't you want me to testify against Sonley and Company? It's no longer needed now. Don't I have any value at all? I am the heir of the Hyuga Foundation, and that is 100 trillion yen worth of property, all of which can be given to you." "Enough." Luo Ji stared at Kiko Hyuga at this time, showing a terrible smile. "You are very funny. In my opinion, even a life as small as dust may have the energy to change the whole world, and some people will only be despised. Their own lives, and therefore their deaths, are totally worthless." He stood up and looked down at Kiko Hyuga. "Since you are so eager to live, then I will give you a chance. Let me see if you can escape alive in the Dreamcatcher game." After speaking, he turned into a huge nightmare king, swallowing Kiko Hyuga instantly like a black mist monster. "What?" With a scream, Hyuga Kiko's soul and spirit were pulled into the dream dimension. There, she will meet her mother and also encounter many terrible things, but whether she can survive or not depends on how strong her desire for survival is. In this world, there are many muddled people. In Luo Ji's eyes, their existence value is not as good as the food residue of maggots. Only those who truly desire to survive will get his respect. Luo Ji is such a person. The more he is not afraid of death, the more ruthless he will be. The more people who fear death and desire to live, Luo Ji will give them a chance to choose. In the dream world, hey, Hinata Kiko was awake after being eaten. Zero, look for flowers. When she opened her eyes again, but she found herself submerged in the sea 10 meters deep, and she was eaten by the sea. Opening her eyes, the sea surface was above her head, which was already very blurred, and the water's refraction made it impossible for her to confirm the distance. Another mouthful of brackish sea water. She instinctively waved her arm, but what made her panic was that there was a huge black shadow on the sea in the distance, as if the octopus monster in extremely cold was attacking and hitting a huge ship. Cruise ship. Kiko Hyuga didn't close her eyes. The light shone through the sea, and it turned bright and dark, which was like a beautiful illusion. But it also symbolized death, slowly sinking into the depths of the cold water. When Hyuga Kiko's consciousness began to blur, a force suddenly pulled her deeper, and she struggled a little bit, but to no avail. The burrow made her feel uneasy, but soon an arm caught her waist. The cold sea water surging up with pale, silver brilliance waves. In the azure blue water that gradually lost its brilliance, Hinata Kiko saw a deep purple pupil, and at the same time there was a fish-like tail flashing, and her long pale silver hair drifted like morning mist. Then she was taken to the bottom of the sea, in a labyrinth world. Get closer and closer until it breaks through a layer of coating. She seemed to have come to the dragon palace in the deep sea, and her slightly closed eyes opened, and she saw a beautiful silver mermaid staring at her, watching Hyuga Kiko curiously. Mermaid? Suddenly, she seemed to understand something. When she looked over her head again, the sea was surging outside the bubble, and she seemed to have entered a fairy tale world. Dream monster game? It seems that the man just said so. Only, the story she will be going on in the deep sea dragon palace, and the story between her and the siren will be temporarily skipped. Luo Ji is not in the mood to observe her record of passing the barrier, because next, he is going to the east of Europe, and then after the matter of the Countess has been settled. Welcome to the new transformation form. Forest Dryad, Mountain, the Pacific Ocean. In the deep sea, schools of fish and marine creatures are fleeing frantically. The huge nuclear submarine detected the surrounding movement in the deep sea, and then pushed forward, driving towards Europe at high speed. The existence disguised as a submarine is Luo Ji. Deformation. However, as the mechanical synthesis sound fell, he instantly switched to the form of a huge octopus sea monster, with thousands of tentacles bursting out, wrapping up the bodies of deep-sea fishes and stuffing them into his mouth. Continue again. Thousands of tentacles muscle contract and burst, waving like a jellyfish, swimming forward at high speed. Until now, Luo Ji is still hesitating whether to transform and evolve into Cthulhu and then start the era of evil gods. But think about it carefully. He was afraid that the current human civilization would not be able to accept this kind of excessively stimulating experience. So he should proceed in a gradual cycle, starting with the era of monsters. Speaking of, it seems that there hasn't been a random marine creature shape recently. It seems that luck is pretty good. Megalodon, mosasaur monster, aquatic titan python, mermaid, male sea monster. These have all appeared in the list of random transformations of the system. However, Luo Ji has been active on land recently. If he becomes a sea monster again, he may have to hide in the sea to play. It is said that there is a ruin of Atlantis in the sea that he has not visited yet. But now is not the time to go. Nuclear submarine, strike out. As soon as the voice fell, Luo Ji transformed from the form of a sea monster to the burly form of a 100-meter mecha, and then transformed into a nuclear submarine again, emitting strong power and hurried forward from the deep sea. It is fast. I don't know if it will be scanned by other human submarine sonar systems. Otherwise, two unknown submarines will inevitably have a fight. Yes, Luo Ji is afraid that the human nuclear submarine would be accidentally blown up by him. In fact, it doesn't matter if it blows up. Anyway, the humans in the base on the land don't know what's going on. They probably just think that the nuclear submarine suffered an unexpected accident in the deep sea and sank, because Luo Ji still has a stealth function. Compared to these, Luo Ji's shadow crocodile transformation has also evolved into the level of shadow devil. It was the birth of the second 5-star god-level transformation. In addition, the demon of shadow is very different from the Lord of Nightmare. The ability beyond nightmares is to create fog, pull humans into the dimension of dreams, and even affect the real world, twisting it into dreams. The shadow demon is different. It has swallowed thousands of living souls and has its own high-dimensional shadow world, which is called Soul Yuan Dimension. The capabilities in the three-dimensional world, that is, in the real world, are as follows. If it is said that the shadow crocodile needs to eat the living creature's shadow and kill it, then the shadow demon king only needs to release the tentacles from the soul abyss. Then the darkness will directly consume the material in reality, such as dragging a building or an entire town into the abyss, making it disappear out of thin air. In addition, the Shadow Demon King is not just more than the Shadow Crocodile attack range. It is in a state of invulnerability and immune to physical attacks, because no one can see through the layers of evil under his dark aura, and the Shadow Demon King looks like an upright Shadow Crocodile original body, which is more three-dimensional, but is also more hideous and huge. Its size depends on the shadow on the Earth. In theory, when the Earth is covered by darkness, it can directly engulf the planet. Invincible is invincible, but it also depends on the actual situation. Even if the Shadow Demon King drags the Earth into the soul abyss through the plane gap, what is the point? Luo Ji exploded his old nest, the Earth, and he would have to go to other universes to find a foothold, otherwise the next forced transformation phase, in case of a random weak shape. The vacuum in the universe is fine or different. Regardless of the dimension, wouldn't it be a sudden death on the spot? Let's not talk about this first. When high-dimensional creatures swallow the planet, won't it attract the attention of other high-dimensional creatures? For example, star-eaters, exotic beholders, fifth-dimensional cosmic starfish, outer gods behind the crystal wall of the universe, etc. Isn't it good to be a salted fish waiting to die in the space dimension, 123? Why go to the time dimension, 456, and other high-dimensional worlds to deal with those high-dimensional creatures? What if you are regarded as an ant and squeezed to death? Although the shadow demon is powerful, it may be a little bug in the eyes of others. But having said that, the happiness of high-dimensional creatures is generally unimaginable. And having the ability of high-dimensional creatures, mixed eating and waiting to die in a low-dimensional world, is happier. Just when Luo Ji was thinking like this. System. There are low-level creatures on the Xenoplanes who ask you to become their power provider. Quantity, 61. What? Luo Ji, who was transforming into a nuclear submarine and swimming in the water, was taken aback. Has his identity been discovered? But take a closer look. This request was not made by Earth creatures. In the hazy picture given by the system, several existences, dressed in black robes and dressed like medieval magicians, appear to be performing some kind of sacrifice ritual. At this time, the system gave an explanation. It probably means that these dark wizards of Otherworld want to provide sacrifices to the abyss, and then obtain an endless stream of powerful power from the powerful magic entities. In the process of establishing links with the gods of different dimensions, this group of people accidentally discovered the Devil of Shadow, which is Luo Ji's Soul Yuan domain. Therefore, they believe that Luo Ji is as powerful as a god. So I want to borrow power from Luo Ji. Let Luo Ji give them part of the power of the Shadow Demon King, and they will sacrifice living souls in return for Luo Ji. It means a transaction. It's similar to a business transaction. Luo Ji scratched his head. He was wondering whether he should establish a 4.1 contract with these dark wizards in other worlds. After all, if someone harvests living souls for themselves, they still save a lot of trouble, and they only need to allocate a small part of the source of divine power to them. It is also a good choice. Well, I agree. Luo Ji finally decided to agree to establish a connection with these 6 people, probably through something similar to a pipe, lending them a small part of their power, so they can use abilities similar to shadow magic and abyss magic. And he can absorb the souls of the living creatures they killed, and further increase the energy points. Because when the Shadow Demon King evolves to a 6-star existence, it consumes a lot of energy, which is calculated on a trillion basis. Darkness. icy feeling biting cold, listening to the heartbeat of the pulse. Abyss. The air fell into dead silence, as if time was frozen. Several dark wizards in Otherworld sang ancient calling sounds, and the souls of the living sacrifice placed on the altar began to exude intense fear, and then the monstrous divine power was swallowed outwards with the shadow around the magic circle ritual, and they trembled with excitement. He raised his head and looked forward. Amidst the thick and dark shadows, a terrifying and domineering face of the devil appeared. System, your descending projection on the Destiny continent through the soul abyss. Hint, you will be discovered by the ancient gods in 1 minute. In order to avoid unnecessary disputes, please complete the contract before being discovered by the gods. Otherwise, the believer will die and it will be difficult for you to invade this plane again. 60 seconds remaining. Luo Ji's face was hidden in the dark shadow at this time, staring at the people kneeling on the ground. He was silent for a few seconds. It seems to be conceiving a declaration of anger in the second Dominion 06. Anyway, I accidentally come into contact with this world except the Earth. I have to pretend to be forced to leave. So Luo Ji coughed inwardly. It seems to be adjusting the state. He suddenly exuded a monstrous power that was extremely oppressive. Do you know who I am, mortal? The space suddenly dimmed, and a group of black-robed magicians who were kneeling on the ground raised their heads in panic. The magnificent thunder seemed to be looming in the clouds. With the turn of the shadow demon King Luo Ji, the pressure on the face made everyone's hearts. They all mentioned to the throat. He looks like a demon king composed of pure black shadows, with a monstrous spirit swelling up and fully embodying the temperament of evil gods. You, Luo Ji stared at the black-robed old man who was kneeling on the ground, invaded his consciousness through the power of the King of Dreams, and read his name. Imp the Prophet, I already know Bo's thoughts. In the roaring darkness, Luo Ji's huge voice spread to everyone's heart, and it was extremely shocking. All things return to the shadows. All things finally die. The whispering, vague, strange language that resonated with the abyss stirred the eardrums. I will be your power provider. I am not a person staring into the abyss. I am the abyss. I am a shadow demon king. Screaming, hissing, evil shouts. Kneel down. Strange language resounded in their empty and chaotic minds. Their intonation was very low, heavy, evil, coming from the abyss, and trembling incomparably. Actually, seriously, the earth language spoken by Luo Ji is a foreign language in this world. But because of some magic-like rules, Luo Ji's words were intermittently translated to this group of dark abyss mages, so that they could understand Luo Ji's words. So it's not that I'm worried about the language communication problem. It's mainly the reaction of these dark wizards that puzzled Luo Ji. After the magnificent and domineering second form declaration, after a while of digestion, these talents reacted, and the named prophet Emter tremblingly worshipped. Listen to my call, the king of endless abyss, devourer, the shadow of chaos, soul, the ruler of the abyss, the terrifying conqueror, the creator of pain, the destroyer, the evil god of glory, the son of the abyss and darkness, the guardian of the abyss, the original god of darkness, the lord of dimensions, the enchanting great king, devil, god of evil, incarnation of eternal darkness. Your servant calls you. This one is even more heavyweight. Luo Ji was stunned. He didn't expect that the other party could blow better than him, and directly held himself to the height of a ceiling. System, 17 seconds remaining. Something like a name has no meaning to me. A violent, burning darkness spouted from the body of the Shadow Demon King. In the pitch-black space, burning darkness covered the bodies of these believers, adding heavy shadows. The next moment, burning eyes gleamed in the dark face. Everyone burned a black flame in the dark, and their eyes and mouth stretched to the sides, as if they had become the face of a demon. The contract has been established. The future, please me as much as you like. Waha-aha. In the wicked laughter, The dark shadow gradually turned into ashes under the burning of increased flames and disappeared in this world. Meantime, these 6 dark wizards were successfully transferred to shadow wizards, leaving them with dark burning scars. That is the proof of the shadows, the power marks left by Luo Ji. Through these mark them to connect with Luo Ji to borrow power or provide soul sacrifices. Return to the real world. Luo Ji, who was in the deep sea, opened his eyes suddenly. The burning black flame in his eyes disappeared, and his thoughts were pulled back to reality. Unfortunately, in the end, I didn't have time to witness the appearance of the so-called good gods and ancient gods. A fearless smile appeared at the corner of Luo Ji's mouth. With just 5 seconds left, it will be perceived by the gods of another world. 923, I just don't know if the good gods are powerful, but if they're discovered, the dark mages will be wiped out on the spot. Because they summoned themselves and borrowed power from a soul. And this power belongs to usury. If they want more power, they have to sacrifice more souls. Relatively, as the power of shadow grows, they will also endure more pain as a price. The only way to relieve the pain is to continue killing and gain more strength. For Luo Ji, these are just a group of otherworld people. Don't worry about them. After all, there's still a lot of messy things to deal with on the earth. Why is he still idle to worry about otherworld affairs? If you have time to hire foreigners, it is better to find cheap labor locally. Soon, upon arriving in the middle of Eurasia, Luo Ji became the king of nightmares, disguised as a black cloud in the sky, and flew in the direction of Evil Spirit Castle. He overlooked the gloomy and foggy villages and castles in front of him. It poured into the ground like a big black mist demon, and then changed into the appearance of a werewolf king striding forward. And inside the castle, waiting and welcoming him were naturally the beautiful countess and her vampire daughters. Hey, anyone! The wind stopped, and the whole Evil Spirit Castle fell into a weird silence. Luo Ji turned his head. There was no one behind him, and he looked around. Has Countess Arthur gone out? Luo Ji thought so. He didn't notice anyone outside the castle. He walked forward and suddenly smelled a weird perfume in the vent. It is hard to imagine a vampire would use this perfume, which combines the smell of rotten and decayed roses with the smell of fresh seafood. No, it's not seafood, it's bloody smell. At this time, somewhere in the mountainous area tens of kilometers away, the sound of a helicopter sounded. With Luo Ji's ear power, he can easily catch it, so he stood on the heights of the old castle and looked out. On the helicopter, the Grim Reaper, wearing a black sweater and hood, looked at this existence through the sniper mirror. A century-old castle. A high-neck shirt and black mask concealed his neck and face tightly, revealing only a pair of blue eyes. Then Luo Ji saw a white sideburn appear in the helicopter, but a European man with a good complexion was sitting inside. He seemed to look at the neighborhood with a little dread. Unexpectedly, he was Edward. Bring people here. After making the approaching gesture, Luo Ji opened the door and officially entered the castle. This castle is really big because he is not here for the first time, so he's quite familiar with the layout here. The houses in the entire castle look extremely luxurious, and the word glorious is revealed everywhere. It's just that for some reason, the whole building is empty. There is no sound, and there is no half a person. On the contrary, from time to time, there was strong blood and intermittent wailing in the basement. The Wolf King Luo Ji walked inside. The room is very warm, but the air hardly circulates, so the loss of air is very slow. Sure enough, Luo Ji couldn't bear the weird perfume smell and the stench of carrion, which made him irritable. No one. Luo Ji gave a low drink, and from the depths of the yard, a weird thing flew out, which looked like a large bat. It looked like a flying dragon without scales. The screams echoed through the valley, as if warning something. At the same time, there were waves of footsteps in the basement. Sure enough, when Luo Ji opened the door of the basement, feedback came from his ear and heard a female voice saying something. The next moment, finally felt the movement behind a door. Wow, Luo Ji, the Wolf King. The four women, headed by Mrs. Asina, the owner of the castle, are still in a demon-burning figure, with a beautiful face, silver hair, and snow-skinned skin, but it is frightening. Really, I don't want to tell you how to come in advance. Behind the countess stood several daughters. They all wore hoods and stared straight at them with sticky eyes. If you ignore the dry brown blood stains that overflowed from the corners of their mouths, they were all very beautiful young ladies. "Madam, I found your baby." The countess pretended to be surprised at this time, but in fact she had heard of it a long time ago. "Are you planning to return the baby to me?" "No, I'm here to tell you, this baby is mine." The dry blood and pale skin on Countess Asina's face froze. She still smiled and looked forward. "Are you going to break your promise?" "Damn, Mom, I told you. That werewolf is not credible at all." The three daughters showed angry expressions at this time. The eldest daughter is quiet and smart. The second daughter is addicted to killing, and the third daughter is the most crazy and delusional. It's just that Countess Arthur is much more mature than their reaction. At this time, she calmly said, "So, are you here to tell me that the transaction is over?" "No, I brought Edward. You should really want to see him." "Edward?" Mrs. Asina's gouging Wubwa eyes showed a rare cold chill. "Yes, I really want to see him and tear him up with my own hands. Then I will have someone bring him over." "Okay." Count Ashina smiled slightly, and then proposed, "Otherwise, let's go to the basement first, and it doesn't matter if the baby is sent to you. The content of the transaction changes, just as repaying you for the reward for grabbing Edward." N.S. Under the Countess's hat covering half of her face, her red lips lightly curled up, coupled with cold golden eyes, the beauty and nobility were hidden under the hat. Good promise. Heard her proposal. Luo Ji looked at the corner of Asina's slightly raised mouth, and the calculation and greed in the other's eyes were unobstructed. He sighed. Smart women are always like this. They always think that they are in control of everything and do unnecessary things, which will eventually lead to all losses. "Madam, I have to remind you that the times in the outside world have long changed." "Hey, has it become more decayed?" "No, it's more terrifying." After speaking, Luo Ji walked towards the basement without expression. The eye pupils of the Countess flickered with strange light, and the three daughters also nodded intentionally and stepped back. It was difficult to conceal the sharp, murderous intent in the eyes. "Is it down here?" "Yes, Cain's holy relic, the remains of the first Wolf King, and its secrets are under the dungeon." For Asina, she often doesn't pay attention to the motives behind anyone's actions, because talking about motives is very stupid in her eyes. The only thing that allows werewolves to cooperate with vampires is often only profit and power. Unfortunately, the current Luo Ji is already an enemy in Asina's eyes. "Are you sure?" Luo Ji looked at the corners of Asina's slightly raised mouth. At this moment, he continued to walk under the dungeon. He was expressionless, still behaving like a werewolf who didn't know anything. "Yes, Mr. Werewolf." Countess Asina watched Luo Ji walk into the circle of blood-red six-pointed stars and sneered for an instant. Lately, a few half-meter-thick steel wall cages that fell from the sky instantly sealed Luo Ji's surroundings, and then the traps in the entire castle dungeon were activated, and in several gaps in the wall, a terrible metal drill, 923-bit sounded. Sound. Buzzing. The alloy drill bit passed through the steel cage toward the shoulder blades of the Werewolf King, and Luo Ji was unable to retreat at this time, trapped in the steel cage and staring forward. "Wow, Mr. Werewolf, you look very angry." Countess Arthur grinned at this moment, revealing a truly terrifying face. "Doubt? Rage? Frightened? Ha ha, your expression is wonderful, but what you should know is, from the moment you cheated on me, you are already damned." She roared roughly. "It seems that the elegant ladies are only on the surface. The real her is very tyrannical and terrifying. Do you think you can kill me?" Luo Ji showed a terrible expression. Abruptly, in this bloody and dim dungeon, a Jeb, in this narrow space imprisoned by half a meter of steel plate, in this alloy drill bit continuously stretched into the picture, trying to nail him. The voice of the wolf head demon rang. Do you think you still have the power to resist? Countess Sina smiled contemptuously. Her 3 daughters appeared from the neighborhood at this time, took out a gas mask, and handed it to her, and then a terrible poison gas leaked from the neighborhood. With the reversal of the dungeon walls and the rotation of the organs, this place has become a torture room dedicated to killing outsiders. I really look forward to it, with werewolf's resilience. How many kinds of torture can it withstand? Can its cells regenerate infinitely? Can it withstand 108 types of death torture? The daughters' silver bells of laughter rang in the dungeon. By the way, at this time, Asina looked down at Luo Ji, grinning. The moment you stepped into the castle, I had already decided to kill you. The so-called baby is just an excuse. I didn't expect you to be I really found it. Now I'll give you a chance to tell me where that baby is. Then I might be able to show mercy and let you die without pain. Huh. Hearing this, Luo Ji laughed abruptly. This sentence is also lying to me. You didn't intend to deal with me normally from beginning to end, but you've been thinking of ways to kill me. Right. Luo Ji raised his head and looked straight at Asina through the hole. Even if the alloy drill bit was about to touch his eyeballs, he didn't care at all. You really don't know how to advance or retreat. Are you still going to give up? Werewolf. Asina said, you don't know what is good or bad. That's it. Although I'm a passive person, you really taught me a truth. I admit it. I really lost when it comes to the more insidious means and fight. There's a shadow on Luo Ji's face, which makes it impossible to judge his expression at this time. But his voice was self-deprecating with a hint of coldness. And the most obvious is regret. Luo Ji regrets his kindness. Originally, I planned to let you live, but this is too unfair to those innocent people who died in your hands. You are a bunch of liars. Vampires and Countess are just a means to deceive mankind. You guys, it's just a bunch of viral life forms infected by parasites. It's not even as good as the food residue of maggots. You're also a lonely guy. Asina seemed to be surprised to see Luo Ji, who was speaking badly at this time, and smiled. But there's one thing you said correctly. That is, I am really the Countess and the only owner of this castle. This castle seems to be hopeless. Forget it, that's fine. In that case, let's start over. Although I don't know what will happen later, it is also kind of fun. To me, the appearancelessness of the 1,000 variations is just a dream. And you, not even a nightmare. In addition, it is worth mentioning that I lost. But you didn't win. Because I'm like you, I didn't plan to obey the rules of the game at all. At that moment, the world becomes neither empty nor lonely. When Luo Ji raised her head and looked at the ceiling of the dungeon, Asina's heart trembled. Hey, are those human mercenaries behind your back? They have been attacked by my men. Asina still showed a fearless smile. But facing the woman's reaction, Luo Ji's mouth also split in the form of mockery. Do you think they're just ordinary mercenaries? Luo Ji's laughter resounded all around. At this time, a vampire daughter was panicking and ran down the stairs. Mom! Outside, something in the sky is coming towards this side. The words just fell. Asina hadn't reacted yet. Luo Ji uttered the word, nuclear explosive on nuclear explosion. The object cannot be seen or touched, can't smell or touch. But a certain horrible thermal shock that did exist, with a thunderous roar, caused the entire world to be rapidly destroyed and covered. A hot wind blows from the stairs above. I've said that death or anything doesn't make sense to me, even if it is a monster like you. There are absolute powers that are absolutely unmatched and unmatched. For example, when Luo Ji said this, he looked up at the top of the dungeon again. At the moment when the huge flame struck, the entire evil spirit castle collapsed, and Ashina raised her head in shock and looked upwards, furious for a moment. ***, you dare to destroy my castle. Seeing the moment when the furious Asina lost her mind, Luo Ji burst into laughter. Times have changed, Countess. Even you, no matter how strong this castle is, you will never be able to withstand the attack of nuclear anti-ship missiles. Luo Ji seemed to feel emotional at this time, saying, At the beginning, I stole 2 nuclear missiles. One was given to the aircraft carrier, and the other was still with you. After 10 seconds, the high temperature and destruction will be completely swallowed. Underground, you will be covered by tens of thousands of degrees of high temperature and burned to ashes. During this time, do you have any last words? Speaking of which, the wolf-head demon's physique gradually became burly and huge, and instantly became the appearance of a swollen, ascending crocodile god warrior. Yes, the huge long-blade axe fell in his hand. The half-meter-thick steel plate in front of him was hit by 2 X crosses. Shattered. Mother! At this time, a vampire daughter was running in horror. But in the next moment, the muscularly exploded scaly arm smashed her head and threw the foul-smelling corpse into the fire pit outside, as if catching some kind of chicken. Then Luo Ji swaggered towards the stairs, and the scarlet eyes of the crocodile beast glanced behind him. Bye-bye to the Countess. Since you once said that fire torture can't kill you, then you must be able to escape from here. I'm just outside, looking forward to meeting you. The unabashed sarcasm in the tone. But when Luo Ji was about to jump out, Asina yelled in anger, "Do you dare to kill my daughter?" Immediately afterwards, she's the craziest little daughter. Luo Ji saw her rushing from behind to bite her neck, but she didn't even break the scales. They had lost their minds and had no idea why the werewolves became the crocodile behemoths. Unfortunately, I will not let you die too happily. I will use steel plates to block the escape port, so that you will not be in direct contact with the high temperature of the nuclear explosion. Then you will be steamed by the high heat and high pressure and feel the touch of the cell in pain. Silk is dead. This is one thing you taught me, Mrs. Asanana. The big crocodile beast's mouth was very terrifying, and with a roar, he threw the little daughter out in an instant. The little daughter shouted desperately, "Mom, help me. Go, look for flowers." Asina thought too, but Luo Ji didn't give her a chance at all. A few seconds later, Luo Ji suddenly jumped out of the dungeon and instantly sealed the heavy steel plate at the entrance of the dungeon using the deformation method of the mechanical god of war. After ensuring that the aftermath of the nuclear explosion could not be destroyed, Luo Ji switched to the form of the immortal lizard in the next second of the destruction. It is immune to physical attacks, without the concept of fear of death, bathed in high-temperature radiation in a nuclear explosion. At this moment, the helicopter that detonated the nuclear anti-ship missile has appeared several kilometers away. The Grim Reaper Wolf watched this dazzling scene with the binoculars. When the explosion instantly destroyed the castle, the nearby thermal shock wave destroyed the village below. Thousands of vampire zombie villagers died in the struggle, and the rapid radiation damage killed them. Even if there are ancient parasite viruses, there is no way for the cells to survive in this high-temperature environment. Resolutely. By the way, isn't the boss still inside? Is it really okay? It should be it's okay. But I dare not try to bathe in a nuclear explosion. It will die. It will definitely die. They are underground. They should be fine. Above the high-temperature ruins, the helicopter did not dare to approach this area. But considering the limited power of the explosion, it is not as good as a nuclear bomb in the true sense. It is not bad that it can cause damage on this scale. The explosion here will soon attract the satellite's attention. We have limited time. Let's clean up all the remaining vampire villagers. Yes, Captain Death. Times have changed. Now that technology is advanced, sniper rifles have been used in the war between werewolves and vampires. A problem that can be solved with bullets. Why should we fight melee, right? Mountain. Now, the nuclear bomb started with more than 100,000 as the Emperor, and it is also called a tactical nuclear bomb. Strategic nuclear bombs all start with an equivalent of more than 1 million. Even a hydrogen bomb of hundreds of millions of Emperors is not without it. Although the nuclear anti-ship missile prepared by Luo Ji in advance has only 20,000 equivalents, it is easy to destroy the castle. Because he didn't intend to let the Countess Asina die so easily. The original plan was that there was a conflict in the process of negotiating with her, and then the missile struck and began to turn his face into enemies. I just didn't expect it. Asina turned her face much faster than Luo Ji and started the fight directly. Even so, Luo Ji still wasted a little time in the September 23rd to talk to her, waiting for the arrival of the missile. It's just that Countess Asina was so vicious that she threatened to kill herself. Fortunately, Luo Ji is very skilled. The missiles prepared in advance came in handy. With a loud bang, an explosion occurred. And now, the Countess and the two surviving daughters who are hiding in the dungeon under the steel plate are about to be heated up. Ka! The huge claws of the immortal Lili fell on the red-burning steel plate, and the 20,000 equivalents were not enough to vaporize the steel instantly, unless it was a direct hit. This situation is exactly what Luo Ji wanted. At this time, indestructible Huasi's paws made traces on the steel plate. Luo Ji stared at the bottom and shook his head. Hey, I originally wanted to communicate peacefully, but it seems that you are reluctant to do so. Calculating time, it's almost the same. 3-2. Luo Ji lifted the steel plate abruptly, and the stench of burnt stench was suffocating. Fortunately, the immortal lizard does not catch a cold. What caught the eye was a scorched skeleton. Following the airflow from her body, pieces of coke fell off her body and turned into ashes. The cells that made up the body had been carbonized. Okay. Luo Ji walked slowly and came directly to a certain monster curled up in the corner, almost face to face with her. Is this the true face of Mrs. Asina? No hair and no hair. The mutated form is a huge gray-white monster. The fingers became sharp claws, similar to the bat gargoyle and the dragon in European mythology. This feature of mutation fits with the scene of Luo Ji seeing monsters similar to giant bats flying through the yard more than once before. It shows that Mrs. Asina's mutant form may be the appearance of such a monster. He may be the first person to see Asina's appearance. Wake up, you're not dead yet. The hill-like body was curled up in the corner. The dragon had bowed its head. The body was charred and carbonized, and the gray body was about to shatter. Asina hasn't died yet, even though the mutated cells cover her whole body. Luo Ji and her pupils can't be seen clearly, but she can still feel Asina staring at herself. You are angry, you hate, but what you should know is... So Luo Ji said coldly and ruthlessly to Asina, who was about to die. You will usher in such a day after all. After speaking, he silently continued to stare at Asina, waiting for her death. Pain. Sad. Asina was uncomfortable. She recalled the memory scene. As an immortal thing, she may have been very happy. Keeping youth, a beautiful body, and an overwhelming face, she enjoys all the things that women in the world pursue. Until a certain night, she thought about the meaning of the existence of the body of Asina. And what is the essence of life? At that time, she discovered that her spirit and her will have stayed forever in the place of death. A moment. The existence named Athena is just a collection of monsters. The real Countess Arthur died a long time ago. She is nothing more than a countess disguised as a parasite, but the parasite delusions that she is a human being, stealing the memory of the deceased and doing evil everywhere with a new body. Those human blood fascinated her and made her feel satisfied with the real taste of life, in addition to eternal life. But now everything no longer exists. From the moment the castle collapsed, the spirit of Athena was destroyed, and her existence was cruelly crushed and trampled by the monster named Luo Ji in front of her, as if the other party was telling her what it was. Like a real monster, he personally buried her in this valley that had survived for 200 years, and she will die in her ugliest appearance. Click. Luo Ji didn't know where 4.1 got a camera. At this time, he took it in his hand and took a picture of the ugly monster. Athena, you can leave without worry, and I will retain your last ugly picture, which is admirable. Despair. Killing people still has to condemn the heart. Asina didn't know what eyes to look at the murderer who killed her, angry, grief, or bitter. But when she saw Luo Ji's ruthless eyes, she understood that she didn't need to show any emotions to this person, because he didn't care at all. Even if the most vicious curse is imposed on him, The other party will not fear the slightest or even sneer. Sigh. Asina's body began to petrify. Losing her will to survive, she chose to end her life by herself. When a monster's body is covered with gray and weak, it means that she is completely dead. At this time, Luo Ji looked at the dead body of the monster, and then the line-of-sight police looked at the picture frame, which was still intact in her arms, and he stretched out his hand to get up. It was discovered that they were the photos of the mother and daughter of the Countess Arthur. The tall mother stood gracefully behind her, her 3 beautiful and flowery daughters snuggled up next to her, looking very warm. The monster, false memory is nothing. But Luo Ji sighed and shook his head ironically. The family of Countess Asina, who existed in history, had long since died in that flu. They were all 06 heterogeneous beings controlled and fused by virus monsters, and they were not original human beings at all. This memory is only fabricated. After death, this mother and daughter love each other, and it seems to be very touching. But does the monster also have feelings? Luo Ji might believe this, but he will not sympathize with anyone who is hostile to him. As that sentence says, I am not staring into the abyss because I am the abyss. Next, Luo Ji raised his head and looked in the direction of the helicopter. One of the founders of Sanlian, Edward, it's you. Wow. The werewolf, who was more than 3 meters high, ran on the ground, and then jumped to a height of tens of meters. Captain Death, the Wolf King is here. Put down the rope ladder. Boom! The huge black shadow instantly grabbed the helicopter's rope ladder, and because of the strong force, the helicopter almost crashed to the ground. Immediately afterwards, as the pilot tried to control the ascent of the helicopter, Luo Ji took advantage of the situation and climbed up. Boom! The burly and huge body entered the helicopter, and then the helicopter flew towards the distant mountains, where a pair of white-haired European men stood on a cliff, blindfolded and handcuffed. Hired by 2 werewolves from the death squad, the soldiers were guarding the surroundings and monitoring his movements. Boom, boom, boom. With the roar of the helicopter, the Wolf King Luo Ji and Captain Reaper looked forward condescendingly and came to the edge of the cliff. With the sound of heavy objects landing, the tall werewolves stepped towards this place. While walking, meeting for the first time, Mr. Edward, Luo Ji's voice rang, but the man's body stiffened for a while without saying a word. Athena is dead. After Luo Ji finished speaking, he walked over and motioned for someone to take off his blindfold. As the dazzling light appeared, Edward squinted his eyes and covered the light with his hands, slowly seeing the tall and domineering werewolf monster standing in front of him. Are you their leader? Edward's light blue eyes revealed an incredible and shocking sight, as if he was staring at some perfect living body, looking up and down Luo Ji and scrupulously. So perfect. This body. This is the power I want to pursue, Edward said, then frowned slightly. Are you members of the Ouroboros Special Forces? Why did you bring me here? And, Asina, really, are you dead? Who gave the order? She is a very important subject. It looks like the truth is far more exciting than I thought. As Luo Ji said, looking at the other werewolves at this time, the wolf cubs seemed to laugh terribly. Mr. Edward, wake up. Your Ouroboros unit is dead early. Somni & Company is about to go bankrupt now. Edward didn't seem to react. He thought that these werewolves were the latest elite soldiers of Somni & Company, and awakened him to tell him that the current biotechnology has matured, allowing him to continue to control the empire of this giant multinational company. However, 923 Luo Ji told him intuitively, your dream is broken. Somni & Company is going to go bankrupt, and we are here to kill you. Impossible. Who do you work for? Gray? Did he betray the company? No. In order to allow Edward to recognize reality more clearly, Luo Ji deliberately chose this high cliff, and at this time let him look at the burning ghost castle and vampire village in the distance. Somni & Company, destroyed. As if afraid that he hasn't heard clearly yet, Luo Ji deliberately said it again in German. Wake up, stop dreaming. You have no money. No one is still supporting you now. Today is the 20XX year and the 21st century. NS. Oh my God. Edward took a step back as if he had suddenly lost his backbone, his face gradually paler. Sonley and Company, is it really bankrupt? Impossible. Isn't it there are trillions of spare funds? No, your trillions have been frozen by Britain.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.